come to a forum. Some of you I've seen every year, except for the last 3 years since the beginning. But we have a lot of new team members at TB Alliance and they want to get to know you. So I'd like to ask that we do a brief round of introductions. And I thought it might be useful if we could have teams introduce themselves together as a team. So whether your team is sitting together at a table or at different tables, just all stand up together. Please let us know who you are, which site you're at, and what your role is. We want to know what your overall objectives for learning for this forum are and what your expectations are also. In another year, I would have said, let's just talk for hours about what those are and then we'll check in on it later. But I'm going to ask you to put those expectations and objectives into the parking lot too. So in the back of the room, we have 4 posters, lots of Post-it notes and markers. We want to hear from you over the course of today and tomorrow what you want to get out of a forum like this. What are your learning objectives? We're sharing our learning objectives by bringing a program to you that we think is most important. Hearing from you, talking about clinical trials. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a lot of training, but we want to hear from you also. And we'd like to also hear what your expectations are of engaging with TB Alliance in person at a forum, and also what your expectations are for this meeting. If you have any questions or comments and you don't feel like talking during the meeting, just pop it onto the parking lot. Grab a Post-it note and a pen, write your question down or your comment and just put it on the board. I also put one there that says, what are we missing? Because we're going to miss something. And if we're not hitting on a topic that's important to your team, or if we're not including into the conversation something that's really important in your community, please put it there. I want to know what we're missing in the conversation. We're going to check in at the end of day 1 and at the end of day 2 to see if we're meeting expectations, and we'll see what we can do to make sure that everything that's important to you is included in the conversation. With that, I'm just going to introduce myself to you, which I'm sorry I didn't do so far. I'm already mostly through my slides. And then I'd like to start at this side of the room and ask teams to introduce themselves. So I'm Stephanie Seidel, for anyone who does not know me. I've been with the TB Alliance now for a wonderful 17 years, working exclusively on community engagement for over 15 years. It has been my pleasure and my privilege to work with all of you, and I'm so excited to be here again. With that, I'd like to ask that the team from Case Western in Uganda introduce yourselves. And I think the microphones will be open, so you can just use the microphone at your table.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Mwanguzi Timothy. I'm a medical officer and a study coordinator from Uganda. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. This is our first time here, but we're already feeling at home. My name is Mary Sereko. I'm a clinical officer, but I'm also the community engagement focal person for our site. And this is our first year here, as I've said, so we are here mostly to learn from everybody else's experience.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nasuna Joan, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison Officer. This is my first time here. I'm so excited. We are really excited to be here, and we shall learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dorothy Namtamba. I'm from the Mulago TB Club, and I represent communities. Like my colleagues, we are all here to learn, and I'm very excited that there is a capacity building on our agenda, on our CABs. So I'm really open to learning. I've been in TB advocacy and engagement for such a long time. However, this is my first time to be in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to have you here, and we look forward to engaging more moving forward. If I could ask the Think group, I know you may not all be sitting at the same table, but maybe you can all stand up and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. I am Govini Kanyisa,
Stakeholder Engagement Coordinator for Think. I'm not alone, or the two of us, we're not alone. We are with Masingita Lambane, who just went out for a meeting. He's the head of stakeholder engagement. So just like the Ugandan team, you're not alone. It's also our first time, and we are also here to learn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Ngumalo from Pietermaritzburg Think. I'm a CAP member, chairperson from Pietermaritzburg. I'm very glad to be here to learn more about community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask my colleagues to stand up? Ella and Linda. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Zani, and myself and my two colleagues, we are from Cape Town in South Africa, from UCT Lung Institute, and I'm the Community Engagement Officer there. And we've been at this forums a few times. We have a long-standing relationship with TB Alliance, and we're glad to be back.
My name is Linda from Cape Town. I'm also a community member working for UCT, teaming with UCT. I'm a chairperson of the CAP that is in Jujuluetu. When I say Jujulua, people won't understand. I mean Gukuletu in Cape Town. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ella Nelson. I'm also working at UCT Lung Institute, CLO. I've been with TB Alliance for more than 15 years. I'm also working in the community, and today there's much more to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ella. And we'll just move across the room. So if I could ask the team from Chipmunk Hospital to introduce themselves.
Good morning, good people. I am Patience Mulife. I've been serving Matlosana Community Advisory Board for the past precious 11 years. I'm a mentor in this board. I don't know how to express how I feel. I'm overwhelmed. I'm looking forward to learn a lot. I'm also glad to meet you again, Stephanie. I've seen you some years ago. I never thought I'll even see you again. I'm hoping to enjoy. Thank you very much, good people.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mudehi Helen Rakokong, Mosala now. I'm the study coordinator and a project team leader from PHRU Matlosana. I've been in this field for more than 18 years now. But I'm really, happy to see everyone and to hear from everyone. Where are we now? We last seen each other in 2019 and 2020 happened. And we're still here. So I just want to get a feel of, are we still together? Are we still in this thing? And where are we pushing it to?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Britumelo Semelo. I'm soon to be Mrs. Mekwe. I'm the community liaison manager at PHRU. It's my first time being at the community forum face-to-face. We've always been meeting virtually. So I have a lot of expectations which I'll pack there.
Good.
Otherwise, I'm here to learn a lot more on community engagement and to hear from the other teams, where are we going with community engagement beyond clinical trials? Thank you.
Great. Wonderful, thank you. The other team that's sitting at the same table, could you please introduce yourselves and ask the rest of your team to stand as well?
Hi, my name is William Brumskin. I'm from the Orem Institute, Rustenburg Clinical Research Site. We are very excited to be part and parcel of this forum, and we're here to basically exchange and learn from our colleagues. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Olebogen Jonkane from the Orem Institute. It's my first time attending this forum. I've been attending more forums of HIV, not TB. So I only started transitioning last year to join the TB ones. So I'm very excited to be here and hoping to learn more.
Everyone, my name is Irene Seu. I'm the Community Engagement Officer for the Orem Rustenburg site. And this is not my first time here. I've been here, I think it was 2019. Yeah, so it's not my first time, and also here to learn and exchange best practices on community engagement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vivian Moremi. I am the chairperson of the Community Action Group in Rustenburg. Apart from that, I am in the AIDS Council. I'm the coordinator. What I am here for is to learn, moreover, that we are the one hosting the National TB Day in the next coming 2 weeks. I think this meeting is going to assist me to come up with relevant programs that will deal with communities that are in the Bujanala district municipality. And also, I think some of the things I will pack in the boards. And apart from that, I am excited that I've heard that our national strategic plan have fully included TB in it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kabelo Litsuiti, and I'm a research assistant with the Orem Institute Rustenburg, and I'm here to learn. This is my first time coming here, and it will be a great opportunity to interact with everyone and learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a special thanks to Dr. Brumskin for joining us. It is really great to see when principal investigators are engaged with the community engagement program, and we're really happy to have you here today as part of the discussion. If we could just continue with brief introductions so we can get started with our program, but please can I ask the BRITS team to introduce themselves next?
Good morning, everybody. I am Tirimalo Likutlile, and I'm a clinical associate by profession. At the BRITS Madibeng Center for Research, I work as a sub-I and a co-CLO.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rose Marcilo, Community Liaison Officer at Madibeng Center for Research in BRITS. It's been now 13 years being with the TB Alliance Engagement Forum. I'm looking forward to learn more and to learn more about the results of the previous studies that have been done at the other sites. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Fikani. I'm from Madibeng in BRITS. This is my second time attending TB Alliance, when I recall very well. Actually, I'm here to learn and learn, so that I can give back to my community in Madibeng sub-district and my CAG members. I'm a chairperson there, so that I can give back the information that I got here, give back to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I could go to Kingdom Zulu and then Isangala.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Londiwe Lutuli. I am from the Clinical HIV Research Unit in Durban. I work as a project manager there at that site. It's my first time attending the Community Engagement Forum. Thanks to the team for inviting us. Thank you. I'll hand over to my colleagues.
Sanbonani. Oh, thank you. My name is Nompumelelo Motaung. I am the Community Liaison Officer, CHRU, King Dinizulu in Durban.
Morning, everybody. Vicky Denise Chili, CHRU King Dinizulu site. I'm a counselor. I'm here to learn. It's my first time attending, and thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Barbara Kumalumsomi. I'm also from King Dinizulu in Durban. I'm a community health worker. As I came here, I've been fighting TB ever since I've been in this battle of TB. Hopefully today I'm gonna gain something to fight this battle. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Godwana. I'm from the Isango Letemba TB Research Unit, roughly translated to Door of Hope, all the way from the Eastern Cape PE. I'm the community liaison officer / social worker / field worker / recruiter. That's me. Thank you.
Great. Can we go to task?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andile. His name is Kula. Coming from Task Applied Science in Cape Town. I'm also a community engagement officer. I'm here to learn from the other sides, and it's my first time here on face-to-face. I've been joining the forum on visual, but today it's my first time on face-to-face. I'm here to learn and also engage with the other people from other sites as well. Thank you very much. I hand over to my two colleagues here.
Thank you very much. My name is Sindu. My surname is Dumo. I'm the chairperson from Fuleni. We with Task Applied Science. I've been serving as a chairperson for 8 years. So it's the first time for me to attend this forum. So I'm looking forward to an education. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully there's everything good about the morning. My name is Bongani Makwangwe Kaskwak. It's not written on that one. I'm coming from Cape Town, Delft Community Advisory Board. We're working hand in glove with Task as they are doing research in our community. I've been a CAB member since 2010 when it was established. So I've been around. I think the last time we met, it was in Balalaika, just here in Sandton. That was the last community engagement forum that I've attended. I'm looking forward in sharing ideas with other sites and other members, and also to continue learning and learning. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Be greeted, everyone, in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. The one who's standing in front of you, Mickey Glover. I'm a trial participant, CHRU, from Helen Joseph. I'm a pastor. I love people. As you can see, I'm always like this. I'm here to learn. I'm here to collect each and everything that can assist my community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. Could I ask the rest of the CHRU and CSWA teams to join? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues and friends.
Again, nice meeting you. Indeed, it has been a long time, and I'm happy that we are still intact. And again, thank you to TB Alliance for allowing us this opportunity to share our community's experiences around TB and HIV, and also to learn more in terms of post-COVID, what's happening and where do you want to move forward. Thank you. My name is Pinda Kalela, Community Liaison Officer, CISO and CHRU.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lebogang Rekotso. I'm from CHRU at Helen Joseph. I am a research study assistant. So it's my first time being here today. So yeah, I'm just hoping to learn a lot so I can take back to my colleagues. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Betty Mukini. I'm from CHRU Helen Joseph, and I'm a CAPE member. It's my first time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. If we could ask Setshaba Research Center to introduce themselves. Great, spread out.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kagiso Motwa, Community Liaison Officer at Setshaba Research Center. We're based in Soshanguve, Pretoria. I'm with my colleague here.
Is this on? Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Hlongwane, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager and from Setshaba Research Center. Very happy to see everybody and hoping to learn a lot. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Name and surname Ngumandilake Valela. I am also with Sis Mary from Eastern Cape. I'm a CAPE member amongst many things that I am.
Khadija, do you want to introduce yourself with your team? I know you're spread out.
Good morning. I also concur with my colleague to say thanks for the TB Alliance. It has been a great time when we are together. I remember in this book, this is my third book. I'm getting the first one, we got it from Stephanie, the other one when we were opening the Simplest TB study, and now I'm getting the third one. So when you go to my office, then you are going to see TB Alliance, TB Alliance, TB Alliance. Yes, plus the World TB Day, we have a lot of t-shirts. It's TB Alliance, TB Alliance, TB Alliance everywhere. So that's the thing. I'm Hadija Sembua from KSMC KCRI Moshi site. I'm the coordinator for community engagement, plus my colleague. He's going to introduce himself, but I have been at KSMC for 25 years, but I have started with community engagement from 2015. So we have a lot of things to share from others, and we're also going to share from our site. Thanks.
Morning. My name is Alan Senkoro. I'm CABU member from Moshi Jalo. I'm here to learn today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see each other once more. I'm Alexander Mbuya, professionally a public health physician, but I've been with KCRI and the TB Alliance for the past, say, 5-6 years. But my working station is Kibomoto Infectious Disease Hospital located in Kilimanjaro, Tanzania. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Very happy to see you again, and I'm very happy to see that COVID-19 did not disappoint us. She knows that. My name is Omar Juma. I'm a community engagement coordinator working for Ifakara Health Institute, Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Syed Abdul Hai. I'm 80 years old. That was the reason I retired from active journalism in Tanzania, but I don't believe that age can be counted in numbers. So I have returned to active person as chairman of the Community Advisory Board in Ifakara Health Institute in Bagamoyo, a very small historical town. You're most welcome there too. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be with you all. Thank you.
Great. If I could ask teams to stand up together so we can see who you came with. We just have a few teams left. Okay, so we're going to go here and then we're going to come back to Enhancing Care Foundation. Great. So the team from
Mwanza, please
stand together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Mwanza team from Tanzania. Erika Sanga, the Community Engagement Coordinator. We are really happy to be here.
And I am Christine Lightson, Community Engagement Officer, Simplicity TB Program Coordinator, Monitoring and Evaluation for Community Engagement. It's nice to see you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edith Ngowi, a Social Welfare Officer and a CAB member in Mwanza. I'm happy to be with you here and I'm eager to learn more. Thank you.
Could I invite the Mbeya team? And please all stand up together. Who traveled with you? Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Simeon Mwanyonga from Nimri, Mbeya, Tanzania. I've been working with Nimri for 18 years, but I only started as a professional driver. And yes, I've turned to be a social scientist and community engagement officer for 10 years now. So I'm happy to be here. It is my first time. And I'm with my colleague. They will introduce themselves. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Douglas Ambokile Kisunga from Tanzania at Mbeya Medical Research Center. I'm a member of CAB, a representative for XUTDs. My short history is I have 30 years since I know my status of HIV, and I'm in 18 years since I started the ARVs. And this is 23 years since I know I suffer TB, and I took treatment, and cured, and now I'm a representative of a forum of TB to CAB members. I'm here for my first time with you. I'm expecting to learn from you, but I will share my experience to you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lonzendela. I'm working with Mbeya Medical Research as a community development officer and a social scientist. I'm proud to working with community. So I'm here to learn and also share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask the Enhancing Care Foundation to introduce themselves? And then I think we're almost there.
Good morning, all. My name is Penelope Madlala, Study Coordinator, Research Nurse, and Community Engagement Officer for Enhancing Care Foundation in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, the only province with the name and surname. I'm also one of TB Alliance's furniture. I've been attending for more than 10 years, but it's always exciting to be here. There's always new lessons and new information to take back. Thank you. I have Sandile here with me.
Sanbona.
My name is Sandile Kumalo, chairperson of CAP from Enhancing Care Foundation, and also the chairperson of Activist Forum in KZN. I have a few expectations. I won't take long. It's just a matter how to combine science and activism. That is the first one, and the second one, and how to ensure that we accelerate TB medication as compared to other medication or to other diseases. The last one, what degree of advocacy that we are looking for to ensure that people they are accessing the life-saving drugs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to hear more from you during these 2 days because that's exactly what we're getting at. I think we have introduced sites. If I've missed any sites, let me know. But I would like to just do a round of special guests that are here today. And I would like to just ask Khadija Richards to introduce herself. We have the pleasure of having her here to give a presentation.
Hi, my name is Khadija Richards. I'm from the Good Participatory Practice Unit at FITS-RHI. I'm from HIV prevention, which should be with TB, but is really just a smaller cousin. So I'm looking forward to our time here today. I'll only be here for this morning, unfortunately, but I'm very excited for us to engage further about the relationship in the disease areas. Thanks.
Fantastic, thank you. Could I ask the St. Andrews and extended team to introduce themselves?
Morning all. I'm Julie Anderson and I'm from University St Andrews in Scotland, and I'm the Simplicit TB project coordinator for those that don't know me. I'm here with the team from Mwanza, Christine Leidson and Erica Sanga, and also my colleague Barry Stewart from Berlin. We're here mainly as part of the capacity development programme embedded within Simplicit TB, and it's called Workstream Community Engagement Measurement and Evaluation. And I'm delighted to be here. It's my first visit here, and I'm looking forward to learning more about community engagement activities.
Thanks very much. Yes, I'm Barry Stewart. I'm the head of the Berlin School of Public Engagement, and I've been working with TB for 8 or 9 months. So I'm quite in awe of all of you who have been working for so much longer. And yes, I'm acting as a mentor and consultant on monitoring and evaluation, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts on that today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kokisi Lepe from the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. I'm happy to have been part of this thanks to the invitation. I've meant to be having more books than everybody here, but I'm starting with my first one. And at the department, I'm from the section called Science Promotion, a section that leads the science engagement program in South Africa. And then my special interest here is to network, have contacts, because my major responsibility is to lead science and science communication initiatives in the country. So by science communication, we would like to have the community assist us, support us when we want to communicate issues relating to the TB to the publics that we are working with. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to just ask my TB Alliance colleagues to stand up, and we'll do a very quick round of introductions because we're going to hear from all of them a little bit more throughout the day. So if you could all just stand, and we're just going to quickly names and titles, and you'll be able to talk a little bit more about what you do and why you're here when you present. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is it working? My name is Maria Beaumont. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of TB Alliance, and I just would like to say that it's my first time here. I am so impressed after all of the introductions about the amount of experience in the room today. I am very excited about the meeting and very much looking forward to the conversations and discussions today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pietro Turilli, and I am the Senior Vice President for External Affairs. I am on my first Purple Book, so feeling slightly inadequate. It's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to these 2 days with you. Thank you.
Hi all, I'm Jess Wiggs. I'm on the comms team at TB Alliance. You'll be hearing from me a little bit today, and then we'll be working on a bunch of workshops and some breakout groups tomorrow. So more to come on that, on messaging and how to talk to communities. So looking forward to hearing from all of you and working together on this.
Hello, I'm Karen. I've been with TB Alliance for almost 16 years now. If you don't know my face, I'm sure you know my name because I've been bombarding you with emails. So I'm very happy to be here and to see all of you in person today for the first time in a long time. And I want to invite you to always feel comfortable to email me if anything is on your mind and you would like to discuss anything. Thank you.
The on button. Hi, I'm Leandra. I've been part of the TB Alliance since 2015. And for those of you who were last with us in Durban, you'll be happy to know. So I'm relieved in a way. Abram's not here to tease me. I have my laptop, my phone. I didn't leave. Yes. I haven't left anything behind. It's always really good to see everybody, and thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedules and your home and traveling here to be with us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We did it. I think, well, so we're done, right? Reception time? No, I'm kidding. We accomplished something big, actually, though. Thank you so much. And I know that was some time, but I think well worth it so that we get to know each other today. I am only going to spend a couple of minutes. All of you are very familiar with TB Alliance and our community engagement program. I just want to take a couple of minutes to share with you our commitment again and what that means for TB Alliance and what it could mean for working with you. A couple of our priorities and expectations and some work that we want to do to improve our inclusive strategies moving forward. So TB Alliance's commitment has been longstanding. We have taken the, not just the hint, but we have taken the charge and the call for ensuring engagement in TB R&D since day one of our first clinical trial in 2007. And we were prepared to engage with local communities around our clinical trial sites. We do that through providing funding. And I'm very proud to say that although our model for funding community engagement may be different from some organizations, it's working for us. I hope it's working for you. Parking lots, please, if any comments on that. But we intentionally fund, not just engage on strategies to engage, but we fund early when sites are selected as early as possible so that you can participate in your site's strategies for planning a clinical trial, recruiting for a clinical trial. And we intentionally fund your programs until the final results of a clinical trial are published and you have had an opportunity to disseminate that to all of your local stakeholders. That is a long time in the course of our business, and we're very proud to do that. We know it helps to promote sustainability, but we are one of many sponsors that should be supporting these activities at your site. So we hope that that commitment really helps to keep you going between clinical trials. Our commitment is also to continue engaging, and we do this with you at the site level, but internally, everyone that works with me at TB Alliance knows that half of my job is doing the engagement inside the organization too, and trying to make sure that everybody understands why we're doing it, how we can do it better, and how we can fully incorporate it. So we are very committed to continuing to learn from all of you and continuing to support this activity, which is incredibly important to our work. Some of our priorities and expectations, I just want to share. We want to promote community engagement leadership from the site level. We would never want to come and share that we are an expert in how to do community engagement. We learn everything about how we should approach this from you, and we're so glad to have your input in how we approach community engagement. We also work across many partners with many more years of experience with good participatory practice and CE across HIV prevention research and across the TB and many other disease areas, because we want to make sure we're always at the forefront of learning how to do community engagement best. But our expectation of all of you is that you take the lead for your programs at your site. We want to provide support to you and guidance and mentorship when needed, but we want to support you in building your leadership. We expect you to teach us what the best strategies are for you, and we'll provide the best training and capacity development we can. Another expectation is that we want to ensure that all of you have effective representation on your CADs. We'd like you to be thinking about a clinical trial that's happening now, but we want you to be thinking beyond that. Are you thinking properly about who you need to engage to make sure that your trial site, your community, and the goals of both of those stakeholders you're working with are met through representation of all the partners you're engaging with? We hope that you're working on strategic planning for that too. And this will speak a little bit more to the best practices we're going to talk about today. Strategic planning of your engagement activities for trials and beyond trials. A little bit thinking more, how can we engage well in research, but what are our priorities locally, nationally, globally to advocate and participate in activism around TB, HIV, and other important things to our communities. Talking a little bit about inclusive strategies for work, we're constantly asking ourselves, and we hope you are also as well, who is affected by TB? And we all know this question and we know these answers, but we often find that our R&D is leaving some individuals out. There are special populations that are currently underserved by clinical research, and we want to refocus intentionally on our strategies for engagement, but also as an organization, we're working through processes to be more inclusive in our strategies to develop clinical trials that are more inclusive of everyone that's affected by TB and understanding how they're affected by TB, not just medically, but socially, personally, and how can our work impact and improve their lives. We're doing that through the development of new strategies that we could call many different things. We could call it inclusion of gender equity, diversion, and inclusive strategies to ensure that we are intentionally thinking about how TB is affecting women, children, pregnant women, persons with disabilities, everyone that may be currently underserved in TB programs or research trials, to make sure that we're intentionally addressing their needs. We want to highlight their experience. We want to learn about how this work impacts them, how disease impacts them, and intentionally adapt our strategies at the organization to make sure that we're meeting needs. Generally, I just wanted to say that we're all growing through shared learning, and that's why we're here today. One of the biggest priorities of the TB Alliance Community Engagement Program has been shared learning, cross-site engagement and learning from each other, what the best practices are, what common challenges are, and how we can work through those challenges together. So with that as really the cornerstone, I'd like to get started with our program. And with that, I would really like to introduce my colleague and boss, Pietro Turilli from TB Alliance External Affairs team. Thank you.
So again, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll start with a little introduction, and I feel solidarity with some of you today, and I'm a little bit in awe of others. So I joined TB Alliance exactly 9 months ago. So I'm clearly the expert here, and I'll be lecturing to all of you. No, I'm here first and foremost to get to know as many of you as I can, and to learn from all of you. This is repeated occasionally. People think it's a bit of a cliche, but certainly at the TB Alliance, we take this very seriously. On a side note, I need to spend time with Mr. Saeed to learn his secrets also, so that I can look half as good as him when I'm 80. But that's a side point, but just for me. No. To start with, for those who aren't aware, the External Affairs Department at TB Alliance encompasses quite a bit of work. So obviously, we have responsibility, as you know, for all the community engagement work that is spearheaded by Stephanie, but also all of the communications work. And we have an esteemed representative of the comms team here today, Jess in the back, taking pictures, and you'll be hearing quite a bit more from her over the course of these 2 days. Also, not unimportantly, the resource mobilization function. So RM, and as a number of colleagues have asked me to use the term, the abbreviation, it means it's a fancy way of saying raising money. So we work with the funders, pursuing proposals and the relationships with all of our funders to secure the funding that allows the trials to go on, all of our work to go on, and last and certainly not least, the CE work to go on. And embedded in that, and we'll touch upon this in a few slides and in my presentation going forward, but there's also an important policy advocacy, connecting with decision makers, ensuring at national, international, global level that TB is on the agenda. Both within our narrow selfish remit, so we want more resources to be coming to the TB sector and certainly to TB Alliance, but also for the wider TB sector globally. So all of those pieces are intertwined in our work. Please bear with me. I think some of these things that I'll be presenting might be old hat to some of you, but it could also be helpful for others. So I'm always pleased when these things work. So again, as a reminder, what is TB Alliance? TB Alliance is a nonprofit organization dedicated to discovery, development, and delivery of treatments for TB. So we work on therapeutics, others work on vaccines, others work on diagnostics. We have a single mandate, a very challenging one, as all of you know far better than I, but this is what we do. We are here, we were created because of the challenge around TB that is a disease of poverty. And it is a disease of lower and middle income countries. So there isn't the same level of interest and pharma and R&D firepower looking into and researching TB as there are on some non-communicable diseases that impact the global north, where there's a lot more money to be made, right? So that's where an organization, a nonprofit like TB Alliance comes in, and that is where the whole connection and working on securing funding and advocating for more TB R&D comes into play. Oops, I shouldn't go there, sorry. Trying to keep the presentation light and not drown you with PowerPoint slides. I'll try to speak a little bit more and come to the slides a bit later. Reminders, what have we accomplished in this space? And we are institutionally, we are a special animal, right? We are this nonprofit. We are termed a product development partnership, a PDP. So it is an institutional vehicle that functions in the context that I just described. So it's about doing research, in our case, on TB therapeutics, securing donor funding, and continuing to deliver in this context. Now, what have we achieved? Many of you, well, all of you know about BPAL, right? So in many ways, a revolutionary treatment that is changing the landscape around TB treatment. And many of you will be aware of the fixed dose combination on the pediatric side that has been available for some time. Now, having said that, what is the central mandate of TB Alliance? And we've coined a term that thanks to our comms folks, that is the AAA mandate, all right? And that is around adoption, availability, and affordability of anything that we work on. The change for us since the last time we met is that with BPAL, we are now not only working on the research, but we are also working increasingly on the access. So how do we ensure that regulatory bodies in countries are aware of the regimen, and how do we support their work in conjunction with others, be it Stop TB, be it WHO, everyone that's involved, to ensure that patients at the end of the day have access. So I think that's an important element to flag for all of you going forward. That is a change from the past. And so you'll see, and happy to discuss this at the right moment, but there's an increasing focus in the TB Alliance around what we call the market access component. So ensuring that countries know about the regimen, are doing what it takes in terms of their regulatory reviews and approvals, and getting the product out and available. Now, we're in a very special moment. We've heard references to COVID today, and thankfully we're not all wearing masks or we're not on Zoom. playing a game on our phone while someone is droning on the call. But it is an interesting moment, right? And it is for us in the TB field a highly frustrating one, because we saw what happens when there is political will, and when there is political will and the resources are brought to bear, how quickly we can change and address a huge challenge. As all of you know, 2.5 years ago, we were hearing about this new thing that was affecting us, and no one had any idea how it was transmitted. No one had any idea on the prophylaxis side, let alone on treatment. And look at us today. Most of us, all of us, I hope, are vaccinated. Some of us have had the disease, but we're all over it, right? So this is fascinating to see and frustrating to see in terms of what happens when you bring the right energy to bear, and you can go from zero to treating and to managing a pandemic in 2 years. Plenty of bumps along the road, I know, but still, imagine if we had that level of political will around TB, right? So I'm the new guy here. I was astounded when I began to do research for my job interview that TB remains what it is. And as a reminder, that's 10 million people infected every year. That's 1.6 million deaths. These are the kinds of numbers that certainly keep me up at night. And I heard some emotion in the introductions. That hits home, right? And the fact that 10 months ago, I thought TB was something from the past, right? You read history books that there was TB and mummies in Egypt. Yeah, who gets TB anymore, right? And so that's why we're here. And as a reminder, there's so much that can be done so quickly, all right? Just the impact of these new regimens. We're still talking about 500,000 people a year contracting DRTB. I mean, these are things all of you know. These were things that shocked me when I came on board. And that certainly energized me, hopefully to help secure resources and to help move the needle. Now, a couple of points, and I realize I'm a joke that my TB colleagues have heard. I am an only male child and I'm Italian, so I love to hear myself speak. I've been told I won at the lottery of life from day one. I've always been told I'm very special, but trying to contract my speaking points a little bit. But I did want to flag one element that you heard Stephanie talk about, and that is around gender, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, this is about addressing underserved populations. And this is obviously the right thing to do. It makes sense. And as a side note, is increasingly important also to the funder community. So we are looking at how we can do better in this regard. We are looking at how we can implement, with your work and with your help, better modalities to ensure that we are inclusive in our work. And as a reminder for all of you, it's also really important for me when I speak to existing donors and prospective donors. This was, my understanding, is not a question that came up that was central in the past, but I can tell you that for an increasing number of key funders for our work, it is becoming front and center. That's the introduction to the funding landscape. So the funding landscape, we're in a special place. I've touched upon the issues around COVID, all right? The dust has not settled on the international funding landscape post-COVID. Certainly during the COVID era, that sucked all the air out of the room, right? Everyone was focused on COVID, certainly in the global north. That's changing slightly, but we don't quite know where we will all land. What we do know is that there's an increasing interest on the part of nation states, but also funders, to shift the focus a little bit to pandemic preparedness. There is a shift, for better or for worse, to work in the context of consortia. This presents great opportunities, but also a different set of challenges for the work that we do and the work that our research team does, because there is another level of complication of negotiation of work that has to be accomplished with other consortia partners. The current reality is that funding is in a challenging state. We are starting the new cycle of negotiations and proposals with all the traditional funders that you know about. And the needle in terms of the overall funding amounts has not changed from pre-COVID. So that is a challenge, and there are more players in the field that are applying for those same funds. So staying with my Italian roots, the size of the pizza has not changed, and we're hoping to get the same size slice, but we're not even sure of that. Okay, so this is what we wake up in the morning concerned about. It is part of the game, and we'll continue to play it. But just to give you a snapshot on these issues. And this is one of the reasons I'm here, to learn that much more and to be able to provide a flavor of the work on the ground, which is where you are when I do have those meetings with funders. Now, a couple of last slides, and I swear this is coming to an end. You heard me at the beginning talk about the introduction in the context of the policy and advocacy work and raising awareness. And here, this is a very special year. And you'll see this from the dates. So you'll see that all of you are intimately aware. World TB Day is coming up. I'd say most, if not all of you, have events planned. They can be small or large, or we can talk about that. We at TB Alliance are also organizing a series of events specifically targeted for key funder or partners. So there's going to be an event in DC. We're working with colleagues in Canada. We're working with colleagues in Australia. We're working with colleagues in Brussels to raise awareness for the European Commission. In parallel, for those of you that are interested in international affairs, you may be aware that the G20 presidency is hosted by India this year. High burden country, politically committed to TB. We are, as part of a broader coalition of TB interested PDPs, so our colleagues who are working on the vaccination side and on the diagnostic side, working hard to advocate on the part of TB, the wider TB sector, that there be some initiative in the context of the India G20. And here we have the key dates, but they have about 10,000 events between now and the end of the year, and we're constantly engaged. Separately, there is the high-level meeting on TB that you're all aware of, that this year will be hosted in September in New York in the context of the UN General Assembly. Again, very high-level meeting. This is the kind of event where politicians, heads of state come and speak, but it is one of those places where if we are successful, we can raise awareness, we can call for new commitments for our work, and hopefully for countries to meet the commitments that they had made at the last HLM before COVID. There's also the World Health Summit, and the big news that some of you might not be aware of because it's recently been announced, but the Union Conference is going back to being in person, and it will be in Paris. So on one level, this is a very exciting year, despite all the challenges that I mentioned, because we have multiple opportunities or multiple milestones where we can put TB on the map. And so I'll be certainly on the lookout for any concepts, ideas, anything that you can help provide to me or my colleagues that could help us in this work that we will be heavily engaged in throughout the year. Now, we've talked about the funders, challenging times, but it does pay. We should recognize the organizations that have generously contributed to TB Alliance and that make all of our work possible. So I don't think you'd find any surprises here if you're broadly aware of the funding landscape. But so the usual suspects, and I mean that in the most possible, the most positive way possible rather. So yes, last slide, and many of you fit into this. The other key leg that we stand on is the stakeholders that make all of this work possible and that influence the work that we do and that are part and parcel of the road that we are on, and acknowledging that. Thank you very much. I sincerely apologize. I promised to keep this presentation short, and I didn't. So thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to spending as much time one-on-one or in small group conversations over these 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So as I said earlier on, I'm Julie Anderson and I'm from the University of St Andrews in Scotland. And I would just like to say the weather is much better here than in Scotland. So I'm the Simplicit TB project coordinator for St Andrews. And I just want to give you a brief overview of how we work together with the TB Alliance and the importance of our relationship. In 2018, Simplicit TB, we were awarded, St Andrews was awarded a grant for 10 African sites to take part in the overall trial. And you'll see that we've got Uganda, Malawi, Mozambique, I can't see very well, South Africa, and we are the coordinator for St Andrews, and we deal with all the financial and operational aspects. Sponsored by the TB Alliance and collaborating closely with Panacea, which some of you may have heard of, which I have to say is a completely different consortium, and I'll come to that in a minute. What do we do together? We fulfill our work packages. We currently have 9 of them at the moment. We have just since added another work package, which I'll talk about more tomorrow, which is actually a new clinical trial. We complete milestones and deliverables, which they appear at different interim time points throughout the different annual reporting. Obviously, COVID had a bit of an impact on that, and we had to adjust accordingly. And most importantly, we report together. We work together operationally, financially, contractually. St Andrews is mainly responsible for the technical and partner site activities, and the Alliance manages the clinical trial. Here's a quick overview of the governance and structure. So like I said, we have the funder, which is EDCTP, which manages, St Andrews manages that side of the funding. And we also have the sponsor TB Alliance. We coordinate it with the 2 different consortiums, as you can see. And one of the things that I'm always mindful to tell people about, and the sites in particular, is not to confuse the 2, because they're both separately funded. And they both bring different levels of skills and expertise to this. For example, Panacea, they assist us with governance and financial reporting, along with St Andrews. We rely on the skills of everyone, and it is a very close working relationship that we have. And obviously, and most importantly, our partner sites. Finally, I did say it would be brief. Communication, sharing experience and connecting. It's important for me to report to the funder all of the activities, whether they're small or large, and not just to report them at the end of the year. Throughout the year, if you can share anything with me, I can promote that to the funder. How we do it? Via our websites. We love putting stuff up on websites and tweeting and using social media. Any materials you've got, and pictures and videos. One of the sites sent me a video just last week, and it was just excellent. And I shared that with the funder, and that is what they want to see. It increases efficiency, contributes to our annual reporting, makes life a lot easier. The reporting can take up to 4 months to produce this annual report. So if we see the activities throughout the year, it increases efficiency. Increases the project profile. If you've got any materials, I can then submit it to the funder for the newsletter. That can only be a good thing. And finally, facilitates coordination across partner sites, helping people cross-collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. I thought I'm comfortable here. Okay, so our next session will be now on the community engagement best practices, formative research, whereby we have 3 speakers on 3 different relevant topics who are going to share with us the experience from different days. Khadija will talk about the GPP, and there's Naomi who will present to us about stakeholder engagement, stakeholder mapping and engagement. And there's Christine who will talk with us about monitoring and evaluation. And just before that, because I see we have been sitting for long. Where is Rose, the senior citizen? Rose Masilo. Can you please stand up? This is the senior community engager we have been working with since, was it 2009? 2009. Yes, 2010. So this is our senior citizen lady for between among the community engagers. And last, please stand up. And yesterday it was her birthday. How old are you now? Can you stand up and give her happy birthday? Just 1 minute. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy Thank you very much. I think that is okay. At least everybody's awake now. I would like to welcome Ms. Khadija for the talk about the GPP. She will share experiences on best practices and informative research. And she will share with us what has been happening at the WITSI Research Reproductive Health Institute. You're welcome.
So I'm never that comfortable with the podium, but I'll try my best. I just don't have, two hands. It's fine. I'll do that when I want to. It's fine. So, hi everyone. I always have this dilemma about PowerPoints. For me, the first 10 slides are just for you visually, because I'm a visual learner. Do you know what that means? Like, I only understand something when I see a picture. Don't get overwhelmed by them. You'll get these slides. You can interrogate them. I'm going to rush through them because it's part of the background of where I come from. I'm not a TB person, but I am an infectious diseases person, and my expertise is in HIV prevention. So we kind of, like I said, we're cousins. But I wanted you to get a sense of who we are and kind of our history, what our team is, et cetera, et cetera. The question that was put to me is can HIV prevention share any lessons with TB? And I actually think that's a big question, because I think TB can share a lot of lessons with HIV prevention. And I know a little bit like COVID, HIV prevention gets a big slice of the pie. Probably part of that should go to TB because of the relationship between them. And part of it should be leveraged because the social issues are the same. But that's kind of the question I'm posing here. So I'm going to run through who we are and what we do so that you understand where we come from. I'm not sure that everyone knows I'm not assuming that everyone knows what good participatory practice is or what it means. For us at WITS RHI, it is a standard, which I know is not a real thing yet, because currently it's still a guideline. But for us, it's a standard. It's a standard that all studies should kind of try and achieve. It's a difficult standard to achieve in its conception, but it is something we're all working towards. So that's kind of where we come from. A lot of people think GPP is a checklist or a report or a team, but in our world at WITS RHI, in the Ward 21 CRS, where we do HIV prevention studies, it is a standard, and that's kind of the place I want to start. So just so you know who I am, I'm not a natural scientist, I'm a sociologist. I've been working in this field for 30 years. I work at the Ward 21 Clinical Trial Research Site, which is in Hillbrow, if you know it, which you probably do. It's a very highly populated, mobile, inner city community. It has a long and rich history. We have very deep roots in that community, and we're very committed to quite a small, geographically small, but highly dense population. Wits RHI, if you don't know who Wits RHI is, it's a reproductive health institute attached to the University of the Witwatersrand. We are an institute of the Faculty of Health Sciences. We've only really we've kind of been around in our current formulation since 2005. 2006, we were at Baragwanath Hospital as RHRU until then. And we're part of what's called the Clinical Trials Unit of Johannesburg, which has 3 Wits RHI clinical research sites, and also other sites. So CSWARE is there, and CHRU is there, that we're all part of the same units. And so we kind of do have a structural relationship. This is how our site is structured. We have 3 different research sites. One is maternal and child health, one is HIV prevention and directing research, and one is clinical trials. I work in Ward 21, Sinead's team. This is my team. So I'm here as one of a whole lot of people. I like to put their photos in so that you can see that there are real people there. And it's quite, a lot of people are always very envious about the size of our team. And I always say, well, this is what it takes. This is what it takes to run good, sustained, long-term community engagement. That's a lot of money, and it's hard to find. And we're always out of money. So it's perpetual poverty. But I think the point we're trying to make here is that it takes a lot of people to do this work. And our philosophy really is that community participation benefits research, and research benefits community participation. They have a symbiotic relationship. Even beyond the clinical trial, when community members have been involved in research, they have a whole range of skills and capacities and access to support and mentoring and services that they would historically not have had. And so we see our impact as much wider than the narrow clinical trial. And for us, what's really important is that there's the science, which is very important and valuable. And it's something we must all understand, and it's something we must have good professionals to run. But there's also real life, right? And so stakeholders and community people have that kind of real life experience that scientists seldom can grasp, and need to be on the receiving end of expertise around what happens in real life. Also, just a philosophical point, a diversity of perspectives means you have many other ways to think about something. And what's really important is when you have a whole range of stakeholders, you tend to be more comprehensive in your approach. So I always get to the end of a trial, and the sub-I or the I will say, okay, you're not going to be part of our meetings anymore because we're just closing out. And I'm like, no, there's a lot of work to do after the trial. There's dissemination, there's post-trial access, there's all of that. And they're like, oh, right. It's a life cycle. I think that's the point. This is a complex diagram. It's one I love. We can share it. But basically, this is the range of our activities. We do everything from decision-making to kind of inspiring others. And we have a whole range of activities that we do. And you can have a look at this later when you have more time. And basically, but we do kind of, from the standard point of view, we do conform to the 16 activities in the guidelines that are broken up into 3 phases: trial planning, trial conduct, and trial closure. You can see 3 little red flags, which is where we currently have severe structural problems. And right at the beginning, it's formative research. So formative research is probably the biggest challenge that the HIV prevention field has, and I'll talk a little bit about it later. We also have problems around protocol development. So we often get handed a protocol, and that leaves little for the community to engage with in terms of trial procedures. And then we often have challenges around post-trial access. So if you follow the debate between the ring and Caballet, the Depiverine ring, and cabotegravir, long-injecting cabotegravir, you will know that that's currently a debated conflict almost. That's a set of issues around post-trial access for both of them. They both have challenges around post-trial access. So those are the kind of red flags that we're experiencing in the community engagement space with clinical trials at the moment. But I suppose what's really important for us is you have to have a long-standing relationship with your community for there to be sustained engagement. And it's very hard to kind of do it on a trial-by-trial basis. It's much better to have and that's why we have the big team, right? It's much better to have a relationship, a marriage, if you like, a partnership that goes beyond a trial, that is deeper. And for us, that's how we get our portfolio together. So people often ask me, like, how do you decide what to do? I'm like, well, we have commitments for the trials, and then we have the community agenda, and that's what we do. And this is just a portfolio of the work that we do. We do research literacy. We work in the region with CASPA, which I'll talk a little bit later. We do recruitment, obviously, for trials. We do retention. But without that long-standing relationship, you can't do any of this. Otherwise, you're just like a transactional intermediary, like find participants for this trial, exit them, and we don't want that kind of relationship. And one thing I want to say is, even though it's a standard, GPP is evolving. So it's only really been around since 2012, really. There were some earlier versions, but if truth be told, it kind of only got traction in 2012. And I think it's important to say that it is still in development. And TB trials, in fact, the TB guidelines, the GPP guidelines are better, I think, than the HIV prevention guidelines because they came later. So one of the critical problems with the HIV prevention guidelines is that formative research in the sequence of events occurs before site selection, which is ridiculous, right? How would you do formative research if you haven't selected the site? And I'll tell you what the problem with that is a bit later. And at the same time, all of us here and other GPP practitioners are trying to define what good participatory practice really means. What is good? What is participatory? What is a practice? Those are all elements that we're trying to constantly define, and it is a moving target somewhat. We have learned some things though. Formal stakeholder engagement mechanisms like CABs do have varying effects. So we have a very different, when I heard all the experience in the room, I was curious because we have a term limit, for example, on our CABs. So I think there's an interesting diversity of experiences with formal engagement. And there are places where it works really, really, really well, and there are places where it doesn't work well at all, and then you need alternatives. The global CABs, there's a couple of them, work really well for certain kinds of things, but not others. So I think it's important to kind of take that lesson and kind of run with it. And then I really want to kind of, I make it an equal point, but it's actually the most important point. Context has a diluting effect, which means that wherever you are, the rule, and that's why GPP is seldom used as a standard, the rule is diluted by the concept, by the context. So, for example, in HIV prevention, there's a very hard push to have user-controlled options. So the Depiverine ring is user controlled. The person who wants to prevent HIV inserts the dapivirine ring themselves. They don't need a nurse, they don't need a clinic, they don't need any of those things. And there's a very strong push for that, right? And it's absolutely true that in many sub-Saharan contexts, that is a vital necessity because of remoteness, because of lack of access to facilities. But for example, in our very high density population, where people have different rhythms and routines or varying rhythms and routines, actually a provider-initiated solution is better. So an injectable every 2 or 6 months or a year, we hope in the future, would be much better than a ring, right? Neither is better than the other. They just work differently in different contexts. And that's, I think, something that we sometimes, as GP peers, we lose sight of. So apart from the professional jealousies aside, and kind of academic contestation aside, different strategies work in different contexts. And that's one of the enduring lessons in good participatory practice, that it doesn't, the what is almost irrelevant. What's important is, does the strategy work in your environment? Does it achieve the outcome you want? So what's our role as practitioners? We're in a growing field. And for me, there's really 2 things we can only do now. One is build a body of knowledge. Now, I can tell you now, I work in an academic environment, and we are the most academic shy part of that environment. Community engagement practitioners never publish, or never, seldom publish. In fact, investigators publish on our behalf, which is problematic in my view. Sorry, investigators. We need to learn how to be out there in the world. We like these safe, closed environments because our work is contested and challenging, and we don't always feel safe. But we need to find our confidence and go out there and publish and talk about the work that we do. Engage with the science. And then critically, in order to do that, you have to document. So one thing we're not great at, actually, maybe let me talk for myself. Our teams have not been great at doing is kind of consistent documentation, because that's how you collect the evidence to publish. And I realize that not everyone wants to engage in the academic world, but in the space that we operate on, that's the kind of ivory tower that one needs to engage with. So that's the first part, is we need to build our body of knowledge. We need to have a whole lot of documentation out there in the field that natural scientists defer to social scientists around the work that we do. And then we need to advocate for GPP, and this is a lot harder. Firstly, that's part of the publishing point. We need to demonstrate the value of what we do. So I often get asked, so we have lots of new investigators, a lot, it's a revolving door. And in medical school, nobody is taught about public engagement in science or community engagement in clinical trials. And so young scientists never really fully understand what the value is of engaging with the community, and sometimes even older scientists. And so it's really important that we start showing that value. That's the first thing. And then we really have to, spotlight on us, have to really think about what we do that is impactful. So you must always have the lens of impact on. Is this activity that I'm doing, is this task, is this instrument going to have a meaningful contribution to public engagement in science or whatever it is your objective is? That's really critical. And then you need to join forums like this one, like other ones, public forums, learning forums, where we can start to advocate for stakeholder involvement in clinical trials. So I feel like that's kind of where we need to to go. The big question, formative research. So in HIV prevention, formative research, which is the research you do before you start a clinical trial, is typically only population level data. So I'll give you an example. We run an STI trial for resistance to gonorrhea medication, right? So we all know this. I hope we all know this, that gonorrhea is getting out of control. There's a lot of resistance to the current drugs that we're using, and it's kind of a growing pandemic itself. Now, in the trial that we just did, which was absolute torture, I will not tell you, we had to find men with gonorrhea. So you all know how difficult that might be in a mobile population where men do not access the clinic. It's a classic South African problem, might be wider than South Africa, but men do not access the public clinic because the public clinic is very feminized and intimidating and shaming, right? So we know that that's a predominant problem. In the formative research, the sponsor, a big pharmaceutical company, I shall not name, said your gonorrhea prevalence is 7%. So you should be able to reach your population. If you reach this many people, you will find this many men. And as I'm sure you know, that is not what happened. Because finding men under those circumstances in a highly mobile, hustling, kind of bustling, urban, super urban population is going to be really difficult. And the trial procedure is 6 hours long. And there's a PK study, which is 9 hours long. And that was the only research they did. And the whole model was funded, all the community engagement was funded on those assumptions. And of course, we ran out of money in the first month because it's a really difficult, not the first month, but it's a really difficult thing to do, to find the kind of population they want, because they did not come to Hillbrow to understand the social and cultural values of the population that they were trying to target, right? They said, 7%, these are the general norms, this is what you're working with, here's your budget. And all those assumptions were wrong, right? So when you use national level data before you pick a site, you don't get the benefits of understanding what the site is about. And so that's a really, really important point. And now our team fights hard after 2 years of that study, which literally closed last week. We've said we will no longer do this if the sponsor does not do another round of formative assessment after they've selected the site. So it's fine. You can choose South Africa as a country with high prevalence. But if you want to choose Hillbrow or the inner city of Joburg, you have to come to the inner city of Joburg and do some formative research to understand the community. Because the city of Joburg is different from Matlosana. I used to work in Matlosana. The city of Matlosana is different from Gugs. Yeah? So that's that's for us, for HIV prevention, the big formative research issue. And we constantly have trial design problems because of that problem. TB, however, I think sequences it differently. In theory, you do site selection first and then formative research afterwards, which is great. I don't know how well that's done. I don't know how well that's funded. I don't know how committed sponsors are to that, but at least in the guidelines, the sequence is right? I think the benefit that TB also has over HIV prevention is your studies are really long. So it allows for that relationship to be cultivated, to percolate. I mean, we've got 4 BNAB studies. If everyone knows what BNABs are there, I can talk more about it, but they're antibodies against HIV. Literally, it's 4 months. And it's a complex scientific concept. And how do you explain to someone that you're going to put an antibody of HIV into their body and how they, like, you can't do that in 4 months, right? So I do think having longer studies in some sense is easier. And I think you should capitalize on that. So find strategies and mechanisms to really use the duration of studies to kind of build those relationships. And then there's the problem, though, of having older studies that have no investment in GPP just because they preceded this movement. And that's its own challenge. I don't know what else there is, but I'm assuming there are other issues. And really, that's why I asked the question. I think we can learn a little bit from the TB work that's been done in HIV prevention. And definitely when we go to big meetings, we use the TB guidelines to advocate for changing the sequence of events in the HIV prevention guidelines, which I think you should be proud of. So what? So what does all this mean? I think that there's a lot of work to be done pulling disease areas together. I think good participatory practice is a universal standard for clinical trials. And the disease areas are kind of not irrelevant, but a nuance that comes later. Committing in across disease areas to making good participatory practice a standard for clinical trials, which means that IRBs, global CABs, and sponsors cannot move forward without good participatory practice in place, is something we aspire to, and we want to advocate for that with other disease areas. We can also share learnings. I mean, there's lots of work that all disease areas do. I'm always amazed by things that come out of cancer, that come out of COVID, you know, that we learn from. So I think building relationships that are closer is better. And then simple things like recruitment practices. And then publish. And it's really not up to us to publish, all of us, but it is up to us to document and be mindful that we need to show the value of our work. So whatever you do, at whatever level you are, whether you're in a CAB, whether you're a study coordinator, whether you're an investigator, you all have a role to play in getting the evidence out that's going to generate the support for good participatory practice as a standard. And so my challenge to you is, what can you do now, in the next month, next year, and in the next quarter? And that's really all I wanted to. Yep, there's our beautiful city.
Some minutes is okay. Actually,
should I set up here? Oh, okay. Sorry, I feel alone. You guys too read, so it's okay. I'll sit here.
you can be able to read from this. Okay. Now I would like to invite our second speaker, Naomi. She will tell us much about the stakeholder mapping, engagement, and a lot more. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Are we still together? Are we still energized? Are we still here? Awesome. Okay, there we go. So as they've already mentioned, my name is Naomi Shongwane, and I'm from the Sechava, there we go. Sechava research site. I won't go too much into the background of our site. I think me and Kagiso are available over tea and lunch if you want to know more about our site. I'm just going to get straight into work, if that's okay with you. All right. But I thought, let me, give you just a picture of my team. We're quite a small team. We're located in a semi-rural area called Soshanguve, which is located here in Pretoria. And we are made up of CLOs, recruiting officers, as well as a retention officer. And we're a mix of young, old, and just a diverse group within our community engagement team. So I've been tasked to talk about stakeholder mapping and how this is a key to community engagement planning. So I think we have mics. We're going to have this very engaging, and I want to hear your thoughts. So we all know what stakeholder mapping is, right? So what is it? How do you define stakeholder mapping? Anybody? Yes, please. Go ahead.
I think here you mean first you need to know the area where you work. Okay, let's say the district is an urban or is a region. So in that case, if it is a district, then you need to know your stakeholders in that area. You may have internal or external stakeholders. So mapping is to exactly to know the type of stakeholders and where they are. That is in short. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to add?
Okay, is to ensure that in the area that you are working for, there are the people who normally called as a gatekeeper, those who are having the big influence in the community, who are very trusted. So in terms of the stakeholder mapping, is to ensure that you include those kind of people.
Okay, last one. Okay, we have one here.
Thank you very much. I think when you speak of stakeholder mapping, it's maybe yes, understanding the area that you're working in. And also number two, who are the stakeholders who have the same or something closer to what you are doing, that you will even share information with them or maybe get information from them and also partner with them for you to achieve your own goal. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Too many mics. Thank you. I think those are very valuable contributions, and that definitely gives us a background to what is the understanding of stakeholder mapping across the different sites and different community engagement offices. So how can we then define stakeholder mapping? So it is a visualization of the relationship with stakeholders have with a specific community, a specific CRS, and how this relationship evolves. So it goes beyond just identifying the stakeholder. And this is what I want to drive through to each of us, that mapping is just not a single activity. It is an iterative process. It goes back and forth throughout the life of the research cycle. And it's important for us to understand that it is about those relationships that evolve over time. And these relationships change depending on where you are within the different phases of that research or that specific project. And as I said, it goes beyond just identifying that stakeholder. So then what is the importance of stakeholder mapping when we're looking at our community engagement plans? And I've got just a diagram here that talks about the planning, the engagement process, and measuring, which is very, very important. So an effective stakeholder engagement plan, which is informed by a very effective stakeholder mapping plan, will then assist us as research teams in designing and implementing research that is not only effective, but that is going to be locally acceptable, as well as laying the groundwork for supportive environment for research that goes beyond just the clinical trial. So this is a long-term relationship that you're creating from these mapping activities. So as I said, that stakeholder mapping goes beyond just identifying, that it's actually a process. So let's just look a bit at what this process entails. So you identify your stakeholders, which we've already mentioned, but then you need to classify and then prioritize these various stakeholders. You have to analyze the stakeholders, you engage the stakeholders, but most importantly, you have to track your engagement with these stakeholders. And as you can see that this process filters within our community engagement plans, that you identify, you classify, you analyze, you engage, and lastly, you track your mapping process. So I think we're all quite familiar with this diagram from our GPP guidelines. And so in terms of identifying your stakeholders, we all know who our stakeholders are. And the GPP guidelines also very beautifully dictate and show who these stakeholders are. So it's our trial participants, community stakeholders, which can include your CBOs, families, the immediate environment where you're going to be recruiting from, broader stakeholders, national, global stakeholders. So I want us, as we go through this presentation, that we are all cognizant of the different stakeholders that we are mapping and the levels in which they lie within this diagram. So after you've identified your stakeholders, we're going on to the second process, which is you need to classify who these stakeholders are, and then you need to prioritize them. And this becomes important and avoids us engaging with the wrong stakeholder at the wrong time, at the wrong phase of the research cycle. Does it make sense? Yes. Yeah. So after identifying your stakeholder, we prioritize them. And this will help you create an engagement strategy that fits that specific group, that specific stakeholder. And the various factors that may influence how you prioritize your stakeholder through your mapping process is the nature of your project. So this could be different clinical trial studies or a community agenda within your organization. And you also have to look at the available resources. Now, I think we all know as community engagement officers that we do not really have a lot of resources at our sites. Money is quite tight. So as you map your stakeholders, you need to bear in mind, do I have the resources to engage these various stakeholders? And lastly, you need to look at your project timelines. I think what Khadija has already alluded to is that some studies are 4 months, some are 2 years. So you need to look at the timelines in which you're going to be engaging these stakeholders, which will then help you analyze how do I map these stakeholders. Are these stakeholders going to be required for us to engage them in a short period, or is it going to be over a long period of time? So we've identified our stakeholders. We've then classified and prioritized them in terms of their importance. But now we also need to analyze these different stakeholders throughout the mapping process. And this requires an in-depth analysis that will allow you to evaluate the potential impact of any given stakeholder. And this will be based on their interest in their project. Let's not forget that this is not about what we want from the stakeholder, but it's also about what is their interest in us, in our projects. And it will also be dependent on how the project will affect them. Will it be a negative impact? Is this a population that we're going to be recruiting from? Or are they a regulatory stakeholder, internal or external? So you need to also factor in how will this impact them, the specific project, and also the amount of influence that they build. As we will see in a diagram that I'll show of a matrix, you'll also need to understand the influence of the different stakeholder. So are they for an approval purpose? Are they for access? Or are they for just consultation? Are they gatekeepers that we've already mentioned? So you'll need to look at these 3 factors that could potentially affect how you map your stakeholders. And I think if you skip this important step, you could miss the opportunities to foster constructive relationships with key stakeholders. Or worse, as I've said, you might waste very limited resources and engage the wrong people at the wrong time. For example, you might engage traditional leaders, whereas maybe you were supposed to engage the broader religious groups, so that it doesn't seem as if you're prioritizing traditional leaders over other religious groups. So it is very important for you then to keep these factors in mind in order for you to engage at the right time with the right people. Now we're going to further look at how do we analyze. So the first step is that we identify the various stakeholders. Second step is that we clarify and we prioritize the importance of these stakeholders. Then thirdly, we have to analyze the stakeholders. And there are various methods of approaches that have been used and frameworks that maybe we use in our science, but one that we found very easy to use is the power or interest grid. So now what this grid helps you do as a site, it helps you determine where do these stakeholders lie, how frequent do I need to be engaging them, and over what period of time do I need to engage them. So we're going to go across the room. So as you can see in the first block that says high interest and low influence. So here, this specific stakeholder, you're going to inform completely and you're going to monitor closely. So which stakeholder do you think would fall in this group? They've got a high interest in your project. They've got a very low influence though, but need to be informed completely. Any ideas?
My trial participants.
Your trial participants, definitely. So your trial participant got a very high interest and might have a very low influence as to what happens in the project, but you need to inform them completely from the get-go and you need to monitor them closely. Okay, let's look at the second block. So we're looking at a stakeholder who's got high interest, high influence. You engage them regularly and you need to keep them satisfied. Which stakeholder would you place in this block? Let's get an answer over the side. Okay. Yes, your CAG. Any other stakeholder you would place in this block? Besides your community advisory group? Can we use the mic so everybody can hear?
I'm thinking of the medical staff that is within that
internal
center,
stakeholder.
yeah. So you regularly update them.
Definitely, definitely. As well as your regulatory boards. That's another very important stakeholder. They've got a high interest. They are highly influential to your project. You need to always engage them if there are changes within your project, and you need to keep them satisfied.
I think that's okay.
Okay.
I think that's the interest. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah, short voice. I think that's the interest group, which can be the pushing factor. Let's say that you are doing a study on the HIV. So you need the HIV consequences to be the push factor, because you can have those regulatory body and so forth, but they can never be the push factor.
Oh, interesting. Any other? Okay, then we're going to go to the last two blocks where we have stakeholders that have a low interest, low influence, but they need to be given essential information and you have minimal contact with. Can you just get one example?
So I wanted to say.
Okay.
I think also our clinics of
in terms of
always.
Okay, all right. And low interest, low influence, which stakeholder would you place there? Journalists. Anyone? The community. What do we think? I agree. The broader community, they've got, some may have low interest, not that much influential, but they need to be given the right information about the study, about the project, and you might have minimal contact with. So we get the whole gist of this grid. So it becomes very influential as you're doing it as a site, once you're starting to map out your stakeholders, to place them in the different quadrants and be able to determine what kind of engagement will you require and the tools that you're going to need. I've got a few minutes left, so I'm going to go through. So as I said that with your stakeholder map that we've just created earlier using that interest grid, it's going to assist you in informing how you want to engage the different groups of stakeholders. And you will pose these few questions to your group, to your team, to be able to determine who's going to be engaging with this specific stakeholder. What kind of information are you going to give out based on the fact that they're low interest, high interest, they only require essential information. So you don't end up going to the community and divulging a lot of protocol information, whereas probably they only need to know what is the eligibility criteria of that specific study and how could this, and the bigger picture of the study and not the fine details. So by doing that grid, you're able then to answer these questions with your team. And this is just a grid that you could also use as part of your mapping. So you define who are your stakeholders, the area of influence, are they there just to give you approvals, or is it for compliance purposes? And at which project phase do you want to be engaging them? At the initial phase when you're recruiting, or at the protocol development, or is it when you're disseminating results, or is it during data collection? So you need to classify how will you engage the stakeholder, or does this stakeholder need to be engaged throughout the project, as well as the approach that you're going to use. Are you going to be consulting? Are you going to be having more collaboration with this stakeholder, as well as the different tools you're going to need? And then lastly, how frequent do you need to engage the stakeholder? So as we come to the end, it's important then to track the evolution of your stakeholder mapping. So as we said, it's a 5 process. We've identified, we've classified and prioritized, and then we have then analyzed our different stakeholders, and now we have engaged them, and now we need to track our stakeholders. So your mapping will need to be updated. As I said, this is a living and moving document that you're going to be working with and tracking, and it's an iterative process. You're going to go back and forth, including new stakeholders at different phases of the research or the project, and some will then fall off, some require long-standing relationships. So this will then be based on the position of the stakeholder, the interest of the stakeholder, and the relevancy of that stakeholder. And is it essential to update your stakeholder mapping often to get the most value for your community engagement strategy? So just to close off, a strategic stakeholder mapping for me will always lead to an effective engagement plan. If you have not followed this 5-step process, it affects how you engage your community, how you engage the different stakeholders, and the progress in which the project or whatever you're going to be engaging in as a team will end up. Either it's going to be successful or not because of how you've strategically planned from the mapping process all the way to engagement activities. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much. Now I would like. Are you comfortable with Christine there? I think you can watch from this. So Christine is from Nimri Mwanza. She's the program coordinator for monitoring and evaluation program. She's going to talk more about this. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
May I just want to do one housekeeping item. Your microphones were on your tables. Please don't turn them off after you've spoken, because then it's hard to turn them back on. We need to hear you to be able to keep track of the conversation. So we want to hear from you, but don't touch the power button.
All right.
Thank you, Stefan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'll go straight to our today's business. And I'll talk through. Okay. Oh, great. Thanks. So I'll talk through work planning. I understand that you have your CE work plans in place. So we are just going to remind ourselves of what work planning is. Why do we need work planning in our community engagement activities? And also to just understand the steps in constructing a work plan. We will further discuss on monitoring and evaluation as a program for community engagement. And then we will also talk about the logic models. Okay, so a work planning is the detailed accounting of how an individual or group proposes going about accomplishing a specific task. So it shows all the tasks involved in a project, who is responsible for each task, and when the task will be completed. So it's sometimes known as the project plan. So these are just some of the steps in constructing a work plan. The first thing is to identify the purpose for your work plan. And then you'll move further by writing the introduction and the background, determining your goals and objectives. And then we will further consider ordering your work plan by SMART objectives. When I talk about SMART objectives, I mean your work plan should be specific, should be measurable, should be achievable, should be relevant, as well as time bound. So you also list your resources, identify your constraints, also identify who is accountable, and write your strategy. So why do we need a work plan in our community engagement activities? So the first thing is to clearly define our engagement purposes and objectives. So this will help when evaluating our community engagement activities, and will also help in providing measures of success. But also by clearly defining our engagement purposes and objectives, we will be able to determine our engagement methods of use. Further, the work plans will also help engagement principles, how we are going to engage with our communities, and also in our engagement methods, how we are going to engage with each stakeholders, how and when, and also for evaluation. What worked well, what did not work well, what learnings can you carry forward? And you ask yourself a question: did you meet the engagement purpose and the objectives of your plans? Sorry. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm a project coordinator for monitoring and evaluation. So I'll also talk through monitoring and evaluation for community engagement as a program. So monitoring is a process. It's a cyclical process that tells us if the right thing is being delivered to the right people at the right time, in the right way to produce the desired outcomes. So this monitoring is looking into the process, whether the program is going in the right directions as planned. And so it is a continuous information collection, analysis, and reporting for decision making. So why evaluate? What is evaluation? So evaluation is a structured way of listening to people, but also evaluation tells us what doesn't work and what does. So evaluation is the process of collecting evidence and the reflection that will help you understand the dynamics and the effect of your work. Evaluation can generate learning to improve policy, design, and the practice. So evaluation is part of practice, and practice is part of evaluation. The goals of monitoring, this is just to mention a few, it's ensuring that all activities are carried out by the right people and in time, just as I have highlighted in our definition, and also to provide the inputs, the activities and the outputs, to ensure that the inputs, the activities, and the outputs proceed according to the plan, to assist managers in making decisions, and also to warn of deviations from the objectives. We have a number of benefits of evaluation, but we can just mention a few that with evaluation, we can establish opportunities for impact, but also accountability and reporting. It's a critical reflection for everyone involved, learning and improving, as well as the evidence of impact. So I'm going to talk about monitoring, I'm going to talk about monitoring and evaluation for community engagement as a program. So this program started last year in May, and it is a part of Community Engagement Capacity Development Fund involving two programs. So the first program is monitoring and evaluation for all EDCTP funded community engagement programs involved in Simplicity B study. So we have a number of sites who have the participating sites. Here we have sites from Tanzania, from UCTLI, from TASC and Uganda as part of this program. But also we have another program, which is the Youth Development Program, which is conducted at UCT Lung Institute. We have the program lead here, Zani. She'll also have time to give an overview of this program later. So the purpose of this M&E program is to report together. As you can see, we are working from different diverse communities. We work apart, but we all aim at reporting together, just as you can see. So why do we need monitoring, evaluation, and community engagement activities? As I said earlier, we need to make all our reporting work together. We work from diverse communities. We speak different languages, so we do things differently. So we do not aim to make all our community engagement the same, but we want to make all our reporting work together. So another thing is for evaluation and measurement. We have been doing community engagement activities for so many years now, but I can ask here in the room, can we really evaluate our programs? Do you know the impact the community engagement activities have brought to our communities and researchers? So with this program, this is an opportunity for us to be able to evaluate and measure the impact community engagement activities have brought to our communities, to our researchers, and to the whole population. But again, we need to ensure that what is reported is comparable between sites, even if we do things differently. In the monitoring and evaluation, we have a logic model. This is the planning tool that we use. And this model provides a way of understanding the relationship between the program inputs and the desired outcomes of the program. So it is a framework for M&E, for planning and implementation. So this is the logic model, the planning tool I'm talking about. So we have the inputs, what is invested in the program, the funding, the people, we have time, space, and so forth. But also we have the outputs, which are the activities, what we do. We have the outcomes, the short, medium, and long-term impacts, the indicators, method, and time point. There we have built that logic model, and this is the process that we went through in building the model. So we first identified our core and set specific engagement outcomes. Speaking of the core engagement outcomes, these are the outcomes that most of the sites share. It's not necessary that all sites will share these engagement outcomes, but most of the sites do share these engagement outcomes. But also we have set specific engagement outcomes that we identified. And then we went further to identify the core and specific indicators of change. We also decided on how our indicators will be reported. And then we created a shared toolbox of evaluation methods for indicators. These are just some examples of the established indicators, outcomes that the sites had established. So you can see, for example, for the core outcomes, we go to the communities, we conduct TB education, awareness. So one of the outcomes is that our community members will increase their awareness of the importance of participation in clinical research. These are just some examples. We have a number of them. We'll talk more about them tomorrow in our tomorrow's session. So we have site specific as well. There are some sites where they would visit the radio programs and provide education and awareness through radio programs. So this is just regarded as a site-specific outcome. So in summary, our logic models demonstrate accountability with focus on outcomes. They also integrate the planning, implementation, evaluation, and reporting. They create understanding, link activities to results, and promote learning. So what's our next step? So tomorrow we are going to have an M&E session tomorrow. And we'll give details on the logic models, the outcome statements, the indicators, and the methodologies. So we look forward to meeting all of you again tomorrow so that we can discuss in depth of all the information with regards to monitoring and evaluation. Otherwise, I would like to thank all our sponsors and partners, TB Alliance, Simplicity B, EDCTP, University of St. Andrews, and Berlin School of Public Engagement and Open Science. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine, for the presentation. And I think in the next couple of minutes, we're going to have a session of discussion, maybe question and answers. But I think Stephanie welcomes me. I just realized in these three presentations, there are some words which were regularly mentioned, like in both presentations. There is engagement, community, and stakeholder. And there's another, can I say, relationship or influence between the research projects and the community. And there was research and trial, but there was an issue of documentation. And one of the presenters says this is a two-way beneficial relationship. Like the community, but especially benefits from the research, and the research benefits from the community. I really like that. But there should be standards or guidelines or principles to be followed. With the second presentation, Naomi showed us she said stakeholder mapping goes beyond identification of stakeholders. In most cases, we think once you have identified your stakeholders, then that's it. But it is a process. She showed us the famous onion, I like that, with different levels of stakeholders. And she said you need a strategy based on the nature of your study. And also you need a plan of activities and metrics, whereby Christine continued to tell us about this plan, the importance of plan, and for monitoring and evaluation. I'll insist on what Christine said about the work plan. Initially, I hope you remember all the sites, we have been using different work plans from the sites depending on their activities. But I think as we continue to be able to accommodate the monitoring and evaluation program and reporting especially, as we continue, we are going to have a work plan which cuts across like a single format work plan for across the sites to be able to merge our studies with the program of monitoring and evaluation. More details will be given, as I said, on monitoring and evaluation will be given tomorrow, but there was one important aspect mentioned by the first speaker was about publication and showing the impact or the value of our work as community engagers. To be honest, we do a lot of work out there, but nobody recognizes because we cannot document. We have not published. We cannot quantify it, let's say 70%, 80%, and with the confidence value and those things, we cannot do that, but we can do something. Now, since we have the program and monitoring evaluation with Mari, who is mentoring us on this, I think maybe in 2 or 3 years to come, we'll be able to show the impact of our work. So thank you very much for that. I would like now to welcome the discussion, maybe question. Stephanie, you're welcome. I think I will also sit here in the high table.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the summary, Erica. And I just wanted to share a couple of high-level takeaways that I got from this panel. And I just want to thank all of you for coming and sharing your experience. This is exactly what I was hoping we would have, a very high-level discussion about best practices. A couple of takeaways from Khadijah's introduction to this whole discussion. We have guidance. We have expectations. We don't have requirements and regulatory, things that we need to do like good clinical practice. And I actually loved version 1 of GPP from back in 2009. I know the next one was a little bit broader, but it really opened my eyes. Having a broader set of guidelines that explain a one-line requirement in GCP that says stakeholder engagement should be done. We always think if it's in GCP, we're doing it. No, because if there's no explanation of what that means, what does that mean? So the GPP guidance is there to help us understand that.
I want to talk a little bit about the enabling environment we need to have all of these things take place, to have the funding available, to have a team in place, to focus on a plan for engagement for a trial that is early, throughout, long-lasting, where we're mapping appropriately, where we have teams that have autonomy at the site level to plan and influence their own team members, and to be able to collect that information and evaluate it, ultimately publish it. And so I'm taking a step back with this first question. Khadija, I'm going to point to you, but also I'm going to ask a principal investigator in the room about what is required for providing this enabling environment for you to do your best work possible. Yeah, Khadija, to you first for thoughts, and I'm going to put Dr. Brunskill on the spot as well as the head of a site.
I mean, I suppose resources are required primarily. And before resources, a standard is required. So there won't be resources without it being a requirement. We push our IRB, the Joburg IRB, the WITS IRB, very hard to deflect submissions that don't have a community engagement component, which is controversial and sometimes gets us into trouble, but it's an important advocacy point for us. So you first have to have the mandate, some kind of standard or requirement. Then you have to have money. That's the truth. And money is irrelevant until you have the right people in the right place with the right skills, and the more sophisticated and nuanced part, I suppose, is the right collaboration in the sector, both the disease area, but also across GPP, and also between the North and the South and in Sub-Saharan Africa. So that kind of matrix of collaboration is quite important. But that for me would be the kind of logic model. It would be commitments, rules, money, people, skills.
Thank you. And we know based on the GPP guidelines that everybody involved in research has a role and responsibility. So community engagement may be primarily implemented by engagement staff themselves, but can't be done without support from their team. And Dr.
Actually, an investigator's role is to lead community engagement. So in the DAIDS model, the investigator's role is to lead community engagement. And so it's also that relationship internal in the CRS is, does the community engagement team relate well to the investigators and vice versa? Or is it siloed? So we have different experiences in our CRS depending on a variety of factors. Sometimes it's very siloed. Sometimes there's a lot of collaboration, but the goal is you're led by your investigator. You are the support to your investigator. The investigator is not a researcher. So you're first a researcher and then you're an investigator. There's a reason why there's two different words for it. And it's because the role of the investigator is much broader.
Let's look at the actual context of a TB trial site. And Dr. Brunskill, please walk us through. How do you support your team?
Thanks for putting me on the spot. Wasn't really expecting that, but look, I'm honored to be here to sort of share the experiences that we've had and to try and sort of learn from everyone here. At our site, we've been doing TB and HIV research for, almost a decade and a half. And what we've sort of worked with is having community engagement staff that are, grassroots, born and bred from where we are, and sort of empowering them to, participate. For example, Irene and John have participated in the GPP guidelines drafting for TB. Get them to sort of help the young and upcoming people to understand what GPP is and to have a strong and broad representation in our CAB, and sort of work with them to try and see how we can impact the understanding of what we do in our community and also how we can learn from our community what they need. You know, I think there's a slogan where they say nothing about us without us. And slowly but surely it's infiltrating into everything we do. We've been lucky, obviously, to work with sponsors, including TB Alliance, who actually have a budget for community engagement. It's been difficult to do trials that don't have any sort of community engagement budget. And, you know, we'd have to leverage our board and, you know, the company to try and see where we can, you know, use company resources to make sure that that happens, even if there isn't a budget indicated. But like I said, with TB, for example, we've had a strong, you know, assistance with community engagement. And also with our DATE studies, we've had, for example, the ACTG is very strong with community engagement, and the HVTN as well. So all in all, like the colleague has said, it's all about having some sort of guideline in place, and us being an advocate on the ground to say, yes, we want to do this trial, but we need the resources to do the trial. Meaning we need to be able to have community engagement, you know, events happening on the ground. We need to be able to work very closely with the government, which are stakeholders that are there, and other NGOs on the ground to work towards getting the 1990 goals in place. Yeah.
Great for being on the spot. Thank you so much. I just want to do a time check. We have about 5 more minutes and we're running about 15 minutes behind, but we're going to make up time this afternoon. Erica, over to you for a little bit more discussion and questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. So,
yes, mine is not a question. I just wanted to have a little bit of information on the formative research, because now is an issue before doing a clinical trial, because we keep on applying and then later on you do the amendment because you have not focused well on the areas of the population. So I just want to have how best we can do the formative before going, at least in nutshell.
Thank you, Aditi. Actually, it doesn't have to be a question. It could be a comment. It could be an addition, a contribution, anything. It's just it's a discussion.
So ideally, you want to have a long-term relationship with your population, with your area. So different trial sites they sometimes have relationships with the population, or sometimes a geography, or sometimes both. Like, for example, we have a site that is particularly focused on key populations, which extend beyond just Hillbrow. Our site focuses on Hillbrow, where adolescent girls in Hillbrow and men who don't want to go to the clinic, those are our populations. So we build that relationship over a long period of time. And so it's quite easy to if you repeatedly conduct key elements of formative research, you can have baseline stats that you keep using, right? So if you just do a simple knowledge, attitude, behavior survey repeatedly with your priority populations or geography, you will kind of have formative research ready. But there's always extra questions when a trial comes. There's always additional questions. And then you have to have very nimble ways of accessing your population. And that can only happen when you have an ongoing, sustained relationship with them. So that would be my one point. However, it's also about timing. You cannot say to me as community engagement person, we are recruiting in 2 weeks' time, please do the formative research. It doesn't work like that. So you need to educate your own CRS and your own investigators to kind of understand that there's a lead in. And if community engagement is part of activation right at the beginning, because activation happens sometimes a whole year in advance. If you start at the beginning, you will have the time to ask those nuanced questions that are required for formative research. And then that will influence trial design, etc. But you can also use your cabs. I mean, we see our cabs once a month. We really push them to participate. There's a lot of work involved, but but ideally it should be a standard that that there's pre-site selection, and then you do formative research, and then there's final site selection. That's the idea.
Thank you, Adija. And also, I have heard this other people, it should be also remembered to put it in the budget, because you have seen in some of the research where formative research was not budgeted, and somewhere it has to be done, and then you get some problems. So once you are writing, I think it's okay. It's good to put the budget for formative research. Okay, can I start that question and then?
Oh.
Yeah, we only have 5 minutes, so
I'll
keep it
try,
short.
I'll
Thank
try
you.
to be as
Okay, there's one more.
as short as I can. Now, I'm not sure whether it's going to be a question or a comment. Maybe you're going to assist me. Around this issue of formative research and protocol development, the background that is given, it just reminds me back, I think somewhere, if you remember, in about 2016 or 2018, it was an HIV prevention study that was taking place in our community in Delft. I think it's a PrEP something. Now that you're saying you're facing challenges around that, the HIV prevention and lessons that might be learned from the GPP in TB trials, I'm just trying to find out when the guys, I'm not going to mention the name of the company that was doing the research or those trials there, but what I've picked up is that some of the issues that you're highlighting is that for us as the community in Delft at the time, there was no formal community advisory board that was established by that company, but we were informed that there is a trial that is taking place. People were knocking into our doors. And at some point, some of the community members were skeptical because they had no background of why must they participate in the study or in that trial. And at a later stage, there was a mass meeting that was called in a community hall that we were to be informed of the outcome of the results. And literally, there was nothing presented to us to say, this is what transpired. Instead, there were refreshments. People were entertained with refreshments. That's what we've realized. And we've questioned that particular program. But because we were part and parcel of the task applied science CAP, now we're seen to be as if we're trying to be problematic because it's another company that was doing the trial, not task. So those are the things I'm saying that maybe if you outline that, because from where I'm coming, when task applied science is bringing a new protocol, they would make sure that before it can expand, they will come to us and then they will present the protocol with all the relevant people that are doing the protocol. And then we as the CAP will have input from the community, raise issues that are of concern from the community. And at times we bring some certain representative from the community so that they can engage. And then from there is going to be a structure that will look into the inputs that is coming from the community and then be able to finalize that development of that protocol to see whether it does speak into the community that the trial is going to take place. I just wanted to come up with that comment because around the issue of HIV, we're still experiencing some of those challenges. We don't even know the formal protocol that is being taken, and recruiters, they just want to tick the box and then go. So that's the challenge that we still continue to find in some areas in our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that concern. I would like generally we are really running out of time, but I would like to say, that's why we really say community engagement, it has to be continuous. Do not be done only during the recruitment. It has to be a continuous in all stages of the study. Stefan would like to add?
Thank you so much. No, I agree. And I know we have a lot more comments. This is exactly what we're hoping to happen today. And you know, we're lucky if we use up all the time with discussion. What I would like to ask is if Naomi and Christine could also add one last thought from your panel that you want everyone to leave with. And then I would recommend that we take a tea break. We will pick up the conversation in the next session and continue this dialogue. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and also during tea break and lunch, these people are around, so we could ask them our questions. I'm sorry, we're really running out of time. Is that okay, Peter? Are you angry with me? Okay. Second one.
Good morning again, colleagues. Yeah, straight to the point. Okay, firstly, thank you to the panel. And Khadija, it has been indeed a good information session, because my question was that whatever that we are doing within communities, where can we publish it? And my question is that, is there a platform that we can join to share our community work, and also to link as well our stakeholders, and also to get information? How can we do that? And to the floor, this is my best friend. My best friend, I don't know about yours. Since I started research, this is a book that helps me to grow. And I wish that, actually, I lost this one. This is a new one. I had to go and look for it. So I had to download a PDF. But if we can is there a platform where we can provide these books to?
Everyone's got a GPT on TV.
Yeah. So, yeah, if I was there, thank you.
Yeah, the GPP book is in our package. I think it would be nice for everyone to have a look at it.
Okay. I think my last thoughts, just to speak on us being able to publish our work. What we are doing is that we are forcing ourselves in the tight spaces, in the round tables as community engagement officers, making it uncomfortable for the clinical teams to make sure that they hear our voices. And what we're actually doing, and I think maybe we can have a broader discussion, is that as our side, we are creating an ethnographic piece that we're going to include in each and every protocol. We're sending it to the sponsors. It's getting approved by our own ethics board to give us the opportunity to document the narratives, the experiences that we are collecting throughout those different projects, and be able to have rights over that data, because that is our story and of what we do on the ground. And I think it's something that we can all advocate for, to have those, you know, standard pieces within the protocols to ensure that we're able to document and publish our own work, and have us be the authors in those pieces. And lastly also is that, you know, when sites apply for studies, we've also made sure that we're in the room, that when they do the feasibility checks, our community is there, and we're able to say straight on that this won't work, and are able to even provide the data to support it, having been partnered with our different stakeholders who feed us this information on a quarterly basis from our Department of Health, from our various organizations, to say these are the numbers that we're seeing with different populations, and this is what you can expect if you've got such a study. And we're able to say, no, this won't work, and for various reasons. And our site has been able to take our word for it and not take on those studies. So I think it's us being able to get into those tight spaces with the investigators, with the boards, and to make sure our voices are heard.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Christine?
Okay.
One last word.
Okay. So, in my opinion, I think we need to have a structured way of planning our community engagement activities, so that we can be able to evaluate and measure the impact our community engagement activities have to our researchers. So through this program, we have a lot of documentation, and perhaps this is one way we can use in publishing our results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naomi, Khadija, and Christine. And thank you very much for the team for listening to this. I would really like to give one applause to our presenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to our tea break now, and I know we said we would be back to start again at 11:30, but we're going to ask you to just come back in 15 minutes. It is now 11:40. So let's please resume at 5 minutes to noon. Okay. Thank you so much. Tea and coffee are out in the main lobby.
Mtu hajalala. Mtu hajalala.
Right, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm glad we had a little tea break, a little bit refreshed. We're going to have some more people filtering in, but I'm going to move us forward because we do have a pretty tight agenda today. Tomorrow is a little bit more loose, but today we have to stay on program. So I'm going to ask Boitumelo Semelo to come join me. She's going to facilitate the next session on best practices in community engagement, focusing on capacity development. Just a housekeeping reminder from our wonderful tech team. Again, we want to hear from you. Please use your microphones. They're all on. Don't touch the buttons. Great. And I see some Post-its in the parking lots. Excellent. Fill it up. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back everybody to the second session. We are going to be talking about capacity development. Can I please get a little feel of understanding from the CLMs, from the CAB members, of your understanding when we talk about capacity development in our communities, what are we talking about? Just a little feel from the, especially the CAB members. I don't want the CLMs, I think they know, but especially the CAB members. When we talk about capacity development, what are we referring to? What are we talking about? Any volunteer? Otherwise, if you don't volunteer, I'll volunteer for you. The CAB chairpersons, the mentors, CAB representatives.
Okay, so the capacity development that I think it should start right from the understanding research, what research means, up to engagement with the community. Yeah, so you should be able to know what research is all about, and then also appreciate it. And then you're able to get down to the community and you're able to talk about research with confidence and then also understand what it means to engage with the community beyond your role as a community person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. My understanding is, as a CAP member, capacity development will simply say means I should start by understanding the study, me as a CAP member. And remember, as a CAP member, I'm a bridge between the site and my entire community. Then for me to understand fully about the study, it simply means I'll deliver the right message to my community. And I'll have also to hear from them, their side, how does the study, how do they engage in the study? And hear about how they feel about the study, what's their problem regarding the study, and take it back to the entire side, so that the communication doesn't break in between. That relies only on me as a CAP member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving swiftly into the session, I would like to introduce the speakers for this session. We have Zani Debit from UCTLI, who is going to be talking about the Youth Health Ambassador Program. We have Hadija Semvoa from KCRI, who will be talking about CAP development. We have Irene Masiu from Oram Institute, who will be talking about the community engagement program development. So we'll have a little bit of more engagement and discussions into talking about the capacity development. Can I have our first speaker? Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Establishing a community advisory board managed youth health ambassadors program in low socioeconomic research communities. I'm Zani Devitt from UCT Lung Institute, and I'm here to tell you about our youth engagement and development program. So, what is a youth health ambassador? You may be wondering. So, youth health ambassador is someone who positively represents and speaks for research, for health, and for social responsibility. It's about encouraging peers, first and foremost, but also the wider community to take ownership of health and social concerns embedded in the community. And really, youth health ambassadors are important points of contact for their peers so that they can share information and be guides to discuss sensitive and difficult topics that adolescents don't have a space to engage with adults with. And really, these adolescents identify as change makers. And that means that they are actively taking creative action to address community concerns, that they are committed to the greater good, and that they hope to bring about change in their communities. Okay, so just a little bit of background on how this program started. It was an idea, and we started in 2018 engaging youths, and it started in a local high school in one of our communities, and we already had an existing relationship with this high school, and the school identified a group of learners. And really, this was formative research in the sense that I went in and listened to what the needs are of the adolescents and how we can tailor this program to what they want and what is important for them. It worked well. We did that for 2 years, but being linked to a school means that there was some red tape in accessing the adolescents. yeah, there was a barrier in terms of space and time, which I noticed. And at the same time, I was really noticing the amazing work that CAB members are already doing in the community with youths. And I was really inspired by that and thought, how about we use the potential that we already have in CABs, people who are already part of the research agenda and who are committed to research. How about upskilling them and building capacity so that the youth program can be managed and led within the community from a CAB member. So this really allowed for the youth program to be better integrated into the community itself instead of being integrated into the school. It's just gonna play.
Will you give it to me every time? Can we make it?
So why do we engage and why is it important to develop youths? So youths are really an important subpopulation in research, and they have an important role and a right to be involved in decisions that affect them. Adolescents have agency in their development, and they have the power to shape the course of their own lives, but they also have the power to shape the well-being of the wider community. So the goal of this program is really to upscale existing CAB members to lead a focused community-based youth health ambassadors program that will identify and mentor the next generation of adolescents and young adults. And so the first one, you will see CAB empowerment, and that's, there is Shale is our youth team lead, and she's been a CAB member since 2017, and she has been trained and she has successfully led a cohort of adolescents. The other one is positive peer influence. Now, research has shown us that adolescents are more easily influenced by their peers than they are influenced by adults. So they would rather listen to their own peers than they would listen to an adult. So upscaling and giving adolescents the knowledge and the skills to engage with their peers means that there's more power in engagement. And then really strengthening the community ties. It's focused on adolescents to peers, but we've seen that the impact is so much wider than only on youths. They actually inspire the wider community, and with their exciting approaches, adults want to know more. And really this whole approach creates a network of allies and advocates, people who trust in research, who speak for research. And the goal of this program is really about sustainability. So when we as a research site move out of the community, or not out of the community as a whole, but just out of this youth program, that there are people who are capacitated and able to lead the program without the research site being part of it. And the other part is to really create something that can be replicated in other low socioeconomic research communities. So the educational plan for this is there are two parts. One is focused on the youth health ambassadors, and it's run across over 1 year. Adolescents 8 or 9 in a cohort, and they are between the grades of 8 and 11. And just matric was excluded because we know it's an important year and we need them to focus on their work. And whatever we do, we don't want to schoolwork first. But really focusing on that age group, it has worked really well. So the sessions are structured that there are 8 formal sessions and 8 informal blended learning sessions. So a formal session and a blended learning session will happen every month over the course of 8 months. And the sessions happen in the community, as you can see, outside if the weather is fine, but if, not, they make do and find a space just to be together and to engage and inspire each other. An important aspect is also the formal training provided by the site, learning support. So they come to the site, see what we do there, they get the training and understanding about TB and research, but we also invite investigators, as you will see on the photo, to come and engage with the children, to answer questions, and just be there and share any information that the adolescents find interesting or that they want to know more about. Team building is an important part. Really having fun is an important part of this program, and giving agency to youths where it's not up to the site or the youth team lead to say, we want to do this outreach or we want to do an engagement there. It's youth initiated, so they get to decide what will work for them and how they want to engage their community. And we just had our first lovely graduation ceremony in the beginning of the year for last year's cohort. And they invited a few family members and in a community hall where they did a presentation and talked about what they learned, what the program meant to them, and we acknowledged their participation through a certificate-given ceremony. So the educational plan for the youth team leads, the CAB members, it's really a training of the trainer approach, which means it's not something that's also once off, it's something that's continuous throughout the whole program. Meaning that the team leads will receive formal training before the program starts, but before every session that they have, every workshop that they have with the youths, they come to site and meet with myself, and we sit, we go through the sessions, we plan, we make sure that we are on one page if there's any concerns or difficulties. So that is really for support and planning. Also, WhatsApp line that's open for continuous support with the youth team lead. Training and resources, the site provides everything, flip charts, pamphlets, educational material, post-its, everything that's needed is supplied to the youth team lead who then runs the workshops with the adolescents. The Trainers Toolkit is part of this grant that we got now to formalize this, as that we are hoping to create like a blueprint, a trainer's manual that trainers can keep, which will guide them through the sessions, give interesting icebreaker activities, all the material that they would need. And this book or manual would be able to be used by other engagers as well. So how is this program monitored and evaluated? I think the most important thing is to acknowledge the fact that continuous participation is voluntary. These are adolescents, and I'm sure they have lots of other fun things to do on a Friday afternoon, but they choose to be here. Usually, I would see we start off with 8 or 9, and by the end of the program, there would be 6 or 7, which I think is still quite good. And the other thing is the completion of the home learning. We do give them homework, things that they need to find out, maybe interviews, maybe information that they have to come back with, and them completing that is their own choice. And also the engagement with their peers, it's not forced upon them. They initiate it, they give the ideas, and then it's up to them to implement it. And we have seen that they are very keen to actually go out and do the engagement with the peers and the wider community. We also monitor access to local health services, especially because there's such a big gap in adolescent health services in the clinics. And it's really about connecting this youth group to the local clinic in their community so that they can partner for events and discuss and consult with each other about how to make adolescent services more friendly and open. And then also qualitative feedbacks, that's interviews from the team leads and interviews from the adolescents themselves. Another thing that is measured is we measure mental well-being. So mental well-being, why is mental health a part of this equation? And really adolescence is a critical period of development, and it's also a critical period for mental illness or mental health difficulties to develop. So by targeting this specific sensitive period, we can try to reduce those mental health effects. And research has also shown that opportunities for social and emotional engagement are protective against the development of mental health challenges. So we use 2 scales, 2 questionnaires, which is the Hope-Hearth Index and the Rosenberg Self-Esteem Scale. So the Hope as a psychological construct is a determinant of mental health, mental wellness. And then self-esteem refers to someone's overall worth and sense of personal value. And the higher self-esteem you have, the more equipped you are to deal with mistakes, and the more secure you are in and sure you are of yourself. And this is important because self-esteem, low self-esteem, is actually also a risk factor for mental health difficulties. So these two questionnaires are repeated when they start the program, and then it's repeated at the end. So let me just check that I didn't miss something. Okay. Okay, so why did the site decide to, as a research site, why is it important for us to engage youth, adolescents? So I said adolescence is a sensitive period of development in the human lifespan, and what happens at this stage is critical for self-development. And adolescents are a vulnerable group, and especially in our context, if we think about adolescent girls who are the most vulnerable for HIV infection. And we know that we can't talk about HIV, and TB and HIV goes together. I heard they were cousins, but I say they're the terrible twins, because 60% of people with who have TB are also HIV positive. So really the diseases are interlinked, and by addressing one, we also address the other. And we have seen as a research site how investing in this population of youths is also an investment into the wider community, that in return is also an investment into the research process itself. So these are just some photos of some activities that we did, the youths coming to site, doing the training, and really me emphasizing the importance of engagement and having fun. They want to go out, they want to set up outreaches and events and create a space for them to be in the community, to apply what they have learned. Just some more photos. Okay, so I talked about why is it important for our research site, but I feel like this is also important for TB research as a whole. So maybe our focus is not on youth or adolescent participants at the moment, but if we think about children are the future of tomorrow, that is especially true in the case of adolescents, who in a short few years will be the adults that we are trying to target and trying to engage. So by starting now, we are cultivating this relationship, and we are making investment for future growth, for building capacity. And it's about strengthening ties with the communities to build meaningful partnerships that will positively influence the research process. Okay. So in conclusion, a CAB-managed youth health development program benefits CAB members, it benefits the youths, the wider community, and even the research staff involved in the site itself. Relationships with communities are dynamic, they are long-standing, and they need to be mutually beneficial. Upscaling CAB members and engaging youth through skills development and a leadership program shows the investment of research institutions into the communities that we call our partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zaini, for the presentation. Especially because in most of our clinical trial sites, we have pediatric studies where we need youth to be part of CAB, so that we don't be the advocates of youth, but they become their own advocates. In order for them to understand what they are doing in the clinical trial, they need to understand like why they are there, so that they can also explain to the other youth and adolescents out there what clinical trials do. So thank you very much for that. Moving forward, can we please have Hadija on the stage to talk more about CAB development? Thank you.
So I see it from there.
You want to make an like this one? Yes. So you can use those. And
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Asked to give the site experience on the CAB development, and coming from the academic institute, I have shown the presentation outline, but basically we want to discuss issues. How did we develop our CAB in Kilimanjaro region? And here we will see if we have used the issue of mapping, which has been presented previous. So we all know issues of tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is a problem, and the other speakers, they have discussed a lot on the tuberculosis, but we thought that the issue of having long time for the therapy, issue of having adverse effect, and also resistance forced the issue of community engagement to be a mandatory. Right now, we know that over 30% of the people who are having TB are not reached. So we have the coverage of 56 to 60% in Kilimanjaro region, whatever we are notifying. So we thought collaborating with stakeholders in terms of community engagement is very important. But coming to knowledge, how did we do it? We thought that research and disease knowledge to the community is very important. This has been a song since morning. And this is because whatever is being investigated, the community will be involved. In the protocol, you have to mention what is your protocol population. You are going to investigate to who? Are these adults? Are these children? Are these pregnant women? And the like. So the issue of community is also emphasized in that aspect. But again, you have to discuss with them what is the gap in their community so that you come to conclusion. We want to work on TB, but for them, the problem is malaria. The problem is internet. The problem is electricity. So that's it, to come together, you discuss and understand what is happening to that community before you engage yourself to the research. So in that case, improve the situation as per recommendation from the community is very important before starting any trial. I don't know if I'm going to the right. Yes. So we thought we should also gather the skills from the community. So we thought of gathering information about the disease from the community, review the information and analyze the problem with them together, and then you bring a solution as per the community aspect. Whatever they are suggesting is very important. And this one will also follow the good communication and skills while you present the result of the research. Since you have involved them from the beginning, it is now easy to come back and tell them the result. They are then can now give up the solution. That's what we've been doing. So what was the rationale for the best practice in our area? The challenges posed by major chronic diseases have alerted the stakeholders. Health system and policymakers are aware of the essential and complementary role of the community. So it was easy to go back to the stakeholders and engage them in the CAB. We will see how we formulated it. So KSRI has made effective partnership between the communities. We started with them. But again, we thought since we need the knowledge, we have to go to the program officers, education officers, from the regional level to the district level. Again, since we are dealing with TB, we went to the TB program, regional TB and leprosy coordinator, district TB and leprosy coordinator. They were involved from the beginning, but we have a lot of people who are going for the religious, coming from the Christian and the Muslims. They meet every Sunday and every Friday. So we thought we are also going to advocate in these areas, because like one church is having like 800 people. So if you have someone in that area advocating on TB and how it is bringing problem to the community, we thought also is part of the stakeholders. We also thought of community development. We have people who are trained as community. They know how to probe inside and see the problem. If it's a child, what is the problem? If it's the mother, what is the problem? So we thought also we engage these people of the community development as part of our CAB. So what did we consider as key element? Building a network of society, community with multidisciplinary members in every district, but again, understanding the role of the community to influence policymakers, hence bring about changes in TB treatment, guideline, and adoption of the therapies. We have heard it from the morning that the BPL has been passed by WHO, but some of the countries, they have not kept up to catch up. So going deep with these policymakers, then the guideline, new guideline and therapies will be adapted. So linking community engagement to clinical trial, ethical regulations, and other stakeholders increase visibility of TB investment in research and development. So these were our key players, as I said before. The community is in between, but we have the TB program, we have the education people, we have the ethical people who are approving our protocol. They have to see clearly that we have selected the research population and the site clearly before later on we come with the amendment and the like, which is also costing. But also the research team themselves and the religious team. That's how we formulated our CAB. What was the importance? The community advisory board, they were called together and they were trained how to mobilize the community and advocate on the TB issues, but also educate the role of the community to join the research wherever it is in their site. Okay, just go on. What were the expected impact? The increase in notification rate for the TB. So we are looking for those 30% which you are missing them, but increase in the recruitment rate, because if you have the sample size of 300, you really have to make sure that within 2-3 years, you have met the sample size. So the community, they are helping us to increase the recruitment rate. But also in case of follow-up, you go to the community leader, and then it is easier to follow up your patient rather than the patient is lost and then you don't know even who to follow. So we thought the community leaders, they are also important in our team. Good outcome due to adherence. These people, after having the training, they will know the importance of the research and they will also adhere to the medication. But again, reduce loss to follow-up and the sustainability. Our model is making sustainability because everyone is involved in the player. So Kilimanjaro, we have 7 districts. Since 2019, we managed to have the community advisory board in every district. This is having 14 members in every district, but having 2 members in every player who I have mentioned in the previous slide. So here we have High District, where our CAB representative is coming from. We also have the Mwanga District Advisory Board. You can see there are many because normally when you go for the meeting, the regional team is in front and then the district team is at the back. So there we have the regional team in front and then the district team in every meeting. We have missed something. There we have the Rombo District team and the Same District team with the regional team in their meeting. We also have the High meeting where Dr. Alex is coming from. And that's and we have the 7 district. Thanks for listening.
It is so difficult, yet it's so fun to be a CAB member. Because you meet different people every day. Some members, some people in the community you've met before, you have explained the trials, you've had community engagements, they still don't understand what you're talking about. Some you're trying to teach them how trials work and how they can benefit them. They still don't understand what you're saying. So when you say that we are the link between the research side and the community, you're putting us in a spot. With that said, can I please call our next speaker on the podium? While she makes her way, Irene, to the podium, I would like us to think as community engagement, community advisory board, where are we going beyond clinical trials? Where do we see ourselves beyond clinical trials in our communities? The impact that we are saying we are making in the communities, how do we measure that? And where, like I hear now we've got Global CAB. I've just joined Global CAB. It shows that CAB is not just in the communities that we are working within, but it is broad. So beyond clinical trials, where do we see ourselves as CAB members? Thank you, Irene.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Muswe. I'm from Oran Institute in Rustenburg, and I'm the Community Engagement Officer. My presentation outline will talk about the background of the Rustenburg and the foundation of the CE, community engagement, the goals of community engagement, recruitment and retention strategies and challenges that we have, and retention strategies and how we manage to retain our participants and the lesson learned. So the background, this is our catchment area in the Rustenburg in Northwest. So our city is located in Bojanala district. We are 173 kilometers from here. So our economy there is driven by the mines, and it attracts the migrants workers from neighboring countries as far as the Eastern Cape. The foundation and the guideline of community engagement. I liked what Upinda said this morning, that the GPP is his Bible. I always say that the GPP is my Bible. So we are guided as community engagement people. We are guided by the GPP guideline. It was developed by to facilitate the building of effective partnership among all research and stakeholders. It was developed by the leadership of AVAC and the USAID. The first edition was developed in 2007, and then the second one, it was developed in 2011, incorporated the feedback gathered through the global consultation. The same as the NSP, we make consultation before we publish these GPPs. The one that Pinda had, it was from IRS. It was published in 2017, and we had several engagement before it was developed and published. So the GPP guideline for TB drugs was issued in 2012, based on the similar guideline of for HIV and reflecting the growing acceptance of the importance of CE. So the objectives of community engagement is to set the global standard practices for stakeholder engagement. We've spoken about the stakeholder engagement, the mapping of a community this morning, and also to provide the trial funders, sponsors, and the implementers with systematic guidelines on how effectively we must engage with stakeholders in the design and the conduct and the outcome of the HIV prevention. So before we start with clinical trials, we need to engage. And then during the conduct, we still have to engage and update the community of what is happening. And then at the end, also give the feedback if the results are flat or good. And community engagement, our site has experience of many years in engaging in our district. And then we do community engagement, which involves different stakeholders. We do mapping, we consult, we do education before we start with this trial, and we do recruitment and retention. And this process is ongoing. It's not like after we do recruitment, we just sit and then wait, because without doing engagement, we're not going to be able to retain our participant. I will say our retention starts from recruitment. So in order to get a right population for your study and make sure that they do come for the follow-up, you need to start during your community mapping and also during the recruitment time. During our community mapping, we work together with our community advisory boards. We do have two boards, community advisory boards for adolescents and adults, and we identify different organizations within our catchment areas, the NGOs, and also referral network, because as we have participants in our trials, we also need to refer them when they need psychosocial support, or maybe if a participant gets HIV, she needs to go back to the clinic and get the ARVs, or anything, maybe counseling or whatever challenge might the participant have. We need to have a stakeholder that will be able to work together with. And then during our community mapping, and we do also community and education, we do have the IEC materials either from the sponsor side, or the site will do one that will be able to engage with our participants or community through the engagement. We also do educational videos and events. So through events, we also educate the participants or our communities. And then we maintain stakeholder partnership and relationship. We involve them in development and the implementation of activities, and also reviewing the processes. Like when we do, we start with our trials, we do community engagement plan, we do recruitment and retention plan. We engage them in order to work together and know what will be happening. So it's not like it's only the side thing. We engage each and every stakeholder to assist us in getting right population in our district. And then for a successful community engagement, we need to have a plan. And also after community engagement, we also need to monitor and evaluate everything that we have done. And then our goals is to build trust among the research team and the community. There must be that link. Our communities need to trust us. We need to establish and build a good relationship in our communities. And we also need to increase knowledge of the people in the areas where clinical trials are being conducted. Most of the people in our communities will say that the protocols, when especially CAC members, when they review our protocols, they will say that the medical terms that is inside the protocols, they can't understand. So it is our duty as community engagement officers and recruiters to make sure that they do understand the language. We become very late when we do trainings with them on protocols, and also with our community people, and also explain clinical research and clinical trials in an easy and understandable language. Our ICF, when they come in English. So we must make sure that we also review with community members, community advisory board, and then we also advocate to sponsors to say we need Setswana, we need Sexhosa, we need Sisulu in our communities, or Sesotho, depending on the percentages of our communities in which language do they talk. So we need to have the different languages in our ICF, even our IEC materials, because there are those who cannot read English, so we must have isiXhosa and isiTswana. And we also have to help to better understand the scope and the importance of the needs for research, and also give people a voice in the research process. So yeah, we need to make sure that our participants, our communities, they also have a voice in this research. Oops, sorry. And then types of meetings and the events. So our CAP, we do have CAP meetings, we do trainings, we do different protocol reviews from different sponsors. We also educate our CAC about their roles and responsibilities. And then we have meetings with the key stakeholders. Department of Health is our key stakeholders. Before we start everything, they need to give us an access to go to the different clinics to do recruitment and engage with other NGOs. So the CE activities target DOH facility managers. We make sure that they understand everything that we are going to do at our clinical research site. We engage with facility managers, and then during this engagement, we explain the ways in which the DOH can support the recruitment and the referral activities. We do have different protocols. Some we just do street hopping, some like TB, we have to get our participant at Department of Health. So we engage also with the TB nurses and the NGOs that do TB screening and TB in communities, and also not forgetting civil society. And then we engage with NGOs that do, I'm repeating. So the meeting also aimed to secure the buy-in from the DOH and other stakeholders. So types of events that we do vaccine days, we do retention days, we do youth days, and also we do TB day celebration. So Umang Vivian has already said that this year the event will be in our province, in our town at Tlhabane Stadium. So we are inviting. So recruitment, it's very difficult and it's not nice when you do your recruitment and you don't meet your targets. The PI will be one who is as a community engagement officer, because he promised the sponsor that we will meet targets, so he wants those targets. So you must make sure that you get those participants. And sometimes it's a challenge because we are doing multiple competitive trials, and then sometimes it's very difficult. We don't have awarenesses, but also when we have awarenesses, we get those participants, and we make sure that we attend various community events. So other challenges are when we do like your TB trial, you get someone who's very sick and hospitalized. So you cannot enroll that type of a person. Some of the challenges that we have is the potential participant, either he's overage or maybe they are young, and the protocol only allow maybe from 18 to 25 or 65 or less, depending on the protocol design. And some of them, they don't have identification documents, and most participants who were newly diagnosed with TB were females, and with the semen study, we wanted male participants. So the potential participant recruited not having phones is a challenge because you need to retain those participants, so they need to have phones, and participants are unable to read. So we make sure that they bring their witnesses and impartial witness to site to come and assist them. So we've also spoken about the language. So sometimes it's a barrier. If you only have Setswana ICF, it's difficult for a closer person to read Setswana. And then retention is that from recruitment, we make sure that the right participants are recruited and will be able to come for their follow-up visits. And we check if they have planned to relocate. Most of the protocols will say we need to retain participants for 24 months or maybe 3 years. So make sure that they don't relocate or they need to communicate with the site if they do relocate. And then we also confirm the detail locator information at every visit. We try to keep the stay in the clinic very short as possible as we can. So we do have a floor manager who will always check if the floor is still moving well and all participants are attended. And we ask participants to notify the site if they change their contacts or relocate. And we encourage them to have one person at home that you trust to disclose on their participation for support and reminding them of their visits or medication. And then we also provide transport for our participants who have transport challenges. And then we call them 3 days prior before their visit. We create a safe environment for our participants to remind them for the importance of participation and to retention events. Lesson learned from a community engagement is that we need to have community engagement and recruitment and retention plan. And also we have to have a plan for emergency. Remember, during that COVID time, we were so stressed. We had multiple HIV prevention studies that we were conducting at site. We didn't know what to do, where to start. We had to retain participants. We also had to do retention activities. So we had to make a plan so that we have virtual retention events with them, engage with them via WhatsApp. And it's a process because some of these things needs to be approved by the ethics committee. So also we need to have a CE meeting and events and not just recruitment. And then to engage local health authorities as soon as possible before we screen. And it is very vital for the facility staff to know about the trial before the recruitment of potential participants at facilities and make multiple contacts with facilities, and also engage with CAP at all times and also other stakeholders that we have established relationship with, and also do protocol training and review the ICF, check the language, and if the study is suitable for community. We just don't accept the studies where we know that it won't work in our communities. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irene, for your presentation. That was a very broad and informative presentation, especially because you were talking, not only focusing on CAP, but what happens at site, everything that happens on site. Thank you for that. So we are moving to our questions and discussions platform. Like I said before Irene went on the podium, that we should think as CAP members, as CLMs, where are we taking CAP, where are we taking community engagement after clinical trials, because some trials come to an end. And then are we going to sit and wait, or are we going forward with community engagement? So if you have any questions, can I start taking questions for the presenters?
I'm going to jump in here too. I do see questions and I'm going to get to that. I was actually so glad to hear, so from the variety of these presentations, it really helped me understand where we are with capacity development too. And an additional question that I'd love to ask everyone to think about is thinking about capacity development of our CABs and the skills they need to do better engagement with sites. But can we also think about the capacity development that's needed of CE staff to be able to manage the relationship between their research teams and the community and leadership skills that are required for that? So as you think about questions and comments, I'd love to hear that too. Thanks.
Yes, I've noted you. You can start with.
Thank you to the presenters for wonderful presentations. My questions are to Zani. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. I just want to understand the innovative program that you have for the youth, whether it was an incorporated program which you initially had planned whilst you were conducting an adolescent study, maybe, or it's just an innovation which you sort of sat and thought about implementing in your community as part of capacity building for that particular community. And also when you said you were trying to understand the knowledge and also promoting the peer influencers within that adolescent group, is there any level of research literacy amongst those youngsters that you engaged? Because oftentimes when we engage with communities about research, the level of research literacy is somewhat not there. So I just want to find out whether those youngsters do have some level of research literacy, and also if they see or view TB as a disease which affects them. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So this was not linked to a specific study. It was really the site seeing a need and the potential of having such a program and the reach that it could have. In terms of research literacy, yes, that is included. And actually, TB Alliance has the research literacy toolkit that I started training the cabs with, and you could easily take some of those elements and use it, apply it in the workshop. So there is a workshop that's focused specifically on research literacy. I think that's very important for, anyone who's affiliated with a research site to really understand, what is research and what are we talking about when we're talking about enrollment or randomization or placebos or things like that. So I do try to empower them and have them understand, research as well. And they do understand that TB is something that's really a burden in the communities. And there's actually one of the youth that's part of this program that was last year. She's a TB survivor. So she, as a child, had TB, so it's really impacted her personally. And there's a lot of these stories. Maybe it's not a personal that you know yourself, that it's maybe not yourself, but maybe you know of someone. So it is relevant issues, and it is important in the community.
Thank you very much. There was a hand noted behind you.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. And I remember Petro. Where is Petro? Yes, when he said that TB remain what it is. And Petro continued to say that the size of pizza did not change. I like pizza. So back to the presentation of Dr. Hadija. Dr. Hadija mentioned that about 30% of the TB patient was not reached by our services. So this question is for Dr. Hadija to know what is the real problem in this case, because back into our situation, we have people living in hard to reach area. We have people who are ignorant. We have different types of the causes to why people they didn't get our services. And this is very important because back in our place in Bagamoyo, we have a community-based group. We call it TB Hunter. Usually we go house to ask for the TB sign and symptom. And this is like we induce the what to call it a PCD, or this is ACD, active case detection. And this was very effective in Bagamoyo. And we found that more than 25% of the TB was at home. So based in this case, what is your opinion or suggestion in your area to make sure that this 30% change, not to be like a pizza size, to change at least to be 5 or 2%. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I think I will also concur with Omar what the presentation in the morning was talking about, that TB is the disease of the, I don't know, poor or poor, something of that kind, compared with the COVID, which went all over the world, and then within 3 years, it's almost over. So that 30% was a preamble, because at Kilimanjaro region, our notification is 56 to 62%. So we are missing over 30% of the people who are having TB, making 100% notification. So that's how the 30% came up. But again, the issue of active case finding, it needs now the government and the political will, because you are going to need the consumables and the transport and the personnel for the active case finding. So that's what the district they are struggling with. But with Community Advisory Board, we have made them be knowledgeable on the TB basics. So they are going now in every meeting. If it is a village leader, if they're having a meeting, they are going to use 10 to 15 minutes to advocate on TB. If it is a pastor, when they finish up the Christian issues, they are going to have 10 to 15 minutes to advocate on TB. That's how we build up. But thanks again to TB Alliance, during this TB Day of 2023, we have a budget of doing active screening for every district that has been approved. So we are going to report that. So that's the thing. But we are missing like 30 to 40% when we follow the normal program. So the community has to cover the remaining part.
Thank you very much. You have been noted, that.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was going to mention almost the similar thing what has been mentioned by Omar, and just to add on what Dr. Adija mentioned. In reality, with my experience with CAB, it's like, and this may also address what you told us to continue thinking about what else the CAB are doing aside from trials. Generally, actually, the CAB are doing two things as we are talking now, because to find someone to go to clinical trial, first of all, we have to find the person or the people who have TB so that they can enter into the trial. And I understand as Tanzania is concerned generally, in terms of TB treatments, we are doing not very bad, but the main challenge is case finding. We are missing a lot of TB patients. So the routine work that's being done by the CABs, actually they are addressing the first parts, which is the challenge to the country of finding TB patients. And I think as part of sustaining the CAB, and this is what I think even the TB program and the ministry, they are very much interested in what CAB they are doing, because it is being seen now that they are trying to address what the ministry has been doing for a number of years of trying to find the TB patients. In Tanzania, actually, we have a number of what we call the ex-TB labs. This is a group of former TB patients. They are being used, especially in cities like Dar es Salaam and the rest of the areas. But actually, the CAB they are contributing now, we are noting that they are going to contribute a lot. So this is one of the areas that we should strengthen, because we think in the future, now the TB program and the ministry, they are going to consider and allocate resources to add to what the CAB are doing. But again, on the other parts, I've been thinking we have a number of other issues or diseases we have to address that are somehow related to TB. I don't know for other countries, but in Tanzania, of course, this is the global issue. We know the issue of TB and HIV. And it's a policy that whenever we are going to address the issue of HIV, we have to address also the issue of TB. I understand there are issues that are coming up concerning TB and diabetes. again, in our area, we have a very critical issue of TB in the mining sector with silica exposure and silicosis. So all those areas, those are the areas that we can join our efforts, join resources and work more efficiently to address whatever we are talking here. Thank you very much.
Let's have our last.
Also, as a take-home note for all of us, especially community liaison or officers, very important that all these presentations we are seeing here, they make sense to us as community engagers, but internally in the size that we're representing, how are we capacitating the very same researchers that we are working with for them to understand community engagement? Because it's so nice when we present our slides for us as community engagers, but then are we capacitating our very own sites with this activities that we know of? We know GPP. Have we ever initiated such platforms where we would internally engage our PIs, our CEOs, that they understand community? Because that's the first starting point. If internally our individual personnel, they do understand what we are doing, then it gives us confidence to therefore go out in the community and set a platform to say we have a site that understands community before we can even go to our external stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that we've got CAB members in here. I've noted you, Chair. I like the fact that we've got CAB members in here. So I'd like to also, I think we'd also like to hear your voice as a CAB member in your position as a community engagement developer. Are you developed as a CAB member with the information that is coming to you as a CAB member? Are you developed? Do you learn something? Are you taking something home with you to your community? Because in my CAB, I always encourage them, because I've got also youth, I always encourage them that I don't want you to be a CAB member for too long. I want you to be a CAB member, and then when you move to another stage where you either become a counselor or a nurse, because you've got so much information about the illnesses and diseases that we are working with, and then you know now what happens. You now know and understand what an ICF is, and you understand the languages, and you know how to help a community member understand why they are going into trials. So I would also like to hear from the CAB members in terms of development. Are you developing in your community? Are you developing in your CAB? And are you taking the information not only to your community, but also for yourself? Are you developing yourself too? Check.
Thank you, Program Director. I just want to pose a question. In fact, on the global CAB, what informed the global CAB? Because my understanding is that we do have CAB on the local and the districts, but I don't know how you become a global CAB. If I can get that clarity, thank you.
That's a very, very good question. I would love to opine on that, but I see Khadija really itching to respond. Please do. Yeah, I know you do, and I do as well. Please, go for it.
So, can I?
So I think the global CAB calls for nominations. I mean, there are many. We also have them. There's a Afro CAB also. There's a global CAB. There's for TB. There's one for HIV. They call for nominations and people get nominated. And it's fine and it's good in a sense because it offers an opportunity at a higher level when you have sight of more issues around community engagement across the world to be able to amplify concerns about community engagement to the World Health Organization or to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or whatever the case is, and that's fine. But I think the confusion comes in the role because a community advisory board is by definition a defined community, either by geography or population or both, and it's usually both. And it can't, a global CAB cannot possibly represent, I mean, even though local CABs don't represent in that political sense, the global CAB cannot represent community views. But in a global CAB, participants can say there's a general problem or there's a general consideration that we need across the whole world or across Africa or across whatever, this disease area. These are the issues we need to address. I just think that giving it the same role as a community advisory board is a bit of a misnomer. But I mean, our participants and our CAB members sit on global and Afro CABs, and their mandate is very clear. You amplify systemic issues, but you can't possibly represent that community, because that community is a defined place, a geography and a population, and it shifts. And we don't have the authority to represent a community that we are not from. You know, nothing with us without us, nothing for us without us. Same point.
I agree with that. And if I could just offer to add, and I do want to move us towards lunch, but this is a really rich conversation. I would say in the TB community, and Khadija, I know you're referencing many different global CABs, and I have the same feeling about the global TB CAB that exists, and one in particular that's managed and coordinated by the Treatment Action Group. Over the years of the global TB CAB's existence, I think that they've also tried to move toward a board that really does represent TB-affected community by having survivors. But also, we've all been working in the TB community engagement space for a long time. And what I'm really happy to see is that a lot of individuals that we've been working with, leading programs at the site level, have become nominated as members of that board. So that is an important indicator to me that we're building capacity enough across CE programs that are doing TB drug trials to work at the local level as well as the global level. It cannot represent the local community, but what they have access to is policymakers, donors, sponsors. They often get to review clinical protocol first, and they will get an invitation before a local CAB will get an invitation to weigh in on a study design at the earliest stages. So I think from my perspective as TB Alliance, I need to advocate with them to make sure that perspective is going to be helpful, and we advocate together to make sure that their CAB is representative. And that's what you can be doing as well. We actually have a former member of the Global TB CAB here, Dorothy Namatama. I don't know if you wanted to offer anything about the TAG Global CAB, but I think you also have experience advocating at the very local level as well as the global level. And there are benefits to both. And I think, you know, and also, Kakiso, what you were saying, we're all advocating and trying to influence across every spectrum that we're all working in. From our own bosses, and I said, half my job is also advocating within the TB Alliance. Half your job is advocating within Set Shadow Research Center. We want to be noticed, and so this is a community of having to together be able to raise a voice. Dorothy, I invite you to comment if you'd like.
Now, I think you've really said it all, that sometimes it's really a two-way process, being at the community level, but also being at the global level, that some of these issues should not just stay at the community level. There has to be a process of getting to the global level and to be heard in those forums where the reality is not often spoken about. So being the representative at the Community Research Advisory Group, you're able to translate what is happening at the community, but also in the region. And that is not only your voice, but it's a voice of the region that you're representing, and that you're able to articulate policy issues. You're advocating for resources, you're advocating for conducive policies. And we are also saying that whatever is coming out of research should be absorbed within our communities, but also, most importantly, our countries. Also to add that the development does not only end at the CABs, but that even individually, but also in our own countries, we sit at different forums, that we are at the community, or rather at the CCNs. These are the country coordinating mechanisms. We are articulating these issues beyond just being CAB members, that our research literacy has, we are not the scientists, the community people that we were at first identified, but because we have been able to build our capacity, we understand research very well, we understand the communities that we represent, we put on these hats, and that we are able to articulate issues right at community level, at the national levels, but also at global levels. So that link is really very critical and important.
Thank you very much. We've got 2 more hands. 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then we're gonna break for 5. We're closing it. We've got 5 hands, and then we are breaking for lunch. We'll start with Claire, then we've got 2, and then Sister, and yes. Oh, my apologies. He was first. He was first. My apologies.
Thanks, Program Director. It took you more than 15 minutes to My question is directed to Dr. Haja in terms of the education, more especially, should I say the capacity building in terms of the CAB member, in terms of how can we differentiate between the quantity approach and the quality approach? Why I'm asking that question? Right now we are having the Afro CAB and the global CAB. What are the submissions that have been made by the local CAB to the regional level via to the global level? If there is a governance, it should be have the logic. You need to start from the bottom to the approach, not from top to bottom. If we are in the process, how about bringing about the solution that if we have the training, we should have the standardized training of the CAB members and have the standardized methodology in terms of reviewing it, how it impacts. Does it save the community? But if we are having the very limited education as the CAB members, we are stripping away our rights of ownership in terms of the research. So we are taking the whole research to the donors, not taking the research to us as the community, because the research is meant to help us to identify the scientific facts which will bring about the solution into our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe let me just add to what my colleague has just said. I think even to what the program director has asked us as CAB members to say, what is it that we are taking out of being CAB members? I think that is capacity building that we have, especially that we now understand a lot of research that is happening. I think it is very important that we should not lose those people that have been in the research from the CAB, so that we grow them to become something else in the research, because these people are more knowledgeable. They have already engaged with the communities. At some stage, they have also engaged with the politicians, because remember, the people at the ward level who are about to do research are from politicians. Maybe let me also bring the element of linking it up with the global CAB. I think it is also good that maybe we have representative from the CAP to the global, because we share information, whereby in our areas there might be some commonalities in terms of challenges. And one can learn from the other on what is happening at their area, so that you can be able to implement it at your own CAP level, because it's not just to be elevated to become a global leader without taking that information downwards, so that you can infiltrate the challenges that you are getting even at your local level. That is what I wanted to input. Thank you.
I think I'm partially covered with the latter two speakers on the input. Mine was just to add on what Mama has just said, that amongst other things, in order for us, beyond that we are CAP, what else then, how do we then sustain what we have done? Is that in most cases, we're coming from different structures that send us in order to be representatives in the CAP. So if we can continue to retain that information and make sure that we are actively influencing those NGOs or NPOs or structures that we're coming from, so that they have an effect and take this program further in making sure that even if that particular trial that has taken place is no longer there, but all other things that may take place in the community that relates to community advisory in terms of whatever research that is taking place, even if it's not medically related in this case, but at least you have that background of making sure that our community is well informed of how do they begin to engage whoever that is doing research in their community in all sectors that encompass our communities. I think that's the other thing that we should, in trying to respond to the question that you raised earlier on. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to ask about the youth CAP. What is that you want to achieve to have a youth CAP? Because for us, the task applied science, the age starts from 18 till above. So how do youth CAP interact with the elderly? So what is that you want to achieve for having a youth CAP? Thank you.
Okay, is this for me? Okay, thank you. So this is really, we call it a youth engagement and development program, which is separate to a youth CAP. Where youth CAP would, youth CAP has a lot of value if you do trials focused on youths and they have to give input on the studies. Where this one is a bit more different. It's really focused on empowering youths with skills to influence the wider community. I do try to create the link between the youth development program and the CAP program is the fact that the youth team leads are from the CAP, and then also creating opportunities for the CAP and the youth to collaborate on events. So when the youth have an event, the CAB members are invited to also be there, and the same the other way around. So that gives them an opportunity for that interaction, and that they are all part still of being affiliated with the Lung Institute as a research site.
The youth or the adolescent CAP serve the same purpose as the adult CAP. So we cannot conduct adolescent studies without having adolescent CAP, because they are the ones who are supposed to review the protocol and then the design of the study, everything, because we will be recruiting their peers. So they will also advise on where to engage and where to do our recruitment. Like I think is the gentleman next to you this morning, he said there was the study that was conducted and there was no CAP. So yes, so the same CAC, the adolescent CAC serves the same purpose as adult CAC. So we do have two CAPs at our site, and what we have done is that as soon as they are over 24, we don't want to lose them. So we are empowering them to go and join the adult CAP, and then in future we will keep them. And we also have Youth Health Africa, like Sandy, they said they do have. So after establishing this adolescent, we also encourage them to be empowered and do some skills. And also right now we are doing the PrEP studies. So they're participating and doing the online training on PrEP. So they are PrEP ambassadors. Some of them, they've already taken PrEP. And also we want them to be our peer recruiters or data officers at our site. So we are empowering them. We also have a CAP members she was a CAP member, global CAP member, and then now she's our research assistant. So we don't lose them after a certain time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second last.
Thank you, Tommy. And looking at Irene's presentation, I really take pride in developing those documentation when the study starts, and we inviting, different CROs, and we present our CAP and their work. Really, it's very easy to just convince them, looking at the outcomes of previous research that we have conducted. Really, they're doing a great job, and I really take pride in whatever CAP is doing. So we recently had a retention meeting with one of the studies, and we had about 311 in that protocol. But because of CAP, we managed to get all of them in one meeting. It was amazing. I really, really adore what I have from my side. To be honest, I can't do anything without them. Keep it up.
Our last speaker. Question.
Thank you. Thank you for a very nice presentation. Actually, it's not a question. I just wanted to, for both of us to understand on the CAP responsibilities. Yeah, because I heard from the some contributors that the gap of case finding, TB case finding, should be filled with CAPs, which I think is not their responsibilities. We all know that the CAP responsibility is to to bridge between the researchers and the community. So they have to know what is being done in the research so as to interpret to the community, which is the main role of the CAP according to the TB Alliance Research Redress Toolkit. This is one of the activity CAP meant to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions and the answers. Bonus. And thank you very much for the questions and the answers and the comments. Really appreciate them. To our panelists, can I please have one closing comment from all of you? And then we are breaking for lunch.
Okay, so I think my takeaway is just that it's engaging youth as a special research population in research is very important, and it's not only going to benefit the youth, it benefits the wider community and the research site and the research process as a whole. So I would like to see us investing in youth development and engagement.
Yeah, so I think we can conclude that Community Advisory Board is very important for the research activities and sustainability of our programs.
I would like to say, let's encourage each and everyone from our side to do GPP online training, starting from our PIs and actually everyone from the sites to do GPP training. And another thing is that we really need to have our community engagement plans. Follow them and make sure that we also prepare the dissemination plans for future in case we need to disseminate the studies that we are conducting, and have a good relationship with our CAP, as they are the link between us and the sites. And thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Lunch will be served at the same place we had our breakfast this morning. Stephanie?
Yes, and can we have a round of applause for Boitumelo as well, facilitator? Thank you so much for keeping this engaging conversation going. We are behind, and that's fine, but I stole an additional 5 minutes from our lunch hour. Please enjoy lunch, keep talking. We need to start back promptly at 2:30. So please be back here a little bit before so we can start the program at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Now the TB program and the ministry, they are going to consider and allocate resources.
The TAG Global Cap, but
Challenges. And
Of case finding, TB case finding, should be filled with CAPs, which I think is not their responsibilities.
In your cab, and are you taking the information not only to your community but also for yourself? Are you developing yourself too? Check.
Thank you, Program Director. I just want to pose a question.
Now the TB program and the ministry, they are going to consider and allocate resources to add to what the CAB are doing. But again, on the other parts,
our Community Engagement Forum of 2023. Thank you for This is very exciting for us. It's been a long time since all of us have been.
I think that's very important for, anyone who's affiliated.
Of 2023, we have a budget of doing active screening for every district that has been approved. So we are going to report that. So that's the thing. But we are missing like 30 to 40% when we follow the normal program. So the community has to cover the remaining part.
Thank you very much. You have been noted, Ms. That
Thank you very much. Actually, I was going to mention all of this mentioned by Mar, and just to add on what Dr. Adija mentioned. In reality, with my experience with CAB, it's like, and this will also address what you told us to continue thinking about what else the CAB are doing aside from tribes. Generally, actually, the CAB are doing two things as we are talking now, because to find someone to go to clinical trial, first of all, we have to find the person or the people who have TB so that they can enter into the trial. And I understand as Tanzania is concerned generally, in terms of TB treatment, we are doing thing now that they are trying to address what the ministry has been doing for a number of years of trying to find the TB patients. In Tanzania, actually, we have what we call the ex-TB labs. This is a group of former TB patients. They are being used especially in cities like Dar es Salaam and the areas. But actually, the CAB they are contributing now, we are noting that they are going to contribute a lot. So this is one of the areas that we should strengthen because we think in the future. Now the TB program and the ministry, they are going to consider and allocate resources to add to what the CAB are doing. But again, on the other parts, I've been thinking,
Actually, starting to receive introduction. Which is then. So. Which is. And then. Together. So. Okay.
So if you don't want to be stuck up, I'm going to use, yeah, so you can use this. All you do is two clicker signs. So, sorry, is it? No, you can, yeah, you can really do it anyway. Just like to let her test it, make sure it's still working. Yeah. Okay, so you could look here to see where you are. You look there, that screen will be down. You have it back here as well. And I hope you feel by this time in the afternoon, this is like a very warm, embracing community. No, I was gonna be backstabby here.
Would you prefer to be walking around?
I would. She said we'll use the
Yeah.
So this one isn't mine, so I don't know if the pointer works.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay, so it's that one right there. Yeah. She's one. Yeah, and it's really small. Can we get the pointer to be larger? So I think we actually can. Is there a way to make it fatter? Great.
You just have to this one forward.
No, the laser. Can we make it a bigger?
There's no adjustment on the. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah. Oh, I can like, I'm not talking to my friends about that. It's a great picture. Yes. You would never know, but she didn't even mention it. I know. Yeah. Okay, so she's still here. And then.
Yes, so I'm going to talk about this, so we can talk about. So that's what we're going to talk about.
You loved your slide, but we thought this was.
Yeah.
No, you put it straight.
Sheets. Here. The output statements are going to person. Yes, we will just. And that's what. two pre-prepared outcomes. We have to- Just recorded. Yeah. Okay, so you're already here. So once that is finished,
So what we wanted to final thing today. So I'll ask to follow up historically on 4 or 5 trials. It's it's not even an organizational objective, it's based on the concept. Of course it has to be, but it's during the trial, it's like 0.5%. By the end of the trial, no, so we're not paying, so.
So established.
So what we are going to, so this is 100% because 99% of this is laboratory is despite the gene mix that positive. 100% of screening failure.
You can come straight back and say, look,
They don't. They screen only gene positive experts that come from the team. They've been diagnosed on gene exposure. We just don't get that. Medical history, known medical history. I will see. But we in the past, we haven't paid like 1 and 4, 1 and 5. Not popular. They've got to go through, they do everything and then they're waiting for the results. And then, yeah, so baseline to be 50. We're going to do just here, master. There will be a number of, I think there are 4 or 5 milestones in there. Then from, yes, we pay because we are making the assumption that all our participants are going to be treated. So that's the milestone, that's full payment. Yes. Yes. But then from, then there will be, and this is what we have to talk about this afternoon. There will be a prorata to 26, and then there will be a prorata up to there, but then also considering, except the HR, yeah, except the HRZD, which we know, so it's going to be a little bit more complicated because of the other 4 arms. Will be anything from here to there plus, plus maybe another 52 weeks even. Yeah. So up to here, that's our plan. I'm describing this part as theory because I know this is what this is what we are confident about. But this we need to work out how we're going to do that. Because I've got to start getting to some kind of thing that I can do. Because in theory, Aaron is supposed to negotiate the budgets with the sites. Yeah. I think it's budgeting is already doing that influence. And then Christina and me and Aaron do the forecasting, tracking, actual improvements. I think for Christina, what I love about her is that she'll put it there. This doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. When she doesn't get something, she doesn't get something. And I also do like Aaron. So he chases me up all the stuff. Yes. No, she is. Everybody. And last year at the Townhouse meeting, we also agreed on a new monthly and quarterly budget review process, because what would happen in the past is that I'm a project manager and supposedly responsible for the trial budget, but I only have overview and the owner of a third, for example, of the Simplicity. Now that there were almost 100 vendors and consultants, but I only know even less than a third, a quarter. So when it comes to like the monthly reviews, and is this an actual spend? What is the forecast? I don't own the UCL budget. I don't approve consultants' invoices. I don't know what the micro people. Yeah. No, we do. And Christina and Aaron have got a really nice one now. I mean, the historical one. You can't even be shown the historical one. And the other thing is now, so I'll never be the owner of the, for instance, we've spoken about this before, so like the market consultants, right? They are contracted to TV Alliance. And Juliana is the contractor. Well, he authorizes the, and Marie helps him budget. But I don't know when it appears on the 009 budget, for instance. Well, let's say the 008 budget. I don't know whether the costs reflected, the actuals reflected for the line, for instance, is correct, and whether the forecast is correct. And what Lisa has been doing for a long time now is so helpful. So I also in the past, you know, with 008s, PCI, it's going to be the same now. Well, the finance team set it up. She just. No, it's more complicated.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get started in just another moment. So please settle in and buckle up because we have another really interesting and engaging session for this afternoon. We're all going to be ready for that reception at the end of the day, I guarantee it. We'll just wait one more minute while people come in.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming back after lunch. We appreciate it. We are going to begin as soon as we reset microphones. Thank you to the power outage. We have to do a reset. But again, at some point soon, all your mics on your tables will be on. Use them, but don't fiddle with them. Sorry. And just let me know. Maria, is your mic working now? Okay. Good. With that, I would like to introduce our Chief Medical Officer, Maria Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you? No.
No? Is this better? Yeah. Okay, great. So, I'm so happy to be here talking to you today. And I'm so happy that I have a microphone because if I don't have a microphone, I can't hear you. So it's still Hello? Hello? There maybe, yeah, that's working. So I'm so happy that the microphone is working. Otherwise, as you could have tested just now, it would not have worked. So my name is Maria Beaumont. I am the Chief Medical Officer at TB Alliance. I've been with TB Alliance for a year now. And I have to say, this has just been a wonderful, wonderful period for me. Just like Khadija was talking earlier about the cross-pollination from different disease areas, different places where we do research. You know, these getting involved with tuberculosis for the past 12 months and trying to apply everything I've learned over the past 20 years, working on different diseases has been a great opportunity. And I have to say that after spending the morning with all of you today, I am so humble to be standing here in front of you and talking to you, such an experienced group of people that know everything on tuberculosis and how to implement clinical trials. You know, I want to learn as much as I can from our interactions and make sure that we're listening, we're taking in all of the good thoughts you have so that we can improve the way in which we conduct our clinical trials. For that, I feel privileged to be here today and having had the opportunity to spend all of this time with you. I have not met everybody in person, but I've been trying to actually connect with as many as I could today, and I'll continue to do that over the afternoon. Today, my role is to give you a little bit of an overview of the clinical activities that we are conducting at TB Alliance. And I'm always happy when I have this title slide that I start with, because I think that this is a picture. I'm also a very visual person. A picture that represents perfectly what our mission, or the way we see our mission at TB Alliance and our vision. And that is to discover, develop, and deliver better regimens for tuberculosis. And when I say better regimens for tuberculosis, these are more potent, more robust, they're shorter, they're safer regimens. And so what we have here is the very successful story of BIPA, to which we all in this room contributed to. So we can compare what the standard of care used to be and the very few number of pills that patients have to take now for just 6 months with much higher response rates that we used to see with the standard cares before. So that is a perfect example of what we want to achieve. And so here I am talking to you today, telling you how we are trying to build on BIPAL and then improve over that. So I'm going to start by showing you a slide, if I can do it. There. That it's a very busy slide, but somehow summarizes all of the activities that we're conducting at TB Alliance today. And I am going to start, I'm going to try to go over all of the information here throughout my presentation, but I'm going to start focusing on the far right. So marketed products and completed phase 3 studies. Just a brief comment in terms of marketed products. What is what we've been doing? We've been trying to improve formulations of very established compounds so that children could actually get treated with the standard of care, which was not an easy task before. Parents had to crush pills, try to mix it with different foods. It was a challenge, and we know how important it is to treat adults, but also treat children, and so how we can help minimize challenges. One of them was to try to come up with formulations that kids then could take with much less trouble for the parents, and also improving a little bit on the palatability of those treatments so that they could complete
therapy so that they could actually adhere to treatment and get cured. We're also working on a pediatric formulation for Pretaminid. We actually started enrollment of our first clinical trial in pediatrics just last month, and we're very excited about that because we'd like to be able to actually include Pretaminid in the armamentarium of treatment for children as well. So now let me move to the column that's entitled Phase 3. And this is a little bit what is paving, what I was just showing you in the first slide in my picture of what BPAL is and how it improves the quality of life of patients. I'd like to touch base on 3 different clinical trials, and then you'll hear from Folu and others on the Simplicity study. So I'm going to move on to the NICS study that you know very well. And again, I'm not really going to go over all of the information here. You're very familiar with it, but this was a blockbuster. This trial just showed how patients with the most resistant forms of tuberculosis could get cured with only 6 months of oral regimens, only 3 compounds, compared to much more complicated regimens that they would have had to take. So 90% had favorable outcomes, a never seen before kind of result in the treatment of this patient population. And the combination, you know very well, with Aquilin, Pretaminid, and Linezolid. What do we want to do once we saw these results was to get better, improve over what NICS showed. And that led to the CINIX trial, which was looking at the same combination of 3 drugs, but now trying to look at different doses and different durations of linezolid. So optimizing the linezolid component of the BPAL regimen to improve on the tolerability, but not at a cost in terms of efficacy. And that's what we were able to see, that with half the dose of linezolid, we still got very good results in patients with the very high forms of resistant tuberculosis, but now also expanding to patients that had a little bit less resistance. So we're not only learning how to optimize the treatment, we were expanding the patient population as well. And finally, the last trial I'd like to talk to you about is TB Practical. This is not a study that TB Alliance sponsored, but we collaborated with Médecins Sans Frontières very closely in the implementation and the conduct of this clinical trial. Large study, now going beyond what we had studied in XENIX and NICS, so targeting patients with MDR-resistant tuberculosis, and looking at different components of BPAL, so different variations, I would say, of BPAL, so BPAL plus clofazimine or BPAL plus moxifloxacin or BPAL, in comparison to the standard of care of the region that was participating to the clinical trial. And I do not have the results here, but I think you've seen them before. Very encouraging, much better outcome in patients that were treated with BPAL or BPAL-M, which in conjunction with the XENIX and NICS study led to the analysis of all of these data sets together by a group of experts of WHO, concluding on what you've seen is the most recent guideline from WHO recommending BPAL or BPAL-M for programmatic use in patients that have MDR. So very, very excited to be able to summarize this whole trip, voyage, in the development of new regimens for tuberculosis. We feel that that is a really nice way to see how the regimen that we worked on so hard is being recognized by WHO, and now it's starting to be used much more in many parts of the world. So how to now improve over this? BPAL has been a great story, but how to now move on to the next level, how to make it even better? And this slide, again, summarizes a little bit our vision. Once again, what we'd like is to shorten treatment durations even beyond the 4 months that now are recommended for patients with drug-sensitive tuberculosis, and also even consider shortening treatment duration for patients with drug-resistant tuberculosis to maybe 3 months or shorter. We think this is possible. We've all have been witness to the presentation of the Truncate results recently, only 2 months of therapy for patients with drug-sensitive tuberculosis, curing the majority of the patients, not everybody, but the majority. So we know we can do better. We just need to find the right combinations, the right compounds to ensure that we get this type of response rates. So this is what we are working on now. This is our vision. This is where we're going to go. And how do we do that at TB Alliance? And now I'm coming back to the slide that I showed you at the very beginning, but now I'm going to start from the very far left, so the other side of this graph, with the discovery activities that we're conducting. And so you can see the very large number of programs that we're working on in discovery, different targets, different mechanisms of action, different biology pathways that we'd like to understand and identify. And when we see something that's very promising, we'll move it on to the clinical part of our activities. So looking now at the clinical activities that we're conducting, we have in phase 1 a second generation drug, quinoline, and most of the activities that we are conducting currently are already in phase 2. And so in phase 2, we have a lead second generation darquinoline, which is 876, that we're extremely excited about. It's a very promising compound. We think it has all of the characteristics to be a better bedaquiline, meaning more robust, better tolerated. And we think that because of the properties of this compound, we could possibly come together with a combination of drugs that will help us shorter treatment duration beyond what we were able to do with BPAL so far. We do have also 2 oxazolidinones, second generation, so better linazolid drugs that we think are going to be better tolerated. Linazolid is a very potent compound, so we'd like to have a equal potency, but a much better tolerability in order to combine with 876 and predominate, and again, leads to shorter treatment durations. Some of the studies are being conducted by TB Alliance. Some other studies are being conducted in collaborations with ACTG, the GMRI, and these are very important collaborations that we spend a lot of time on because we'd like to make sure that we are with them at the table, but they are leading these clinical trials that are going to be starting in the near future. We are also conducting a study that we call the BPAMC Siemens study. I'm not going to mention anything now because you'll hear a bit more later on. But I'd like to say that the most exciting activities of all of these is the NC009 clinical trial that we're going to start recruitment, hopefully, in the month of October of this year. So I know that most of you are collaborating with us on this clinical trial, and so for that, I'm grateful and very, very excited to be working with you on these activities. This was my last slide. Again, I am really thankful for your attention, for having me with you today, for being able to interact with you at the breaks, and looking forward to a bit more of that. What I'll do now is call my colleague Leandra, who's going to continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
It's always so humbling to stand in front of a team like this. And it really, I know you're all part of individual teams, but collectively, I feel part of your team, and I hope you feel as much a part of my team as I do of yours. And I'm going to give you just some high-level, an operational overview of Simplicity TB. You know that I was the project manager of Simplicity TB, and previously on Stan helping out on 5. And it's always just been so fantastic to collaborate with yourselves and your teams on site. But first things first. I think we all heave a big sigh of relief that we are not here still. And I just have to acknowledge the complete firefighting activities that you as sites and especially our community teams jumped into. And in particular, on the Simplicity TB trial, which at that time had the biggest footprint. I'm just completely amazed at how you so creatively and putting yourselves second before your patients, before the trial participants. And I just want to give you all a huge big thank you and a round of applause. Okay, so just a reminder, the Simplicity TB design had 3 arms. We had 300 participants in the drug-sensitive arm and 150 in the drug-resistant arm. Our final total was 303 drug-sensitive participants and 152 drug-resistant participants. We managed to finish the drug-sensitive treatment, I think, the drug-resistant treatment and the randomization in 12 months, and the drug-resistant took a little bit more time, about 15, 16 months. And again, the teams were tireless in your efforts to complete the screening period. So thank you. So the trial design consisted of 6 months of treatment with a standard of care if you were on HRZE or you were a drug-sensitive participant, and 4 months of treatment if you were a drug-sensitive participant on the study regimen, BPAMZ. And we followed everybody up for 18 months, and we had final results once the trial period of 2 years was completed. Okay, so just to remind you again where the 27 sites were. There's my... There we are. So the South African sites, we randomized 196 patients, and they were a combination of drug-resistant and drug-sensitive participants. In Brazil, 35, and I think that was the majority of them were actually drug-resistant patients. Georgia, which is a single site, 52, a good mix of drug-sensitive, resistant. We had 5 sites in Russia, and between the 5 sites, they recruited 24 participants. Philippines, we had 2 sites in. Your Uganda team, I need not say anymore. You did really well with 17 randomized participants. Malaysia, 7, and Tanzania, 107. And I would like to just commend again the Tanzanian and Uganda teams, because you recruited those numbers despite some tough approval timelines. So very, very well done. Okay, and then again, so I titled the slide, "Not All Heroes Wear Capes," and you may, if you were present at that meeting, it was August 2018, we had the Simplicity TB investigator meeting for the Africa region in just opposite the Gautrain. Do you guys remember that? Yes. So we are actually meeting, where's the Tanzania? We're actually meeting the Mbeya team with Dr. Nyanda and Prof. Mbaga and Dr. Pregard tomorrow in Tanzania. And you may remember that Dr. Nyanda played a very, very helpful role in facilitating our investigator engagement meeting. And Ms. Pauline Puli, Dr. Rasul. And here, there's Ronald. Okay, so again, thank you very, very much, everybody. And I look forward to seeing most of you again somewhere along the line, sooner rather than later, on the 009 trial. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. So, I'm looking around and I realized that this is my first large audience presentation since November 2019. I've been wearing shirts and pajamas for Zoom calls. So this is very different. So thank you for your time. My name is Folu. I was the study physician for NC008. And I'll be going through the top line results as it has been presented. Is it moving? Okay. So, you all know what Simplicity TB is. I would not bother going through the how to describe the study title, but you know what BPMZ is. B is bedaquiline, PA is pretomanid, M is moxifloxacin, and Z is parazinamide. And of course, you know what HRZ regimen is. I wouldn't waste your time with that. Leandra has described the study design. Again, I won't go through that, but I will start with the objectives and the endpoints for the study. And this is very important because this is the foundation for the presentation I'm going to give to you. So, like every study, we have endpoints, primary and secondary. And before I go through this presentation, I want to give you a background on BPMZ. BPMZ is the most potent regimen we have till today. And when I say that, I'm talking in terms of non-clinical data. So as you know, before you give a drug or a regimen to humans, you need to first try it out in animals. So we infect, well, not me, they infect mice with TB, and then they test it with different regimens to see what is the most potent. And BPMZ is the most potent regimen we have till today. The only thing that rivals it is what Maria mentioned, that's 876, TBAJ 876 PAL. That's in combination with pretomanid and linezolid. And we are going to evaluate that in the NC009 study that's coming up, but many of you will be part of that. So we really feel that BPMZ is a very potent regimen. And of course, we have to try it out in the clinical trial. So HRZ, you can think of it as a shotgun, but BPMZ is a bazooka. So that it's killing the bacteria easily. That is what we expect based on the non-clinical data. So when we designed the study, we had a primary endpoint at week 8, which is to see how quickly BPMZ can cure or wipe out the bacteria in a person. So for example, let's say there are two people, person A, person B. Person A receives HRZE and person B receives BPMZ. What we expect is that it will take person A on HRZE, let's say it takes 11 weeks or 12 weeks to cure for the bacteria to be wiped out. We expect that for BPMZ, that should happen in at least 6 weeks. So that's about twice. So that's why we have this criteria, which says time to negative culture in liquid media by week 8. and we're checking for superiority with a hazard ratio greater than 2. What that means is that we expect that patients who are on BPMZ, it should reduce the burden quicker, at least twice as quick compared to HRZE. So that's simply what that primary endpoint means. And of course, we are looking mainly at the DS, drug-sensitive TB patients. That is those that are randomized to receive HRZE compared to those that are randomized to receive 4 months of BPMZ. We did have a drug-resistant arm, that they received 6 BPMZ, but we're just looking. There was no formal analysis for the drug-resistant arm. We're just looking at it to see if it looks similar to the 4 BPMZ arm. So the secondary endpoint, this is at 52 weeks after the start of treatment. We want to know how many patients had unfavorable outcome at week 52. Now, let me first talk about favorable outcome. What does that mean? That means that you took the medication, you completed it, 4 months or 6 months, you completed it, you were in the study till 52 weeks, and you are cured. There's no relapse, no treatment failure. And so that means that if you relapsed or you had a treatment failure, then that is an unfavorable outcome. But also, if you're unable to complete the regimen, that means also that it's a treatment, that's an unfavorable outcome because you didn't finish the regimen and you had to be transferred to the National TB program. So the key secondary endpoint is the difference between the unfavorable outcome in patients who received 4 BPMZ subtracted by patients who received unfavorable outcome in patients who received HRZE. So let's say, for example, 90% of patients in BPMZ had, let me not put that. Let's say 10% of patients had an unfavorable outcome in patients who received 4 BPMZ. And we had 5% of patients who had unfavorable outcome in those who received HRZE. So you subtract that, and that's 5%. So that 5% is what is called the risk difference. Statistics, they do something called 95% confidence interval. So that means that if you do that same experiment multiple times, there's an upper margin, which is the worst case scenario, that if you do it 1 million times, instead of that 5, maybe to be 10 or 12. If you do it 1 million times, the best case scenario that could maybe 1%. So we call that a 95% confidence interval. So because we are conservative, we're going to look at the upper margin, the worst case scenario. So if that difference, and it's a statistical calculation, if it's more than 12%, then that means that 4 BPMZ is inferior compared to HRZE. If it's less than 12%, then that means that it is non-inferior to HRZE. Okay. All right. So I think Leandra already described this. I'm going to describe the baseline characteristics of the patient. So we have wonderful sites that recruited in this study. We kind of ranked them in this slide to show by how much they recruited, but really everybody contributed to the study. And again, thank you very much. So this has to do with baseline characteristics, and I'm going to highlight the sex, the race, and the HIV status. You can see that, I'm pointing the right thing, okay. Yeah, you can see that there were more females that were recruited into the drug-resistant arm compared to the drug-sensitive arm. We can see that there were more Blacks recruited to the drug-sensitive arm compared to the drug-resistant arm. And then there were more HIV-positive patients or patients living with HIV in the drug-resistant arm. Truth is that this, according to our analysis of the data, it didn't really make any difference. But I just thought I should highlight that to you. Okay, so now I'll talk about the efficacy in the study. And of course, I'll start with the primary endpoint. So I've already described the criteria. So what did we see? So in terms of the hazard ratio, remember I said if it's more than 2, then it is superior. 4 BPMZ is superior to HRZE. And what the study showed was that at 8 weeks, we got actually 3, the 2.9. So that shows that 4 BPMZ is actually superior statistically compared to HRZE. And if you also look at the proportion of patients who have converted to negative at this time point, if you look at HRZE, it's about 47%, 4 BPMZ about 84%. So basically twice as much patients on 4 BPMZ had already turned negative as of 8 weeks. So what does this show? And by the way, we consider the result for 6 BPMZ is very similar to 4 BPMZ. So what does this show? It confirms what I talked about in the beginning, that BPMZ is a bazooka. It's really is very effective. So this is really good news. This is a Kaplan-Meier curve. On the y-axis, it shows proportion of patients who have converted to negative, and this is just the x-axis shows the time. So of course, at the beginning, everybody is positive at the beginning, right? Now, as the study goes along, you can see that the patients on BPMZ, there's a sharp drop. You can see that there. So very quickly, they converted to negative. But our friend HRZE kind of lagged behind. And again, this just confirms what I'm talking about, that 4 BPMZ is very, very, very potent. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about the secondary endpoint at week 52. So the result is interesting. What did we see? We can see that I'm focusing on this particular slide, but I'll try and switch from time to time. Number of patients with unfavorable outcome was about 7% in the HRZE arm, and it was 17% in the 4 BPMZ arm. So there were more unfavorable outcomes in patients in 4 BPMZ. And if you look at the upper margin of the 95% confidence interval, we're targeting at least 12 or lower. Unfortunately, we got 17.5. So I'm sure you're asking the question, why? Why is it that such a potent regimen at 8 weeks, all of a sudden at week 52, is looking different compared to HRZE? And I will tell you, the reason is because of adverse events. Remember I told you that you have to complete the regimen. If you don't complete the regimen, you're unfavorable, because that means you have to go to the NTP, they start all over again. Unfortunately, you can see that we had 1% who withdrew due to adverse events in the HRZE arm, but we had 14% in both BPMZ arm who are to withdraw due to adverse events. So that's why, unfortunately, 4 BPMZ in this population called TB-MITT is unfortunately inferior to HRZE. But it's not all bad news. Now, there's another statistical population called protocol population, which means that this patient took the regimen, they completed the regimen. So all those patients that had to withdraw due to an adverse event, they are not in this table. So basically, we're looking at patients. Let's assume that all patients are able to take the regimen. What does the efficacy look like? We can see that in terms of unfavorable, very similar to HRZE, 3%, 4.8%. Actually, 6 BPMZ was actually 2.6%. It's not changing. And okay, yeah. And if you look at the two-sided 95% confidence interval that I talked about, it was about 6.5%, way below the 12% margin. So 4 BPMZ in this population is non-inferior to HRZE. Again, because we have removed all the early withdrawals due to adverse events. If you look at relapses, treatment failure, it's basically the same across all arms, right? Again, the problem was the adverse event. Now, what adverse events are we mainly talking about? It's hepatotoxicity. And I will talk about this a bit later. Okay. Okay, all right. So now I'll talk about safety. Okay. So if you look at any treatment emergent adverse event across the treatment arm, they're basically the same. You can see that it's basically the same across all arms. But if you look at any serious treatment emergent adverse event or any adverse event that leads to drug discontinuation, you can see that we had more in the 4 BPMZ, in the BPMZ arms basically compared to HRZE. And again, due to hepatotoxicity, mostly. So this is the most interesting slide in safety. So what we did here is that we're looking at the actual lab results, right? ALT, AST are important liver enzyme. Once they're elevated, then your liver has a problem, right? So we looked at how many, once it's greater than 3 times upper limit of normal, you have a problem. You need to intervene. Something is wrong, right? So we're looking at what proportion of patients have ALT and or AST greater than 3 times upper limit of normal. And we're also looking at how many have 3 to 8 times greater than upper limit of normal, and also the severe one, which is greater than 8 times upper limit of normal. And what do you see? So if you look at the, I'll call it mild, moderate, raised LFTs, it's basically the same. HRZ 9.2, 4 BPMZ 8.0, 6 BPMZ 8.1. It's basically the same, right? So where do we have the problem? It's the severity of the elevations. If you look at the greater than 8 times upper limit of normal, you can see that it's 2% in HRZE, but we're looking at 8% and 6% in the 4 BPMZ arm and the 6 BPMZ arms. So it looks like the BPMZ regimen causes more severe elevation in liver enzymes, right? So we started thinking, right? Because is predominantly the problem? Because we've done BPAL and we didn't see this very severe LFT elevations, right? So we're like, what could be the problem here? You know? So luckily we have done a lot of studies, which many of you have kindly participated in. So we checked to see them. So we had an analysis where we pulled all the data together. NC 002, 005, STAN, Simplicity TB, NIC, Xenix. We pulled all the patients and we grouped them into different groups, right? So number one is patients who received HRZE. The second group, patients who receive any regimen that has pretormanid in combination with parazinamide. So it could be BPMZ, it could be BPAZ, whatever. Once you have pretormanid in combination with parazinamide, you belong to that group. And then we had the BPAL, mainly from Xenix and from NIX. And we wanted to see, looked at the liver enzyme again, the same way we looked at it in NC 008 and see, is there any difference? Is it the same across these groups? And this is what we saw. First of all, it's a very robust data. You can see about PhD was about 841 patients, HRZ was about 340, BPAL 290. Very robust data. Now, if you look at maximum ALT elevation, greater than 3 times upper limit of normal, when you have to do something, when there's a problem, right? We can see that HRZ was about 5.6%, BPAL was about 8.6%, PAZ was about 10.8%. So there seems to be a difference between B and PAZ and HRZE, and maybe also BPAL. But this is the most interesting part of the data, this part that I highlight here. So what this calculation is that if you look at maximum ALT greater than 3 times upper limit of normal, that's this one right here. Yeah. And if you look at, of that group of people, how many of them had severe LFT elevation? I mean, how many of them had greater than 8 times upper limit of normal? So that will be 3 divided by 25 times 100. That's maths. And that comes to 12%. So 12% of patients who had an ALT greater than 3 times upper limit of normal had severe LFT elevation. Now, compare that to HRZE. It was quite surprising. In HRZE, it was actually 47%. And the PAZ regimen was 43%. So that explains it, right? It shows that BPAL doesn't cause as severe elevations compared to PAZ continuing regimen and almost actually, in fact, HRZE. So this is also the same data, but showing it in a different way. The y-axis here shows maximum elevation, ALT elevation, and these are all the different treatment arms. This is called a whisker plot. So all the dots you see here are individual patients and the maximum ALT elevation that they had in patients who had ALT greater than 3 times upper limit of normal. This horizontal line is the median for this group. What do you see? You can see BPAL way down here. This orange line is times 8 upper limit of normal. But here you see BPAL way down here. HRZ, it's a bit up, about it's here, but you can see that PAZ regimen is way up here. So that kind of points to the fact that it is possible that there could be an interaction between pretormanid and parazinamide that may potentiate the LFT elevations that we have observed. Even interesting was this patient, and I'm circling this patient because this patient in the BPAL regimen is an outlier. This patient had almost 27 times upper limit of normal, and that was in Pauline's site. She's here somewhere. Yeah, and interestingly, this patient received parazinamide 28 days just prior to starting the BPAL regimen. So again, maybe parazinamide and pretormanid together could be causing more severe elevation. But we can be rest assured that BPAL is okay. We're comfortable with that. So that is actually my presentation. This is the conclusion, but I won't go through all the conclusions because Jess is going to give us like a comms perspective on the conclusions of the study results. I know you probably have questions, but I think we'll talk about this after the presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, though. I'll take the clicker. Okay. Thank you.
Who's gonna get my photo? Great. Let me go back to the conclusions. No, sorry, I'm trying to go back. There we go. Okay. So thanks to Folu and Leandra for sharing so much about Simplicity TV. I am just gonna super quickly do some takeaway messaging, and tomorrow we're actually gonna spend some time diving in deeper. And we'll do a breakout session to talk about how this will resonate with communities, what to bring back to them. Because I mean, I don't need to be the one to tell you guys, but sharing these results with our communities is of course such an important part of TB research, but also of community engagement. And again, I don't need to tell you that. But yeah, so just a couple quick points that I want to leave with today. Folu covered so much of the results, but the biggest thing that we're wanting to take away from this is, again, that the research development model is working. The primary endpoint here to show the efficacy results, we went after BPAMZ because of preclinical data, because of early phase research. So, that is helping us find the new drugs that can help us fight TB. So we're showing that that works, even if there was a lot that we talked about on safety, but the efficacy is coming through. So our preclinical development model is working, and it'll help us find new drugs down the line to help us fight TB. Also, on the side effects part that Folu really went into nicely, we heard a lot on hepatotoxicity. But again, the important thing to remember there is that we did see this with BPAMZ, and like Folu said, it could be an interaction between protomanid and pyrazinamide. More to come on that, I'm sure. But we weren't seeing this in BPAL, which has been, as we've talked about, as Maria mentioned, from Nix, Xenix, TV Practical, we weren't seeing those kinds of side effects, and BPAL is continuing to, be used around the world, which we'll hear more of from another one of our colleagues later on today. So those are some key messages, and I'm really not going to take too much of our time on this today because we are going to really dive in deep on this tomorrow. And again, we'll take some time tomorrow to really share what's resonating with you guys. I want to hear from you on how you want to communicate this to your communities. And it'll be really interactive tomorrow. But on that, hopefully it was a lot of information, but hopefully those are some key points that we can take away from today. Right. Thanks. Did our colleague join over Zoom? Did our next speaker is joining hopefully over Zoom. So we'll see now if she's with us.
Hi,
Yeah.
yes, I should be on.
We want to make sure there's an opportunity to ask a little bit of Perfect. You can feel free to come up. Were there any? Feel free to raise your hands if you guys have questions.
My question is to Alu. The slide you mentioned about the hazard ratio. Can you a bit explain about that?
Oh, okay. I can explain again. So we said hazard ratio. It's a statistical terminology, right? I hate statistics too. So what it means really is that, and I use an analogy of, let's say there are two people here, A and B, right? And A received HRZE, B received BPMZ, right? And you give it to them at the same time, like in the study. So again, we think, well, now we know that BPMZ is a bazooka, right? It's killing all the bacteria very quickly. So if it takes HRZ is still a good drug, but if it takes HRZ 12 weeks for a single, if you look at this person A, who took HRZ, it took 12 weeks for HRZ to wipe out the bacteria, 12 weeks. Then for B, who took BPMZ, the bazooka, it wipes it out in 4 weeks. In 4 weeks, the patient has no bacteria. So 12 versus 4. So that's basically 3 times. You know, this BPMZ is effective 3 times quick, compared to HRZE. So the 2 is something we pre-specified because we are quite confident with BPMZ. So we are saying the hazard ratio should be 2. That is, we expect it to be twice as more effective or more likely for patients who were treated with BPMZ to be negative by week 8. So that's why we use the word, that's why we have that 2. And that's just the hazard ratio. I don't know if it makes sense. And there's a 95% confidence interval, and that is statistical term. There's an upper limit, there's a lower limit. If you do the same study many times, you can get different results, right? But there's a way they do it. Don't ask me. Statistical way. They know that, okay, in the best case scenario, it can be 3. That's the lower limit. And there's the worst case scenario, and that is, let's say 15, right? So based on any particular hazard ratio that you get, there was a 95% confidence interval.
We have time for one last question, Hadija, and then we're going to move on to the segment study presentation. Thank you.
Also, the question goes to doctor. It is also on the hazard ratio because on the line it was showing 2.93, and then the 2 was the mark point,
right.
But this side is 0. So it means RHZE it was 0 because I did not see the.
Let me go back to that slide. Where's the pointer? Okay. Oh, now we have Joanna. It's the slide of the primary endpoint. I think that's what you're referring to. Okay. You're talking about this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the other side is 0. That's what was confusing me.
Oh, so this is
ratio for RHZE.
So this is just a range. It's just a way to visualize it, right? This nobody is just a range. So we are showing that it could be from 0 to whatever. We've pre-specified 2 as a hazard ratio, right?
At the mark point.
Sorry, at week 8. That's, you know, so and we are saying that what we got was 2.93, and this is the confidence interval. You see, 2.17 to 3.96, but the hazard ratio value we got was 2.9, which is 3, and it's higher than 2. So that means it's 4 BPMZ is superior to HRZE. Okay.
Thank you so much. Great. We'd like to welcome our colleague who is still in New York, Joanna Morera, to join us. And Joanna, we're just bringing you back up onto the screen, and we'll let you know when we can see you now. Joanna, would you introduce yourself and then actually, can we hear Joanna?
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
It's coming through, Joanna. They're just going to raise your level. I think we're good to go. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to all. I'm Joanna Morera. I'm one of the clinical project managers at TB Alliance, and I will be speaking on the fertility trial that we are currently conducting, and I'm also the project lead that's leading that trial. Can we go to the slide or the slide deck?
Just 1 second, Joanna, we're going to share the slides again.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Next slide. All right, so as mentioned, what I'll be talking about is the fertility trial that many of you are either aware or not aware of. It is a phase 2 study that we've took the BPAMZ, as was discussed with the Simplicity, and really try to look at the reproductive effects of particularly Pertomonid, but within that regimen. So if we can go to the next slide. So this study has been a long time in the making. I don't know how many of you know the history of this study, but TB Alliance has really been trying to get this trial into fruition, I would say as early as maybe 2018. So quite a long timeline from the initial planning to when we actually submitted the study in South Africa first, which was in November 2020, and then shortly after we submitted in Georgia, which is the other country for which we've executed this trial. So really we looked at the BPAMZ in male participants. So this is a male-only study in drug-resistant TB. We gave the regimen for 26 weeks, so 6 months of treatment. And the primary endpoint of this study is really the fertility. So we've looked at, we're looking at the fertility at different time points. So screening baseline, week 12, week 26, which is the primary endpoint for this study. And then our secondary endpoint is at week 44. So we're looking at change from baseline to week 26 in the sperm count and concentration for the primary endpoint. And then we will look at the same in terms of baseline and changes at week 12, and then week 13 and week 44 as a secondary endpoint. So the study initially started at us just ending at week 44, but then we felt it was very important to continue on managing and monitoring the efficacy. So patients in follow-up, so we extended the study for 52 more weeks, so another year. And we currently have completed enrollment, so we'll talk a little bit more about that. So we needed 20 evaluable participants for this study. So it actually, we'll talk a little bit more about recruitment in a little bit, but really I would have to commend for many of you who are there who were part of this recruitment for this study. It's a very challenging trial. There was a lot of hurdles to get this up and running. The study went from being something that we wanted to do in TB to go back to the FDA, where we thought maybe if we did it in a volunteer type of scenario that it would work. It would not. The FDA did not approve that. Going back into TB and looking at South Africa and Georgia. So quite a lot of history on this study. So we're glad to see that it took off and we're at a very good space in the study. Next slide, please. So where are we? So as mentioned, The study submission started in 2020. We've took quite a while to get sites up and running and getting regulatory approval. We're successfully able to recruit, start screening, and late Q3. So first patient screened in September of 2021. And until then, it was quite challenging for us to get all our patients in. So 20 patients, as you can see below, from September to 2021 until December of 2022, from when we were actively recruiting, we pre-screened 392 participants. So it's quite a large number for our sites to go through and find evaluable participants for this study. We ended up only screening out of those 392, 65 participants. We had a screen failure rate of 60% on this study, and at times it was higher than 60%. And then at the end, we only end up enrolling 26 out of those 65 that were screened, and we currently have 21 that are actively on trial. So either they have reached the completion, or are still due to complete. So quite a long timeline, and I would say for 20 participants, it took us quite longer to get everyone in, but we're happy to say we have now passed that phase, and we're pretty much in conduct. We have quite a lot of activities happening this year in terms of primary endpoint analyses as well as secondary analyses. So just to give a little bit of recruitment update here. Next slide. And I felt it was very important to highlight really the tremendous efforts that our sites did for us to get to these numbers. So I felt very important just to give a little bit of a, shout out to each site on what they actually did, the number of participants they screened, what they screen failed, what they end up enrolling, and discontinue, and patients who discontinue. So very close management, a lot of communication with our communities, a lot of communication with our PIs, Dr. Howell, which I'm aware she's there, as well as Francesca Karate, who is in Port Elizabeth, so site 1002, Dr. William Bruskin for site 1003, and then our Georgian site, Dr. Mikasvili, Dr. Lally, in Georgia 1104. So I really wanted to highlight this for this presentation to show that your efforts, were well, worth, and, TB Alliance is, completely, happy for what we're able to accomplish with this very, very difficult study. Next slide, please. So what is our timeline? So as mentioned, we have now completed enrollment, and we do have some major milestones to complete this year. So this fertility study is a post-marketing commitment to the FDA. So we are required at this point to really deliver, the actual results. So top-line results in Q3. At the moment, we are really mapping out all those activities. We do have everything in place. And what we're looking for is once our last participant completes treatment, which is scheduled to be in June of 2023, TB Alliance will work with others to perform the analysis of the primary endpoint, and that delivery is in the beginning of August. And shortly after that, we will take those results and provide them to the FDA. And then we will, be in a constant communication with the FDA post that submission. Following that, we will be also completing the secondary endpoint, which is the 18 weeks follow-up for the 44-week time point. And we are looking to also complete that analysis come December of 2023. So shortly after all of that has been done, and we'll be able to communicate and provide that analysis to the FDA, we will then be in touch on what communications of any reports to our sites and to the community post that. So to keep in, keep in tune for that. But for the most part, this is quite an important submission that we need to do this year to the FDA. It does have impact, tremendous impact for a pediatric program that TB Alliance is leading. So we're hoping to be able to change some of the FDA's responses around, the management of pertomidin in the future for the pediatric. Then shortly after that, the study will continue up to 2024 with our last patient coming off in June of that year. And we will look to lock the database in August of 2024. And then the CSR will come out in late November of 2024. So still, a while to go until we complete with the study. Next slide, please. So shortly after I will speak, I'm just going to speed up a little bit because I know my colleagues, Pinda Galea, who is the community engagement lead for this trial, as well as Dr. Howell will be speaking a little bit more on their experience on the fertility study. But I did want to quickly mention, the challenges that we had. We faced quite a lot of challenges during the pre-screening and as well as our screening portion of the study. So I think for this study, because the endpoint emphasis was on the fertility and not so much on the efficacy, which is, what we're looking to always cure our participants from TB. The fertility piece is new. I know we've tried to manage this under other studies, but this is actually the first one TB Alliance did as a standalone trial. And so just very quickly around, what was felt or what was heard from the community was that, there was a cultural taboo and misconception around the fertility endpoints. And it had to do with the semen collection and just the discomfort on getting those samples in. And so what we try to do in the trial is really have male staff as best as possible across our sites, just so there's a little bit more comfort for our participants there. We did provide quite a lot of mental health support around not only the collection, but actual, just the process of it as well. And we felt throughout, Stephanie's support and all our community engagement leads at each site that, it was still important to really educate our participants on why we do the clinical trials, but also more particularly for this study, what we're really trying to achieve with the fertility collection and the analysis later on. Another, challenge that we did face is that for some of our sites, there was a higher rate of, just drug abuse that was seen. So unfortunately, those participants fell out of compliance to be able to enroll for this study. And then for some of our sites, as we know, there's quite a lot of migrant workers that go from different locations throughout the year. We unfortunately had a few of these participants that wanted to join, but because they weren't any acceptable type of home address or, any type of identification that we could, keep, we weren't able to really work that out. For some we were, but it, just remained an issue during our pre-screening. And then the age, I think for this study kind of impacted where we felt the older participants really had a harder time wanted to do the trial, but the second one was actually provide the semen collection because they did not feel comfortable with the action of masturbation. So we really try to approach more of the younger males that may have seemed more perceptive to be able to do this and not feel as uncomfortable in the act. And then for this study, we did not allow any delaminate exposure. So we had to monitor this closely. So just a few of the pre-screening, challenges. There's a whole bunch of other challenges that were in the protocol inclusion exclusion, but these were, the highlights for the pre-screening. Next slide. And then during our screening, so once our participant passed that, the semen collection was an issue. So actually being able to have viable samples coming from the participant. So we've had issues just from the collection process, but also the transport of the samples from the site to the lab. So what we did was we really held a few site webinars and more hands-on, training on site to really, get some lessons learned on, best practices to collect this. And I have to say, once we've had these, issue kind of, dwindled and went away. We did have a few community engagement forums as well, just to continue to support the staff and the participants on our trial. And really, we felt because the experience really wasn't there yet around the fertility and the endpoints. It really was just a learning curve as our sites and participants became more comfortable with the process of collection and shipment. This issue also went away from there. We've also had some early discrepancies between the MICO results from the local labs. So from our regionally assigned lab compared to the local or so outside labs. But we were able to mitigate this once we've decided to include historical data. And so that, eliminate that issue there. We've also had a few issues from the very beginning on actually getting the results of the semen, as quickly as possible. So a lot of coordination with the safety lab, and for this study that was SERBA, and they had a subcontractor Lancet lab that actually, analyze the fertility samples. So really being able to get that agreement for them to turn around very quickly. We also added a local andrologist that has been an excellent resource in South Africa. So she works very closely with that lab as well as our sites if there's issues coming up around any of the fertility results. Low semen volume across our participants was an issue and continued until our last enrolled participant. And this really, there's nothing we can really do. We know a lot of these participants come on trial extremely sick with a lot of other, co-infections besides TB, and, felt that disease can have an impact on fertility. And so it was something that we really had to monitor and, closely. Even participants on treatment will have dips in the semen volume, but, we continue to just watch this closely. But as mentioned, we just really reviewed and trained very well our fertility labs as well as our sites. So that's, did not remain as an issue. And then as mentioned, it's a very sick population. So we've had quite a lot of participants that had low C4 counts, that, diabetic, plus a number of other, diseases. So, I have to say all of our sites did such an excellent job of, patient management and continue doing an, excellent job of this across the sites. Next slide, please. So, at this point, I do want to turn it over. That's the end of my part. As mentioned, we don't have any results yet, but once we do get results, we'll be able to, provide those accordingly once we're able to submit to the FDA. I think, for everyone, this study again was a first for TB Alliance. I think a first for many of who participated in our sites to actually follow a trial where the endpoint is not MICO. It's not necessarily the efficacy, even though efficacy was secondary. So I think just as you were curious to see what the outcome of that is for this study in particular. So the primary endpoint will come summer, and then the secondary will come our late year, and then we will, communicate those results accordingly after that. So, Stephanie, I wanted to turn this back to you. I know, I spoke, broadly of what the sites faced and participants faced, but I think it'll be great to hear from Pinda or, Dr. Howell, just, their, experience overall on how, well this trial was received, what to look forward to in the future, and I do think that this is a study that probably it's not going to be one and then not happen again. I think more trials, like this with uncommon primary endpoints will become the norm. And we're just ahead of the game, I think, as TB Alliance and for the sites that participated.
Thank you so much, Joanna. If we could ask that you just stay online for a little bit,
Sure.
So in case there are clarifying questions at the end of the panel. But if I may invite Dr. Pauline Howell and Pinda to join us up here. And Dr. Howell, I know you wanted to share some, or we asked you, and you graciously accepted our invitation to share some perspectives from the site. And really, I think understanding from your perspective what the impact of this kind of study can have and what it will bring us to, and then we'll pass to Pinda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. After lunch is always a tough time to have long discussions, especially with statistics. I don't folio, it's not my favorite thing either, and it's difficult to explain sometimes. So I just wanted to start a little bit. My name is Pauline Howell, and I am the doctor that works at the Sizwe Hospital. The two hands that you saw in that one presentation with the tablets on, that was taken at our hospital. And it's great to have been involved in so many different kinds of studies that has really changed drug-resistant TB. When I started working with drug-resistant TB patients 2013, almost 10 years ago now, patients thought that they were coming to hospital to die. Both partners move on, they give up their jobs, give up their rent, quit, they decided to just move on, and families were getting ready to basically have a funeral. And then patients were taking between 2 years and sometimes longer. They were taking more than 14,000 tablets over 2 years with injections every single day for 6 months. That was leaving a third of them deaf forever. Back then it was deaf or dead. And how much the drug-resistant TB space has changed since then. Now I've got a patient who's taking 3 drugs, B-Pal, for 6 months, no injections. And after 8 weeks, they're like, Doc, I need to get out of here and get back to my life. Okay, and it's fantastic to see. It is, it's really wonderful. B-Pal has changed the way that we do things. And that is something that we are so encouraged about. Not only at Sizwe did we do Nix and Xenix, and at our sister site, a bunch of the other NC00 whatever studies, but we're now also doing an access program. That means you don't have to be a trial participant on a clinical trial to get access to B-Pal. We are giving the normal person access to B-Pal while we are waiting for government to get everything going so that we can give it to everyone. But who is currently left out of these short 6-month all oral regimens? Children, pregnant people. And that's a problem. Kids have much less TB in their bodies when they've got TB than adults. They don't tend to have holes in their lungs. They should be able to take short treatment with few tablets, just like adults. But we don't know if Pretomanid is completely safe and okay in children. And that's actually the reason why we did the semen study. We call it the fertility study because it's a little bit nicer on the ears, but really it was all about collecting semen, which was very controversial, as you can imagine, in any hospital. Exactly. And so why did we do the study? Well, because you may have seen it in all of the informed consent forms that you've looked at, but they have this long, complicated language about when they gave Pretomanid to rats. The rats had problems having babies, the male rats. There were no problems in the female rats. But this was not in monkeys, it wasn't in the dogs, and we haven't seen it on any people. But the FDA in America says, you're not giving this medicine to any children until we know what the fertility story is. We don't want to give this to a boy, a young boy, and then he can't have kids. Makes sense. Do we think it's a really big problem? Probably not at this point. Why do I say that? Because on Nix and Xenix and a lot of these other trials, we started giving this medicine, not just 18 and above, but 14 and above. So it's already been given to a bunch of teenagers, and it's been given to lots and lots of adults who, and I'm sure you know, we always say, please don't get pregnant on a clinical trial. Lots of them get lots of people pregnant anywhere in clinical trials with no problems, right? And so we already have all this information available. Then they say, no, you need to be extra careful with the kids. Fine, we need to be careful with kids. But let's also be realistic. We don't want the kids to be 5 years in the past, 10 years in the past, taking long treatment unnecessarily. So we wanted to get this treatment and this trial done quickly. Another important thing, BPAL and BPAL-M is now a regimen which the World Health Organization says we should be giving to everyone 14 and older. But now we're so careful with kids. So we want to get the detail out quickly, and we want to get that information quickly. Does that make sense? Where are we coming from here? Okay, so the difficulty is that even at the hospital where I work, the management were very like, oh, I don't want to do a trial with semen. We don't want to be telling patients to masturbate in the wards. You know, like you can imagine. And I must say, who came to our rescue? The CAB. Why? Because they said, how can you be giving this medicine to everyone, but we've never checked if this thing is really safe for our young men and for our gentlemen who've been taking it? And they were right. And not only did they advocate so strongly at our hospital, but they managed to convince them. And it's only because of our CAB that we were able to do the study at Sizwe. So a round of applause for the CAB involved. You can understand that setting up a study like this, you need to ask a lot of questions quite nicely before you start doing all the work, because there's lots of things we didn't know. What's a normal sperm count in a man who's got TB? I don't know. Is it a very sick man? Is it a very well man? I don't know. What happens if he takes TB treatment? Will the sperm count get better or worse? Not even talking about Protominate, talking about the other drugs. We don't know. Can men who are sick with TB produce a sample? We don't know. What's the best way to get that sample? We don't know. So this trial has been a very important effort in not only finding the answers, but also finding the right methods in collecting this information. And so I'm very happy to hand over to Pinda, who works with me at Sizwe. He will tell you a little bit more about some of the difficulties of doing this trial, but also how grateful we are and how happy we are with the results that we've gotten so far.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. First, let me start by acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge TB Alliance, our participant, the CAP, our structures from Department of Health, clinics, and my colleagues, Irene and Miriam, and again, myself. So this was not an easy trial, I'll be honest with you. The plan was simple, get it done within a period of 6 to 8 months, around there. But in an actual fact, it wasn't easy. So we also did formal research around it where we went and asked men, will you be able to be part of this study called fertility study, PP, the semen study, and then would you participate? And then the questions around the belief, religious factors that men are overprotective of themselves and other also experts, like it's my first time. One guy said it's my first time. I don't know how to do it, you know. And also, how do I do it? You know, this thing is done around white communities, you know. For us, black communities, it's still a taboo, you know. Then we also asked, do you know the color of your sperm? No, they said, no. It's light, you know, watery, you know, yellowish, you know. And the biggest factor was right. TB patients don't understand these things because they are sick. And they've never done it whilst they are sick. So those are some of the factors. Due to time, I'll just explain. And then some of the slides. Dr. Folio. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, So these were some of the challenges that we got in doing a questionnaire survey with TB patients. And then some of the points Joanna and Dr. Hall have also explained about it. And stigma, stigma is one of the major factors within our communities. And also fear of the unknown. Men said, no, my religion does not allow us to do this. So these were some of the challenges that were major factors: stress and depression around men. The fact that they are sick with TB that they don't understand. Another thing, treatment that they are taking with a lot of side effects. So these men are overprotective of those, even sickness. Like some of the men, they won't even tell you that they are sick. They'll just say, there's a saying in our Zulu, actually in our African language, that a man does not cry. So a lot of men, they die inside. They only go to health facilities whenever they are too sick, or else they are referred by their own families or friends. So those are some of the factors. We also did one-on-one discussion to some of the men that they are too private and confidential. We also did group discussion around, do you understand this misconception, stigma around it? So those were part of the, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure this is it. I'm trying. Okay. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry, technology sometimes when you go inside. So those were some, but we had to sensitize our communities around the study. We also had to do a lot of discussions to mobilize the patients, to mobilize the clinic staffs, to also mobilize as well as us as a research site, and also do a lot of education discussion around that, and have different talks around men so that when we recruit them, it will be much more easier to address those things. And actually, other challenges we didn't anticipate within the study. So we had to prepare, almost as communities, we don't have those special rooms, even in our research site, where these men would produce the semen. So we had to get TVs, clips around, those porno clips, so that, they'd get aroused. So this was not an easy study. So, and there are guidelines along those things. So men would prefer a phone, there'd be pamphlets or magazine, or a TV, they would choose. At least we're comfortable. Okay, this study was done in 4 sites: Georgia, Sizwe, PE, Isangole Temba, and Northwest. So we had to at least advise each other what best method can work better with patients. And also we had to create a private room. This is the first time. And in clinics, it's always busy, most. And whenever you're doing that thing, it must be private, quiet. So we had to create that space for patients to be comfortable. And we had also to reschedule appointments. Whenever, a patient is coming, it must be quiet, not too many movements. So those are some of the things. And we didn't talk much about the reimbursement. The reimbursement was very good. But, when you talk about reimbursement, people would volunteer. But with this one, even though you volunteer, it wasn't easy because of some of men did not even understand their own bodies due to TB. So when you recruit them, they would agree with you, the informed consent. And again, the clinic sites were very helpful. The sponsor with the support as well, they were very helpful. So these were some of the things that we did. And so just to explain a few things again, I know Stephanie, time is, is short on my side. So when we recruited the patients, they would come in and also by the investment. Some of them will say, I want to try this. And some of them will say, no, this is not allowed in my culture. And participants who agreed, they were willing. They would come again and participate, and then we go, and then they have to give now the semen. And you'll find that to some of them, it was very depressing and stressful because they did not understand that due to TB, their bodies wouldn't allow them to give the semen. They were too sick. One of the factors, they were too sick. Another one is that the stress of taking TB medication, the longer regimen, it was also one of the factors that would make them not to be part. And that's why you saw a huge number of screen failures. That was one of the major factors that was part. So other participants agreed to be part of the study. Others, they were giving the semen. Others, they were giving the semen along the process, then low volume count. It was one of the successful. It was a problem that would give the semen. Now they're giving the semen. Now the semen is what? It's low. And Dr. Paul, we once discussed with Dr. Hall that within the semen there's no sperm. I was like, bo. So do you get me? So those are major challenges. But the study was very, very interesting because would have a regular call with Mary and Irene, and they're females. So I would do sometimes I count, guys, help. How can we help these patients, to produce? Because we need this, and this is one of the serious inclusion criteria. But then these were major, but patients did take part in the study, and the study continued very, very well. And they had to give semen on screening and enrollment. Then it would be week 12 and week 13, and then follows. And actually, one of the factors again was that when you are sick, they would give a volume count. But when their bodies were recovering due to the good treatment that you were receiving, at least you would see progress within week 12 and week 13, which was one of the things that was very good. It was that the treatment helped them again to recover so quickly and also to go at home. I remember one of the challenges that again was one of the major factors. I think we can all relate to drug abuse within our communities. It's one of the growing problems that is also stressing a lot of studies and also communities as well. But CAP was very helpful in terms of addressing such things. How can we go about re-educating our structures, and also our patients as well, and open dialogue, discussing these things, because many, they are very overprotective around discussing their own health. But we saw this as one of the improving things as well. So as one of the lead recruiters across all sites, I had to have the regular calls with our colleagues, and especially Irene and Miriam, since they are females, they have also had support from their own sites as well, which was very helpful in terms of understanding around the study. And we had also to think outside the box. I still remember in some of the men who were giving semen, you'd find out they can't give due to their bodies and stressful. So we had to find ways that, you must drink a lot of water, eat vitamin food, so that they would come the next following day and also produce the semen. So that was very helpful, and also understanding what are the requirements of the study. And also we had quarterly reports with the TB Alliance team. Hey, it was not easy because questions would come around there. What do you think the cause of this is that? And I had to answer. And some of the things I'm not even in that situation, but I could see that patients, it was stressing them, not having their manhood on a right platform performing very well. And this would also kill their egos as men. There are things that make us men to be men, and if ever those things are not working properly, we become abusive, number one, we become problematic. So these were some of the things. I'm just rushing. So Zoom, online calls, WhatsApp, communicating very well. It also helped us to mitigate some of the challenges that we saw and that were happening, and also having support from our own research structures. It was very helpful, and also the sponsor. I'm just rushing now. Okay, I'm jumping this. Okay, emphasis around re-education. It is very important that we keep learning and keep identifying some of the factors that we need to improve on. So, and also having CAP, always communicating with CAP. We have this problem. How can we address it? And we have different perspective around that. It was very helpful as well. Even with the research side, I still remember we used to sit down and discuss, we are having this problem. How can we go about solving it? So it also produced very, very good emphasis. GPP and GCP, it was one of the helping factors as well. I'm closing now. Time is not on my side. Okay. Yeah, so I'm done. Okay, my last slide. So communication is very key, and also working in terms of improving the study specifics, respecting confidentiality, transparency, and protecting patients' rights. It is very important. Working together to make progress is easier and simple from a sponsor level to a site level to a community level. At heart, we are having patient care. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to talk about a lot of things, so I had to summarize due to time. But in conclusion, this was never an easy study, but it was very an interesting study. And we had to learn a lot, especially from males who are very resistant to health care systems. But these men, at the end of the day, they were very happy, and you could see that now progress is there whenever they are recovering and also fighting TB as well. Sadly, there was one patient who died, not due to the study, but due to the lifestyle that he went back and lived again, which was a very bad lifestyle. So, but we tried by all means to retain him due to, even his family tried, because they were the ones who told me that, you see, now this patient is went back and drinking and doing drugs again. And we tried to retain that patient. But sadly, due to the peer pressure and other things of drugs, he died around December. May his soul rest in peace. But at the end of the day, what I learned is that in order to maintain retention, it's not a one-way stream. Also, we need a family support as well. We also need psychosocial support to also maintain the study specifics and goals. Thank you very much.
If we have just a couple of minutes, if there are any clarifying questions for Dr. Powell or any interest questions or clarifying questions for Kinga, please let's have those now, and then we'll prepare our next speaker, who's also coming to us from Canada. Any questions? Yes, please.
Mine is very simple. My question is very simple. Now that the study is taking place in South Africa in I think it's 3 sites that I've mentioned there, why must the results be submitted to FDA rather than SAHPRA here in South Africa?
Thank you. So even though enrollment has closed, the results are not yet available. Hopefully they will be available in about August this year. And although one of the reasons for doing the study is to submit results to FDA, definitely all results for any studies conducted in South Africa always go to SAPRA, to ethics, to all the participating sites, to all the participants, and results dissemination will happen as it should, to involve all the communities and make them aware of how much the study has helped get access for children and other.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm having a hard time hearing what's happening in the room. So just wanting to make sure that you are calling me on now. And Jess, if you could share slides, that would be amazing.
Robin, can you hear us now in the room?
Yes, I can, Steph.
Fantastic. So your slides are going to be controlled here. So just let them know when they can advance them. And we have you on the screen now. So if you'd like to, well, we did. Could she please introduce herself while she's on the screen? So let's go back to Robin. Yeah, but okay, sorry.
All right, I think I see the slides coming up. So hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Robin Waite, and I work with the Access team at TB Alliance. I'm really pleased to be joining you all virtually today. I hope you're having a great time face-to-face for the first time in a while.
Great, thank you, Robin. We're going to go now to your slides. So you'll be on your screen, but we will see your slides in just a moment now.
Okay, so I won't see the slides on my side. Is that correct? No, I think I see them coming.
You will see them. No, please. There you go, Robin. We see your slides.
All right, if we could just go to my first slide, that would be great. Okay, so everyone in this room knows already that TB Alliance is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to the discovery, development, and delivery of better fasting, acting, and affordable TB drugs. So today, I'm really going to be focusing on the delivery piece of work that TB Alliance does and engages with, and that's our Access team. I'm on that team. We also have Maria, Sandeep, Asta, and Sunil. Because we know that, as our CEO recently said, no medical innovation is complete until it's able to reach every patient and person who needs it. So in addition to a lot of the R&D work that you're very familiar with, we are too working really hard to make sure any products we develop get into the hands of people who need them as rapidly as possible. So next slide, please. Great. So you are all familiar with the TB Alliance drug development pipeline, I'm sure. Our delivery and access related work really begins in late phase 2 of our pipeline. And I'm going to be trying to tell you the story today as how we support delivery through the case of BPAL. Next slide. So just to start, I'm going to give a bit of a snapshot as to how accessible Protomanid is right now around the world. So we have Protomanid approved by 24 different agencies, which you can see on screen, notably that it's approved in South Africa and pending. I know there's some of you in the room from Tanzania and Uganda, so just wanting to flag that we are pending approval in a handful of other countries as well. So next slide. So with that level of approval, we have successfully delivered Protomanid to more than 47 countries to date. And tons of work has gone into making this level of access to BPAL a reality today, although noting much more work remains to be done to achieve global scale up and access. And we know that the efforts that we're engaged in alongside our partners to ensure access are working. We have seen an unprecedented timeline of just 3 years from US FDA approval to get new WHO guidelines in place. And if we look at other anti-TB drugs in comparison to Protomanid, Protomanid really sees a more rapid, steeper growth in terms of its uptake around the world. So doing this work is worth it, and it's working. Next slide. So how is the TB Alliance team, in collaboration with others, driving this? We have a number of different tactics and ways of working that I'll walk you through today. So one of the types of work that we do is what we call costing and acceptability studies. So Asta on our team really leads this important piece. We've done with our partners a number of different studies as shown here on screen. And this information really helps us and others to understand what are the budgetary impacts of new regimens? What is the cost savings associated with new regimens? What might be the reasons for people being excited to implement new regimens, or maybe perhaps might be barriers to implementing new regimens? So for example, the top right acceptability study, we found that shorter treatment time and a massive reduction in pill burden to be aspects people were really excited about BPAL. There was a little bit of concern though around drug sensitivity emerging. And on the two studies at the bottom, just wanting to highlight some of the key findings. Under the first study, we found that the cost per patient completing treatment dropped by more than 50% in 3 diverse different countries. And on the study on the bottom right, we found that by switching to BPAL-M, national governments could save about $740 million annually. And this type of information is really helpful to inform decision-making at national levels. Next slide, please. We're also leading and working in collaboration with a number of others, a project called LIFT-TB, which stands for Leveraging Innovation for Faster Treatment of Tuberculosis. Our awesome comms teams that are in the room with you today helped create that acronym. And this project, it's a 5-year project targeting 7 different countries. You can see them on screen here. COICA in blue is the main donor, and us at TB Alliance are project leads. The 5-year project essentially is supporting rapid adoption to BPAL. And we do this by commencing operational research projects in different countries, investing the resources needed to train and support health professionals and clinics for regimen introduction, and providing technical assistance. Next slide. And this slide just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what the status and success of the LIFT-TB project is to date. And we are really pleased with how it's tracking so far. And it's providing a critical entry point for BPAL in these 7 countries. And just to note that South Africa is not a LIFT-TB country, but there is operational research happening in South Africa, or has happened in the past. And you're going to be hearing about that from another speaker coming up soon. Next slide. Okay, so what else do? We work directly with and support norm setting partners like the Global Fund and the World Health Organization. So you might know that it's recommended already in the Global Fund's information note on TB to be using BPAL-M. You would have seen at the end of 2022, the new WHO consolidated guidelines on treating drug-resistant tuberculosis that's now recommending the use of BPAL at a programmatic level. And we're really proud to have worked closely with these partners to support these initiatives happening rapidly. And we're really excited also to see that the World Health Organization is actually convening a new BPAL-M accelerator platform to support countries and implementers around the world to share information and lessons learned with one another, and to really push for rapid uptake of this innovative, groundbreaking regimen. Next slide. Okay, so to ensure that any new and beneficial product has maximum impact on the TB epidemic, TB Alliance's mission includes an explicit commitment to what we call our AAA mandate. And that is that all new products be adopted, available, and affordable to those with TB. Our not-for-profit model is particularly helpful in driving this affordability question. And we are really proud that Protomanid entered the market at the lowest introductory price of any new anti-TB drug in the modern era. So TB Alliance does not have a commercial or profit interest in the profits that we develop, nor do we have direct control over their pricing. But we do work really closely with partners to manipulate and shape the environment in the interest of ensuring accessibility and affordability of any of our products. And for example, we recently used what I'd say is our market access knowledge and our product discovery brokering power to support negotiations that ultimately led to MedAccess providing a volume guarantee to Viatris, which will reduce the price of Protomanid by 34%. And we know that this will bring both BPAL and BPAL-M closer to an approximately $500 per complete treatment course price, and will really support greater access in 140 different countries. Next slide. A final example of the type of work we do is capacity building and advocacy support for affected communities and civil society. Some examples are in the Philippines, we worked with TB People Philippines to roll out TB treatment literacy trainings. They also hosted some really awesome talk shows on Facebook to engage their community in critical discussions around access. We've got a relationship now in Indonesia that was modeled off of the work we did in the Philippines, and that's happening with Stop TB Indonesia. We're also working with the Global Coalition of TB Activists in India. So we're doing things like TB literacy training and then general support for national level and global level advocacy. And at the global level, we're supporting advocates as well. So for example, we recently worked with partners to launch the resource that's on screen right now for anybody who's engaging in country coordinating mechanism discussions within the Global Fund funding request process, so that they can take asks for rapid adoption and scale up of BPAL to those conversations and make sure that they're funded using Global Fund resources. Next slide. So we know that we have solid clinical evidence for BPAL. We've got WHO recommendations now in place. We've demonstrated cost effectiveness and feasibility of adoption. And we now have demand from the global TB community to ramp up availability of BPAL. So the need of the hour right now is really on scale up. Next slide. So just so everyone's aware as to where we're at in the road to scale up, you can see on screen where different countries are through adoption, implementation, and scale up. And we'll note that South Africa is indeed in full scale up mode right now. Next slide. Next slide, please. Great. So all the work that I just articulated earlier, we're going to continue to do that work with all of our partners to realize scale up as fast as absolutely possible. And we know what needs to be done. We also know what some key challenges are to success. So we want to work with everyone, including yourselves, to help make scale up a reality ASAP. Next slide. Apologies, I know I'm running out of time, so I don't want to focus too much on that last slide. So we know there's some challenges, but we know that the challenges are worth taking on because BPAL is yielding results that are life-saving and life-improving around the world already. Next slide. So there's a few different ways that you can get involved, and there's some really critical reasons why you should get involved this year. So 2023 must be the Yes We Can End TB year. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but the Stop TB Partnership has launched the World TB Day theme. It's a Yes We Can End TB year theme. And we should all be leaning into the fact that there is hope and there are solutions like BPAL that we can use to rapidly reclaim lost ground that was realized through the COVID-19 pandemic. So we did lose progress that must be regained. So that's one critical reason for engaging. And BPAL is that one of those tools that can help accelerate efforts to reclaim those gains and get back on track, but not moments that are happening throughout the year. Make 2023 a critical year for ending TB. And that is that India is going to be hosting the G20. So that is a critical, important moment for elevating TB within that political agenda. And there's a leader at the table willing to do that. So there's going to be some high-level meetings around World TB happening in India soon. So hopefully we can build momentum from then on to the G20 itself to make sure that TB is elevated within those discussions. There's also the second high-level meeting on TB taking place this year alongside the United Nations General Assembly in New York. And this is a moment for reflecting on the very sad reality that all but one of the targets that were made in the 2018 high-level meeting political declaration are on track. So we can use this as a moment to hold our governments accountable, but we can also use this as a moment to push for renewed political and financial commitments to tuberculosis. So how to engage then, specifically around what we call access advocacy? 3 different ways. TB Alliance, we are building and piloting and launching a new access advocacy project. We're not totally sure what it's going to be called yet, but it could be an advocacy campaign called 6 Months Max or something to that effect. We're working on it right now and planning on launching our minimal viable products and assets in the lead up to World TB Day. So if you want to get involved with that, you can email me, but also be on the lookout for emails from Stephanie because we'll share that with all of our partners. Second, you can tap into what's happening with the 2023 TB-HLM affected communities and civil society coordination hub. There's a call happening this week, actually, where they will be sharing information about how to engage around World TB Day to start lining up the dominoes to the HLM in September. So you can engage there and elevate drug-resistant TB treatment asks. And lastly, you could follow and engage with the 1x4x6x24 campaign, which is being led and hosted by partners at TAG and MSF and Partners in Health. There's a network of advocates who are already rallying around and ask for rapid adoption of new, shorter, more effective treatment regimens for tuberculosis. And BPAL represents the 6th in that campaign. So there's a number of different ways that you can get involved and use your voice and your knowledge of the R&D side of the work that TB Alliance and others are doing and transition to more of a downstream access advocacy engagement. I will share some links in the chat box with you all soon. The landing page to the Global Fund Advocates network for coordinating CSOs and civil society. And I will be in touch sometime in the lead up to World TB Day to see if you want to lend your voice to participating in the TB Alliance, Stop TB, and more partners access advocacy project launching soon. And that's all from me. Thanks so much for your attention.
This one's not, oh, that's back. Thank you so much, Robin. It was great to hear from you. And that's really helpful to understand what's happening around advocating for new products. We have an opportunity now to hear from one of our sites in South Africa that is actually implementing the operational research study on BPAL. I'd like to have Modiehi Mosala join us to share some updates on that. And then we'll hear a little bit more about how CABs can get involved in advocacy, which is a capacity build from the kind of engagement you're doing now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modiehi. I'm just going to take you through a site as one of the sites that are conducting the program, the BPAL CAP. Okay, all right. We are PHRU Matlosana CRS under the leadership of Prof. N.A. Martinson as the CRS leader. And we have Prof. Ibrahim Bariava, who is the head of internal medicine, who is also the PI on most of the TB Alliance studies on site. And we also have Dr. Tumelo Molanda, who is our CRS coordinator. This is the background and location of our site in Northwest. If you can see, having a glimpse of the greens there, you'll see those are the 4 districts that are surrounding the site. So we've been in operation for more than 10 years now, and we have been collaborating very well with the Department of Health, the Tshepong Klerksdorp Hospital Complex. We have these 4 districts that are referring patients from them to Tshepong. So our area is about 3.9 million, which was in 2017. It's quite a vast area, you can see. And the location, which is Matlosana, and I have a little bit of statistics there that shows, how Matlosana is doing with regards to TB and HIV. So as far as the drug-sensitive TB, we've been doing very well up until 2018. We have the cure rate there for about 74.4%. And as far as the MDR, which is about 67.3%. And the XDR success rate in 2017, it was 62.5%. And I'm glad to tell you that by now, which used to be the XDR, it's now vacant and empty. It's now being used for something else. Those are my core stuff. And that is a little, sketch of the staff complement. And we have other studies that we did. Those range from our next study where patients were, having hope of getting the TB treatment or MDR TB treatment without injectables. So it's now closed. It ranged up to, those studies that were active case finding up until, interventional studies. You have there the BPAL cap, which took place in 2020, and it's still ongoing. We're looking at closing it around June this year. So I would like to take you through to, the BPAL cap that is currently being sponsored by CHRU and then funded by USAID. The treatment indication started as XDR-TB patients, but later we included patients who were full MDRs. So the estimated time to enroll was from 2020 up until 2023. We didn't do quite well there. The recruitment was very slow. And as we all know that, when time like December, everybody is just at home, don't want to get to the hospital. They only get to the hospital when things are bad. So December time, doing very well. So it took us a long time, but we currently have about 71 patients on the program. And I'm glad to say we have about 6 who have completely completed the program and are doing very well. We have about 46 who are still on follow-up but completed the treatment. So we really are doing very well as far as the BPAL cap. This is really a hope. When I'm sure from the previous slide, we could see that with all the studies that we have conducted, those ranged from the time when patients were being admitted and they will be, admitted for about, 12 months. And some really, by the time they get to the hospital, they really don't have hope. So being there as the study coordinator, looking at these patients, admitting them, trying to reassure them, it was very difficult, very, very difficult. But now the ball game has changed. When the patient comes in, I no longer have stress. What I have to do is to give them hope, which is the BPAL cap. So it's really, really very easy for us. Very easy. I'm glad to have been part of the BPAL cap. I really wish that CAP members, do a very good job into advocating for this BPAL cap. Really, it gives a man hope who is coming from the mining area. We admitting most men that are coming from Rustenburg, which is the mining area where we're expecting, someone to take full control of the family. But at that time, they look so weak. They are hopeless. They can't go back to work because they're not feeling well. The minds won't allow that. So you just have to give them this hope. So now it's very easy when you're sitting them down, administering that ICF, telling them about BPAL cap. So my next slide is, as the site, we still have other studies to conduct after doing the BPAL cap and others. So we are fairly a very efficient site that conducted a lot of research and contributed to science as well. So I wish to tell you that we are happy to be part of the new treatments as always, and we are looking forward to conducting other trials like the NC009. Thank you so much. That is all from me.
Thank you so much, Modihi. And hopefully we'll have some time for questions after, but I know that I'm keeping you all between the meeting and the reception. If I could please welcome our colleague from Think to come and share some experience about prepping a CAB to transition from research to access. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Masingeta Lambane from Think, joined by my 2 colleagues there. One is the chairperson of our CAB and also our stakeholder relations coordinator. I'll be quick. I've been given 10 minutes. And I've got about 40 slides. So I'm just gonna be like 10 seconds per slide. Okay, so I'm going to share a different experience, as much as I'll move quickly through my slides, but one of the exciting things that I'm going to share about you actually answers some of the questions around KEB's independent. Okay, so some of the things that I'll be going through answers questions relating to KEB's independent. Do I have influence over KEB? Does money change perceptions and how KEBs see things? Are KEB members, do KEB members evolve or do they stay the same throughout the timeline? Are KEBs unique to research? So as I go through, you'll see some of the questions that I'm going to respond to. We'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Think is a non-profit organization. We're based in Hillcrest in Durban. That's our South African office and our head office. We have an office also in, it's called Think International. We just started that last year, based in Copenhagen. So that's an initiative of our CEO who's originally from Copenhagen. So it made it easy for us to move there. And we believe in making a difference. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our areas of focus. We started just as a research organization, and that's what we focused on, only research. So as we grew, things that, you know, recruiting people from different backgrounds, particularly programs, and these were people with experience in HIV treatment, HIV prevention approaches, mainly biomedical approaches. And then we started to shift to health system strengthening. But this is after we got an award from USAID we're the current holder of the TB loan program supporting 4 districts in KZN. It became quite an interesting blend, moving from research to health systems, which is what I'm going to talk about. But basically the reason for that is because we started noticing a gap in terms of strengthening capacities. So we shifted, we blended the training and capacity building component straight into that to support the health systems approach, which is mainly direct service delivery and technical support. And these are built on strong business intelligence. So we made sure that the funds that we receive are actually used for the exact work that we commit to. Financial and HR management, recruiting the right people, ensuring that our talent management approaches are exactly spot on in terms of what we commit to do. And our biggest pillar is the one at the bottom. We build from communities, we make a difference in the community. So we believe that one of the responsibilities for us is to strengthen community health, community response systems and mechanisms, not just health systems. And we identified during this, journey that if community systems are poor, health outcomes will also be poor. Next slide, please. And so this is our KEB experience, and I think you can see there. So our first KEB was in 2016. We had a chairperson, her name was Sebenzile. In 2016, we also had the first GPP. And these were early days and learning, a lot of gaps and challenges. And if things went wrong then, I would gladly say I was not there because I joined Think a year ago. But during the phase when I came in 2022, we started relooking at the KEB and we started repurposing the KEB. We felt just for research is not sufficient. We should start looking at KEBs to also focusing on programs. And basically the idea was that whole link between community health systems and community systems and health systems and strengthening the two. Then around June 22, so in April, we revised the terms of reference. One of the gaps in our KEB, which responds to some of the questions that I was raising here, was issues around governance. So find that most of our KEB members didn't even know that the terms of reference prescribes you to a limited time in terms of your involvement in a KEB. Are you going to be elected again and why? Should you wait maybe for 2 years and all that? So we started going back into those things. And the idea was to make sure that we have response mechanisms facilitated by people who are responsible and accountable. So if your 2 years is over, it's over. Move on and give other people a chance and, And we also looked at the legal status of the CAB, which is the timelines, which is, do you have a constitution? Is it signed? Are you holding your meetings according to that? And accountability was key. So this also helped us to start looking at the CAB, not only for research, but broadly into other programs. In June, we adopted a new terms of reference, which is a constitution also. The CAB was re-elected. And we found a way around that in terms of legality, but we still had the same members, and it's a long story, but but we had new members blended in, and the idea was continuity about what do we do after 2 years? How do we transfer the current knowledge into the next crop of CAB members? Then in September we had a GPP reorientation for the CAB, and in 2022, we believed 2022 around late, we believed that now our CAB was ready to transition into broader programs. So this is when we started moving towards having CAGs in all the districts that we are working. And we are happy also that we're contributing towards something that KZN is looking at as a community advisory group for the province. And we're driving this through the Provincial Council on AIDS, which I think just became an official member of. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was a GPP orientation. We all did some very nice things to TB Alliance. We also had a nice meal that day, and most of the CAB members were happy to be taken out. We actually looked at this as an exercise of, an interaction and capacity strengthening, not only in a classroom setup, but also a walk and conversations and talking to each other about experiences. Next slide, please. So this is the think model, and I'm going to ask you to move a little bit. So I was going to explain it bit by bit, but because we don't have time, but these 4 pillars are very interesting in terms of how we started looking at transitioning the CAB. So we're looking at prevention, diagnostic, treatment, and care. And these 4 pillars, you'll find that, so if you move to the next one, please, again and again and again. Yeah, I just want you to see the overall pillar. And these are very interesting linkages. And this is how we started looking at our CAG, not only looking at vaccines, PrEP, and IPT, but also integrating behavioral change for integration. And we saw the CAG also as a very key instrument in terms of facilitating issues around stigma reduction, responsive services, improved diagnostic tools, and contributing towards that through feedback mechanisms, but also encouraging community members to start participating in diagnosis. So for example, we also look at how our TB program can actually benefit from the CAG by ensuring that we have more people coming forward for screening, and also those people who are screened are effectively linked into care and into treatment, and there's community support to ensure that issues around GBV, education, poverty, patient education, and technology are integrated. So it's been a very interesting cycle. We've tested it, we've tried it, it's still happening, it's going well. We've introduced it to a number of provinces as a model to, a scale up. And we are currently waiting for a number of grants, which we want to use the same model to ensure that most of our programs implemented at community level are driven by communities through structures that are recognized and effective, like community advisory groups. Next slide, please. So this has been our, this has been our sort of a journey in terms of ensuring that we move from just a CAG focusing on trials to programs. So we did a need assessment. We looked at governance structure. We look at a CAG that is recognized by the community, and nominations are done by the community, and they work within a framework that is recognized and it's legal. And we started doing the program integration process, which is design, budgeting, and monitoring, involving the CAG in that process so that they know about what exactly are the key components. If we're talking about TB loan, what is TB loan? What is our budget for community engagement? What are the events that we're planning? How do they come in to ensure that when we do these community events and dialogues with the community, there's more involvement and more contribution? Then resource mobilization also, our CAGs are actually multi-funded now. So we're not looking at TB Alliance only funding one CAG. We're looking at TB Loan, and in Umgungu, for example, we're running 2 projects. It's TB Loan and TB Alliance. So we're looking at the 2 benefiting from each other and looking at the resources, trying to make sure that there's more involvement. Sometimes you'll find that, lack of resources also reduces your impact and eventually your milestone. So using these multiple approaches to resource mobilization, we believe that it can strengthen our effectiveness and efficiency in terms of our programs at the community. And advocacy and communication, which is a very strong pillar. Who speaks for you about your program? How do they get them accepted in the community? So we felt that was very, very important pillar to include the CAB in designing what exactly we want to tell in the community. But this is not influencing them to tell our story. We still believe that our CAB should be able to say, no, we can't do that. And we have to be comfortable with that. But based on the fact that the programs that we're doing are informed by our community to improve the community, it's easy to get that buy-in from the CAG. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our community led intervention model. So from a support pillar, it's where you have your program management staff. Then from the engagement, consultation, dissemination, and feedback processes. This is like a community-led monitoring approaches where we're getting a lot of activities captured, and we use that data that we get from participation in dialogues and events and all that to influence programming and also to feed back into structures like your district aids, your local aids councils, and also trying to involve community initiatives like Operation Sukuma. So we use this data to feed back into the only way that you can be more effective is to make data-driven decisions. And of course, the implementation is at a broader community level. I think the next one is the last one. Okay. Okay, so this is where we are now. One of the things that is quite interesting, if you look at the right, impact on organization, one of the benefits from having someone to speak to you is that we've minimized risk in a very good way. So, for example, our programs, so there's a good reputation about Think and the programs because it's not us going and talking about us more, but it's getting the community more involved in what we're doing. And they speak more about the difference we're making in the community than us doing that. And improve access through advocacy, increase visibility, and improve health outcomes. So eventually that's what you're looking at overall, improve health outcomes. And in terms of achievements, CABs in 5 districts advocated for adoption of the CAG in a provincial level, which is quite a huge achievement because this is driven from the previous office in the KZN province and driving the TB caucus agenda. This is one of our biggest achievements. I'm sure most of you are aware of the TB caucus and some of the challenges with the TB caucus. So the TB caucus in KZN is now, it's going to launch on I think it's March 14th, and it's supported by Think. And that's the last slide, I believe. Thank you.
I'm back. Okay, so we've definitely heard a lot today, and I'm going to try to keep this brief. I know we're all dying to get to a reception, but I do want to just take a few minutes to digest all of this information that we've heard today, and also think about the real world impacts that we're seeing as we look at this progress that we've seen in the treatment for TB, specifically for DRTB. So my next slide is actually a video that I want to share with you guys that we've just finished putting this together. At the end of last year, one of our colleagues who's based in Kyiv has helped us collect content and interviews from patients in Ukraine as they've been going through this war. So it's a really incredible story, and I'm hoping you guys will enjoy this video. It's a couple minutes long, but it shows how a short 6-month all oral regimen has a real world impact on people who are living in difficult circumstances, but also people with TB who just need to get back to a normal life. So I'm hoping you guys like this. Again, you know, we collected this content in December, so it's relatively new. And yeah, I'm gonna move on to that, and you know, then we'll move on to a little bit of a wrap up and talking about some key messages from today. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. I'm way too short for this podium. Mm. Cool, thank you. I should have like a go-to joke. I don't have one.
While we're waiting for that, I may not have time afterwards, but I thought I would just do a very quick one on our parking lot.
Oh, yay.
Let me know when the video does come up, but I just wanted to say, I promised we would check in on this for one of you too. Please populate these more. I'm taking pictures as you have them. But I see that human objectives are giving you perspective, making sure that we have cross-pollination across advocacy strategies across disease areas. Our expectations are to network, have collaborations, friends, absolutely. Get new information and have substantive research to share and learn. Questions and comments. I see a lot of input on how to publish, where to publish, how do we get to that place, and so I see that that's clearly something we'll need to continue talking about, and that's a good area for us to develop. I see requests also to have Khadijah come into development at sites. So we'll see what we can do.
But thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and please continue to do so. We will keep the Post-its here throughout the 2 days, and we want to hear from you. Again, you know, after being with us for a whole day, if there are topics that you missed seeing on the agenda, we want to hear from you on that too. And we'll see how we can fit that in. Great.
What?
Okay.
Doesn't have sound. Okay. I'll just, yep. Yep. Thank you though. Okay, so unfortunately, well, I'll try to show you guys another time, maybe tomorrow if we have time. Okay, so just to recap a little bit, Pauline had mentioned earlier that TB is one of our oldest diseases. It kills more than 1.5 million people every single year. 10 million people are infected with TB every single year. This is, you know, it's a dire situation that we're in, and it's only become more and more obvious over the last few years of the situation and the need for additional funding and resources, et cetera. It's one of the oldest diseases in human history, and it is still one of the deadliest. Like Pietro mentioned this morning, there are opportunities coming up later this year. World TB Day is right around the corner, already happening. We're in March. It's basically World TB Month now. The UNHLM is a great chance for us to share stories and raise our voices. So there's more to come, absolutely. So to have an impact on this age-old disease, that's really our goal. One of our goals with community engagement is also to hear your voices. This is one of the greatest opportunities this year. We have so many milestones coming up to be able to raise your voices and to hear from the people who are impacted by TB and who are living with TB. We've seen a lot of progress, especially in recent years. In 2005, during the first breakout of extensively drug-resistant TB in KwaZulu-Natal, I think it was 52 of 53 patients died. So we've come a long way. People with TB, especially highly drug-resistant TB, used to have to take drugs for 18 months or longer, 14,000 plus pills. It wasn't a good situation, as Pauline mentioned earlier in her talk. That's a real world impact that we're seeing now with shorter all oral regimens. 6 months, three-ish drugs. That's a big difference in the lives of patients. Also going from XDR TB, which had a treatment success rate of 39%, to now highly drug resistant TB being cured in 90% of people with TB. That's huge. It doesn't stop here. There is definitely still more work to do to advance the treatment of TB and DRTB. We're getting there, but we definitely need to continue advancing the science, finding new drugs to treat TB, and sharing those with communities. So we're looking to all of you and as partners to continue the discussion and to share voices and, make those stories heard at all levels. Here, talking to each other, talking to the UN. You couldn't get much bigger than that. So that's kind of where we need to go from here. And tomorrow as well, we'll be doing some digital advocacy workshops and showing how we can share our voices online to make these stories heard. And maybe then I'll have a chance to show you the Ukraine video as well. So looking forward to that. And I think with that, feel free to ask me any questions. And Stephanie, I can also hand it over to you to do a very quick recap of today. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is so let me just perfect. So we do want to hopefully show you the video today, and we've kept you this long, so we're going to keep you for a couple more minutes. And thank you so much for your patience. This has been okay. We'll just leave it with no slides. Thank you so much for engaging today. The recap is that I think we went really deep today into the concept of best practices, hearing from you the progress you've made, the successes you've had, the priorities you're elevating in your planning, implementation, strategy, and looking forward in your programs came through very clearly. And I'd like to thank you for that. I think that, this may not be exactly how a CE forum went 10, 15 years ago. Today, in my mind, the way I see our CE program and our efforts to build research literacy, to build capacity, to build leadership from the site level, we see all of that now. And I'd like to congratulate all of you for that. So please, a round of applause to all of you. It is most important for trial sponsors to hear from community stakeholders what the key priorities for communities are. It is our job to listen and to provide opportunities to have that dialogue. The engagement is the point. The conversation is the point. Supporting an enabling environment for engagement to happen is the point. And TB Alliance is very proud that we take that seriously. Thank you for engaging with us. With that, I think we're good to go with the video. Great.
In 2020, Ukraine was the first high-TB burden country to adopt a 6-month regimen for drug-resistant tuberculosis. VDOM has changed the treatment landscape. Despite being under enormous pressure, patients in Ukraine continued their treatment. Patients brought several weeks or months worth of medicine with them as they moved to safer parts of the country. Many left for other countries. This shorter, simple, and highly effective regimen made it possible for patients to continue and complete their treatment course after being displaced by war. Others remained in Ukraine and continued their treatment, even when the TB hospitals were under assault.
Thanks, guys. I hope you all enjoyed the video. If there are any reactions, feel free to shout it out. If not, we can head over to the reception. What a great, amazing, long, informative day. Thank you all. Yeah. 5:30. Great. So the reception should begin at 5:30.
So thank you so much. And we'll see you